Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Lee's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to do another all signs. It is going to be what your person's intentions are. Okay, so we're going to take a look at what's going on with your person and how they feel about you at this time. Okay, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Hi, Aquarius. Welcome back to Lee's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to see what your soulmate's intentions are when it comes to this connection, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay. Okay, let me say this for those of you new people that are watching. We are not focusing on some crusty dusty from the past that you walked away from and now you trying to see if this person gonna come back. We not focusing on that. This is new love. That's why it says new love in the titles, because it's not about old love. This group that I'm reading for, we have moved past the old love and we're moving on to a soulmate who treats you right, who don't throw you into pull you into third party situations, who does not do all of that crap that the old people did. Okay? All right, here we go. What does Aquarius need to know? What are their person's intention, spirit? Okay, Aquarius. Overall energy for this reading is building together. Okay, so you and this person are going to come together. This soulmate, they have every intention of building a healthy, amazing relationship with you, a healthy, happy relationship. So it says you're not waiting around for your dream life to appear. You're designing it side by side. So the two of you are going to come together and decide together what you want to build, and you're going to work together in order to achieve it. All right. Underneath this, we have business partner. So it says you're proof that love doesn't have to get in the way of success. With the right person, it fuels it. Whereas in the past, with the past people you've dealt with, they may have been jealous, not wanting you to shine, not wanting you to, be in the spotlight or make money or be successful because they want you dependent on them. This person is the complete opposite. They got their own thing going. They have they could have their own businesses. They could be a CEO. This is boss energy, whether it's a male or female, big D, big P energy. I always say that. This is also talking about you and this person coming together and being a power couple, not only having your own independent situations that your, businesses and things going on, but you coming together to create an empire together. Okay. Then we have mutual effort showing up here. Okay. So you and this person, your efforts are going to be matched. This person is going to give you just as much as you give them. The two of you are going to be a perfect match together. Spirit is saying you're both showing up, checking in, and putting in the work. That's what makes this love thrive. Okay. All right. And then the last card I want to take a look at is addiction. So whatever addictions you got going on, this could be your person. It could be you, could be both of you that have things because you mirror each other. This is about you dealing with this, because anything like this that you're putting in too much of your time can take away not only from your areas of your life, but also from your relationship as well. Okay. So that, as I always tell you, needs to be dealt with. Okay. So we're going to start by clarifying the building together card. Okay, so we have the star showing up here. This is Aquarius energy. All right. It is talking about healing. Okay. You have to heal in order to be able to come together with somebody and to build and to be open to messages and stuff like that. Like I said, this is your energy. That's what you got to do. You got to look at, all the areas where, things that stand in the way of you being in this type of energy, being open to coming together and being a team, and you got to look at those things and deal with them. Okay. All right. Building together. Okay. So yeah, you and this person are divine counterparts is what spirit is saying. Okay. All right. Next card. We have healthy habits showing up here. So you and this person are going to take your habits to the next level. Whether even if you were already a healthy, eater, or someone that tried to tries to take care of themselves, this person's going to come in, and I feel like the two of you are going to, amp each other up. It's going to be better. Okay. It's like, this person's going to be healthy, you're going to be healthy, and like you're going to feed off of each other and want to be even healthier. So it's like, even with the business, they're going to come in being a successful, business owner or successful in their career. You working on being successful at yours, and the two of you again are going to amp each other in that area as well. I feel like that's what's going to happen. It's going to bleed over into all the areas of your life, but in a good way. Okay. So it says healthy habits. Your shared commitment to a healthier life amplifies your connection. This is an upgrade for the body, mind, and spirit. So it's all the areas of your life, not just your love life, not just, the way you eat and how you take care of yourself. Okay. It's spiritually as well. Okay. Let's clarify. Okay. So we've got the past is in the past. Don't look back. Spirit is telling you the only reason you should be looking back at the past is to heal whatever it is you need to heal. But don't keep living in the past. Don't be sitting in it, in that energy. We talk about the 5 of Cups. Don't do that. Just move forward. Okay. Then we've got the King of Pentacles showing up here. Earth sign or someone with a lot of earth in their chart towards Virgo, Capricorn. This is talking about your person intending to come into your life to be your life partner and seeing you as theirs. Okay. All right. The next card, Aquarius. Best friend. You and this person are going to be, friends first. Okay. So it's talking about you being able to tell this person whatever, you want to tell them. You being able to be comfortable and relaxed enough to be your authentic self. Okay. It says you could spend hours doing nothing together and still call it the best date. Just being together is more than enough. This is somebody with whom you can sit in the room with them, the two of you working on your own projects and not saying nothing to each other and be completely comfortable with each other. Okay. This person wants to get to know you inside and out is what Spirit is telling me. Okay. Let's clarify. Okay. So you're used to being caught up in a web of lies, not being able to be yourself, your person lying to you, and it just being an all around shit show. This is going to put an end to it. As long as you do what you need to do to be in this energy, it's going to, your circumstances are going to change. Okay. Then we got the 4 of Wands here. This person fully and completely intends to come in to bring stability to you. Okay. They're going to come in stable. That's why they work, they work on themselves in every area so that they can only augment your life, so that they can only come in bettering your life. They don't want to be dead weight in any area of your life, or especially in the relationship. Okay. All right. So, and then this is also talking about, commitment, marriage, kids, family, all of those things, celebrations. Like you are going to come together and truly celebrate each other and the relationship that you create together. Okay. All right. The next card, it says mismatched. It says your puzzle pieces from 2 different boxes. No matter how hard you try, you just don't fit. This is what went down with you and this old person, your exes, and your person, the soulmate, and their exits. Okay. You were just completely 2 different people. Okay. This is why you had people trying to tell you that, what you wanted out of a relationship. You wanted too much. You too much. You need to chill out, trying to make you feel bad about yourself, all of these things, because this person was projecting their shortcomings onto you. And I feel like the same thing was happening with your person. Okay. So you got to understand that the things they were doing to you, the head games, the mind games, all the bullshit they were feeding you, how they were trying to chip away at at your existence, chip away at your self-esteem. All of this was an effort to get control of you so that they could manipulate you. So you have to remember this when you are healing yourself, when you're looking back at the past. Okay. Because like I told you, the only reason you should be looking back at it is in order for you to heal it. All right. Not marinating in it, not continuing to look at it, because I told you when this person comes back, they're going to be trying to do the same shit to you. That's why you got to work on your triggers, because if you get rid of them, then there are none, then there's nothing anybody can say to you. Okay. Because I tell y'all this all the time. Like, for instance, if somebody comes and tries to tell you some shit and you know that it's not true, 9 times out of 10, when somebody says it to you, they're not going to get a reaction out of you. Either you're going to be like, okay, if that's what you want to believe, or you'll even laugh if it's some bullshit. If you know it's straight up bullshit, you will laugh, right? But if they doing it and they getting a reaction out of you, that's how you know that's something that you need to fix. That's how you know it's a trigger. Because if the wounding is not already there, they can poke you all they want to. They not going to hit a sore spot if you've already worked on it. And that's what spirit is wanting you to do. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay. So Page of Swords, you are being watched. Air sign or someone with a lot of air in their chart. Oh God. Air sign is someone with a lot of air in their chart. Libra, Gemini, and Aquarius. Okay, this is your energy, but we talk about your person and we talk about the exes. They're watching. You are being watched. It's almost like you're on stage or you're on camera or something like that, and people are watching to see how you navigate this situation. Okay. Because I feel like the soulmate is cheering you on, and the other one is watching you to see where the cracks still are, so they can manipulate you. Okay, so we have passion and desire still alive. So I feel like, as you continue to heal yourself, or you start to heal yourself, you're going to put yourself, you know, further into that energy of wanting to be in a passionate relationship, of having a desire to be in a relationship. Because that's the reason why you don't want to be in it. It's because those of you that don't want to be in it, or you feel like you don't have anything left in the tank in order to bring to a connection, it's because you got to work on yourself. Like I said, people can come into your life and break your heart and leave you to pick up the pieces, Aquarius. We talk about this all the time, right? But it's up to you to not allow it to 11:11 on the clock, not allow it to break you down. Okay. You have to just be like I told you. Remember, I told you this in the past. It's been months since I said this, but I told you, I said motherfuckers can come into my life right now and do whatever. I'm not saying you can't hurt my feelings, but what I am telling you is that don't think that you gonna do something and I'm gonna be fucking so devastated until I ain't gonna be able to pick myself up and dust myself off and move on, because that's a fucking lie. Yeah. Cause I done been through so much shit until I'm like, okay, you hurt my feelings. I'm gonna feel bad for a few days, but I'm gonna get up and dust myself off and move on, because you got to think about this, Aquarius. The longer you carry that hurt and pain around, the longer you are allowing this other person or these past people to win. Okay, and it doesn't have to just be romantic relationships. I tell you, it could be family members. It could be frenemies. I call them frenemies. People that you thought were your friends that actually weren't your friends. Because I told you, you about to see who the fuck got your back and who the fuck don't have your back when this soulmate comes in. Because the soulmate gonna have your back, but you gonna start to see all the people that have a fucking problem with you getting ahead. Because think about it, y'all been through so much shit till you got people around you that have put you in a box and they think that your life is fucked up and it's always gonna be fucked up, right? Let's just be honest, because I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? So the fact that you picking yourself up and dusting yourself off, and you got somebody that's gonna come into your life, and you gonna be happy and all this kind of shit. Oh no, Aquarius, I'm telling you, you best to get ready, Betty. Get ready, Betty. You best to get ready, baby, because they gonna be they gonna be quick, fast, in a hurry trying to shove you back in that box, because they won't, because because that's making them feel comfortable for you to be struggling, and for you to not have the type of relationship you want to have, and for you to always be lacking, and for you to always be wanting. And that's fucked up, because I'll be the first one to tell you that shit. But it's a good thing. And the reason why I say it's a good thing, because you need to see the people who don't have your best interest at heart. Because it's still about you with the 8 of Cups. You walking away and letting go of motherfuckers that no longer serve you. Okay? Because this is about you putting yourself first. And I know, to those of you where, we've been going through this shit all our lives, it may feel like we being cutthroat, but you gotta be like that. Cause I'm telling you, you'll be surprised the shit people be thinking about you and stuff like that. Cause some of y'all got people around y'all thinking you fucking losers. You never gonna fucking get it together. Is your life always gonna be fucked up? Or, Aquarius always struggling. Aquarius always got problems. Aquarius, can't catch a fucking break to save their life. These are the things that people are thinking about you, and they saying about you. And some people are like that. They like to put other people down and make themselves feel better. And so if you got people like this in your life, you got to clean this shit out. You got to clear this shit out. Cause I tell you this all the time. You only got a certain amount of slots in your life, to have people in your life. So you got to be discerning, and you got to be cutthroat, and you got to be like, if you giving me any kind of fucking shade, I don't give a fuck if it's 5%. I don't care if it's 10%. I don't care if it's 100%. You got to get the fuck out of my life, because I'm not down for anybody that ain't down for me no more. That's the energy you got to rock in. Okay. Because you got beautiful things coming your way. You got this amazing relationship coming your way where there's going to be a lot of passion, a lot of desire. And like I said, it will behoove you to keep the shit to yourself. Cause I'm telling you, and then when the money comes, some of you, I told you, gonna get cars, you gonna have, glow ups and blow ups in your career. You might end up being in the public eye, all these things. You got to think about this. When this happens, like I said, don't be out there telling everybody your shit. You need to be looking. You need to be performing that lie detector to see who the fuck is pretending to be your motherfucking friend, but they really ain't your friend, or pretending to be your family that got your back when they trying to stab you in it, when you ain't looking. So please be careful, Aquarius, okay? Because some of these people that y'all got around y'all, it's time for them to go, okay? All right, so the last card showing up here, it says Sacred Mirror. It says this connection reflects not only your wounds, but your power, your patterns, and your potential. These truths can only rise in the light of real intimacy, okay? So this person is going to show you things for you to heal them, and vice versa. But this is going to be somebody that's your fucking cheerleader. That's like, come on, we got this going on. This is something we need to look at. How can I help you to be able to work through this? How can we work together to heal this together? Because this person's only going to want the best for you. Okay. And I feel like you ain't never had that type of shit before in your life. You never had that type of energy. That's why you got to be ready for this type of shit. Okay. Because you don't want to be getting kicked down and beat down and drugged and walked all over for the rest of your life, right? So that's why I keep trying to tell y'all, listen to what Spirit is telling you through me to fucking heal your shit, okay? Because don't be coming and screaming and hollering in the damn comments, Aquarius, if you're not doing what the fuck you supposed to do. And then Spirit is like, okay, you like, well, my person not here yet. Okay, but see, maybe it's because you not fully investing in your life. Some of y'all are ready to invest in another relationship, but you ain't even fully invested in yourself. Think about that. Think about that shit. How does that make any sense? That you want somebody to come in and treat you right, but you not doing it for yourself. Think about it. The people that are dragging you, you need to start asking yourself, okay, if you getting dragged, where in your life are you dragging yourself? If you got people lying to you, where in your life are you lying to yourself? If you got people that, you giving to them and they not giving to you, where are you not giving to yourself in your life? These are the hard questions that you got to ask yourself. That's what the sacred mirror is about. And if you want somebody to come into your life and be your sacred mirror, you got to be your own motherfucking sacred mirror first and foremost. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Okay? Because this person is going to come into your life and show you some shit that's going to fuck your head up. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. But they not doing it in a negative way. They're going to be coming coming with love and telling you, hey, we can fix this. We can work it out. This is what I'm seeing, but we can work this shit out. We can fix it. This person's going to be your best friend, right? We had the best friend card show up here, right? So knowing that, you got to be your own best friend first, though, Sagittarius. Sagittarius. Oh my God, you must be dealing with a Sagittarius. Excuse me, Aquarius. I know I'm talking to Aquarius because that's the first thing I say. Aquarius. All right. So I'm telling you this to tell you it's time for you to get on your P's and Q's, Aquarius, and to know that you have to take the hard look. You got to be the first one to take the hard look. Okay. Because how are you going to know if these fucking people, this shit people are saying to you is the truth? If you don't take a look at yourself, if you're not raw and real with yourself, you can't expect other people to be, raw and real with you, or for you to know and be discerning on whether or not this person is telling you the truth or not. Because sometimes people just tell you shit. I told you, they project and they'll tell you they fucking shit and try to make you think that no, that's you. It ain't me. Because I had somebody where we was friends. We was friends for a long time. I talked about this person before. I don't say no names or nothing like that because I'm not trying to put nobody on blast. But it's for y'all to learn from the things that I've gone through, right? So this person, the last time, like we would come together and be cool and then fall apart. Come together, be cool and fall apart. So this last time, like a few years ago, we came back together and, we was supposed to be cool. I remember we got into an argument, right? And the person was trying to tell me, I can't remember exactly what it was. They were trying to tell me some shit that I knew was bullshit because I had been working up really hard on myself. I wasn't the same person I was the other few times that we had come together and been chilling or whatever. And so when they told me that, I was just like, okay, you can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. I was laughing. I said, because I know that's not the damn truth. I said, maybe that might have been true in the past. But I said, I know damn well it's not true now because I fucking work on myself. Okay. So I'm telling you this to tell you, and then when I thought about it later, what happened? Cause see, I always go back and analyze shit because I'm trying to see the patterns. I'm trying to see what the fuck is going on. I'm trying to see what my part in the shit, and I'm trying to see the other person's part in the shit and what the patterns are so that I don't repeat them. So when I go back and I analyze this, I'm like, there ain't no shit I fucking do. That's some shit that they do. And they taking the shit that they do. They don't want to look at themselves, but they want to say it's me. So I say, okay, whatever. You can believe whatever the hell it is you want to believe because I know who the fuck I am. That's part of healing too. So you can know who Aquarius is. So when somebody, because people will always come and try to put themselves in your face, play in your face and try to tell you who the fuck you are. And so if you don't know who the fuck you are and you got somebody in your face trying to tell you who you are, what you gonna do? This is the question these are things I'm trying to get you to look at. Okay. That's why it's so important for you to heal too. It's not just about the wounds and the things you carry. It's about how you represent as well. Cause I told you, if you don't get a hold of yourself and you don't get a hold of your life and you don't take hold of your life, somebody else is going to try to do it. They're going to try to put you in a box or, whatever way they try to see you. And some people, the boxes they put you in are fucking 20, 30 years old, 10 years old, 5 years old. It's not the person that you are now. But how you going to know that if you haven't looked in the goddamn box yourself to see if that really is you or if they just talking out the side of their neck? Because I'm telling you, when people get into arguments, they say all kinds of shit, but it's good because you get to see what somebody really thinks of you and how they operate and all these types of things. Because ain't nothing wrong with conflict. It's how you deal with it. It's how you handle it. People think that you're supposed to be in a relationship with somebody and you never supposed to argue. That's the bullshit. Because you're not always, even with your soulmate, it's not always going to be smooth sailing with this person. You're going to have storms from the outside and you're going to have times where you don't see eye to eye on the inside, but it's how you deal with it. And what I'm trying to get you to understand about this soulmate is that they coming in on some healthy shit, right? Trying for the two of you to be able to work through your shit in a healthy way and not call each other names and, fight each other instead of dealing with the issue. Okay. But you got to be the mirror for yourself, Aquarius. That's what Spirit is trying to tell you. If you are not the mirror for yourself, then people can come into your life and try to fucking tell you anything. And if you don't truly know who you are, how are you going to respond? What are you going to do? This is what I'm trying to get you to understand because like I told you, because of the things we've experienced, the trauma that we've gone through, all these things, you have a lot of people that you attract and that are attracted to you that like to try to manipulate you. And if you don't know who you are and you haven't worked through that stuff and gone through your wounds and all these kinds of things, think about it. If it's somebody that's known you for years, they know exactly what buttons to push to fuck your shit up, right? Like I tell you, the little kid, when you get on the elevator, the fucking kid push all the damn buttons and then you got to go to every floor. That type of thing. Somebody that just know exactly. If I push button 15, they're going to blow up. All this kind of thing. So you have to start to take the weapon, because they'll try to weaponize your shit, right? I've even had people that I've known that I've actually told them things in confidence about other people that I've had dysfunctional relationships with and told them, hey, this person did this to me and this, hurt my feelings and this and that or whatever. And then right when me and the person get into a disagreement, they go and do the exact same shit I tell them somebody else did that hurt my feelings. Now that's not somebody that is loving on you the way that they should love on you. Because if somebody tells me something in confidence, I'm not gonna, that would be the last, and I love them. That would be the last thing in the fucking world I would do is take their shit and turn it back on them. Because how are you supposed to trust somebody that does that to you? Or how are you going to be a trustworthy person if you do that to them? Think about that. See what I'm saying? Because it's like sometimes you be in relationships with people, Aquarius, and you be blinded. Because I told you that used to be my thing where I didn't really look at folks when I had, when I had feelings for them and stuff like that. But that ain't me no more. That's not me no more. I'm looking, honey. I'm taking the fucking rose color glasses off. I want to see what the fuck is going on. Because I'm not repeating. I'm not in the business of repeating no shit over and over again. And you don't need to be either. Okay? All right, let's clarify. I done went off. Let me get off the soapbox. Okay, so we got the Emperor showing up here. This is your person, your divine counterpart showing up here. You got the King of Pentacles and the Emperor. Okay, so this is Aries energy. This is talking about your person, okay? Your divine counterpart, male or female. Call it the Empress if, guys, make it fit, right? This is somebody coming into your life, right? Who I told you, boss energy. This is a boss woman or a boss man, big D energy, big P energy, whatever you want to call it. And this is somebody that's going to have your back, but they're going to be honest with you and let you know certain things because that's a part of a healthy relationship too. I told you, you going to have times where you disagree. Okay. Because as much as the two of you have similarities, you're going to have areas where you don't agree as well. Okay. So we got the false mask here. This is about you taking off the false mask, about you, holding yourself back and not and pretending to be something other than what you are because you're afraid of somebody not loving you because that's what your exes did. They did that because they knew that if they showed you full on the ugly, you wasn't going to deal with it. If they had come up to you in the beginning and showed you the shit, you'd have been like, hell, fuck no, I ain't dealing with your ass. So that is why they wore the mask and did what the fuck it was they wanted to do. This could also talk about your soulmate wearing this mask because not because they trying to fool you, but because they have to keep their feelings to themselves until the time is right, until spirit lets them know that it's okay to come forth. Okay. All right. All right. Let's clarify. Oh, not clarify. I'm sorry. Let me get the messages from spirit, and then we're gonna get the message for your person. Oh, hold on. I was like, that was the clarification card. All right. Oh wait, I didn't get this other card. Let me. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Oh, I was talking to y'all, and I just done lost what the hell I was doing. Hold on. Okay, so we have courage, and we also have slow down. Okay. I hear Mary J. Blige. She's saying, don't rush, baby. This is spirit telling you this. Don't rush, baby. This is from your person, but it's spirit putting this in my head. Don't rush, baby. My loving ain't going nowhere. Slow down. That's what they're saying with this card. But it's the message on the card too. So slow down. It says, I'm taking the time to simply be. The angels would like to introduce you to the art of being. There are many things we can rediscover by slowing down and not always rushing to get things done. Walk slowly, pay attention to every step, leave time for conversation, eat slowly, be deliberately aware of your actions. Okay. So it's just about you taking the time. It's the same thing in a relationship with this person. You getting to know them, they getting to know you. It's about you taking your time to do that and realizing there is no rush. Because if the person is already here, you won't be with this person. They your life partner. What are we rushing? What are we rushing for? Right? Okay. Then we have courage showing up here. It says, my bravery increases with each step in the right direction. That's the affirmation. The angels remind you that you become more confident and courageous by facing your fears daily. Each time that you face fear, it slowly begins to wither away. And as a result, you start to grow into the courageous person you're meant to become. So this is about you facing those fears. I talk about that all the time. Remember, I always talk about the horror movie about the heroine running away from the killer, and then eventually right before the end of the movie, she realizes that if she keeps running, all that's going to happen is this thing going to keep coming after her until either it kills her or she stops it, one or the other. And then that's when she decides to turn around and face whatever it is. It's a metaphor for fears. Okay. She's turning around and deciding to face it. And that's what you got to do with your shit. Yeah, we run from stuff because I'm telling you, people repress their emotions. You have some crazy things happen to you in your life. But if you don't deal with it, like I told you, it's like you dragging that overpacked suitcase, right? Bag lady, Erica Badu in my head. Bag lady all the time until you unpack it. So Spirit is telling you, have the courage to look at the things you need to look at. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Oof. Okay. So we have, excuse me, travel. It says, I want to experience the world with you. We have so much to explore. So you and this person are going to be traveling a lot, having a lot of adventures together. Okay. Then we have mission. It says we share a passion for helping others. We have a mission to fulfill in this world together. This is part of the reason you coming together. This is part of the business. You having it, being your business partner. You're probably going to come together and form some type of lucrative thing that's going to help other people. And also you're going to help each other. It's going to help each other. You boost your money, boost your income. Okay. Excuse me. Then we have events. Okay. It says, don't be afraid to get out of the house more. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Don't be afraid to get out of the house more. It may be an opportunity for us to meet. Okay. So it's going to be, a situation, you may need to go out when you get those nudges of those urges to go out and do things. That could be, something that's pulling you towards your person. Okay. So don't ignore it when you get those hunches like, oh, I should go here or I should do this. Just listen. Okay. Okay, let's get some more messages and then we'll get some oracle cards from Spirit and see what they want to tell you. Okay. Okay. So we are a perfect match. Remember I told you were a perfect match? It says we are a perfect match made in heaven. Okay. And then we have, I always knew there was something different about you. This is one of the things that pulled this person to you, that attracted this person, attracted or attracted you to them, was the fact that they, you're different. You're unlike anybody else. You're not somebody that's trying to get at them. You're not trying to get at their money. You're not trying to, do all these things, the things that they've experienced in the past. Okay. All right. So now we're going to get these romance angel oracle cards and see what other messages Spirit wants to give you. Okay. We have, this could be the one. All right. It says you've already met the romantic partner you seek. Okay. Then we have unrequited love. It says there's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. This is talking about the old person, right? This person still got feelings for you now that you've turned away and walked away from them. And, it's when this is somebody, it's just weird. This is somebody, Aquarius, where the more you don't pay attention to them, the more attracted they become to you, because this person wants attention and all these things. And when they get what it is that, that they want from you, that's when they start to act stupid, right? Because they're getting what they want. But when you turn away from them and you don't give them what they want, it has the opposite effect. They're more attracted to you. They want to come down, and that don't even fucking sound healthy, right? So that's my point. Okay. All right, Aquarius, I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a happy birthday. And, what was I going to say? A good day and a good rest of your week. And I will talk to you soon. I love y'all always. Okay. Bye, Aquarius. Hi, Aries. Let's see what your person's true intentions are. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. What's Aries person's true intention, Spirit? Okay. So overall energy for your reading is chosen family. Okay. So this person looks at you as their chosen family. Okay. This is about you and them both choosing each other as your chosen family. Cause some of you, your whole family or a lot of people in your family may possibly, it's not going to apply for everybody, but I feel like for a few of you, you got some fucked up people in your family to the point to where you feel like you want to go out and get your own family, right? You want to, cause you know how they tell you you can't choose your family. I feel like you like, fuck that. I'm finna go choose my family now. Okay. Because of all you've been through. Okay. Cause I feel like it's not just Aries, your love life that's been jacked up. I feel like, you know, you've had issues with friends and issues with family members as well, because we've had it come out in the cards, right? So this card says you've created your own definition of family, and this love feels like home in every way that matters. So your person, you are going to become their chosen family. They are going to become yours with this card. Okay. Underneath this, we have biological clock showing up. It's, you know, this is for those of you who feel like you're trying to beat the clock. Like, you know, it's taking you so long to get to a place where you can, you know, meet somebody, the right type of person. Cause this is for those of you who have always, whether you're male or female, not wanted to have a family with anybody until you found the right person. And so that's why this biological clock card is coming up, because it's about you feeling like that's what you're doing, you know, basically playing beat the clock. Because for a lot of you, I think you feel like you may have been late bloomers, meaning everybody, you know, in your age range is already married or already in a relationship, already having kids, all these things. And I feel like at times you may feel like, you know, you still out here trying to find yourself and you don't understand why. I think it's a mindset of, you thought like years ago you would already, you know, have found your person. And if you weren't married and already had kids, you would be well on your way. So I feel like for a lot of you, it's a shock that you're where you are right now and your person still hasn't come in. So I can understand how you feel, and I can understand how you might feel bitter about that at times. Okay. So the biological card says you're allowed to want what you want and the pressure is real, but don't settle for the wrong person just because timing feels urgent. So spirit is telling you with this card, okay? Because I like this can apply to men and women, because it could be men saying, hey, I don't want to be an old dad. I want to be able to have kids while I'm still at a phase that I can run around and play with them and do this and do that. You know, some people don't want to do that. Some people don't want to be in their 60s and so on and so forth, you know, still trying to raise a child, you know, not saying that you having a child at that age, but you still trying to raise a child at that age when a lot of people are looking at retirement. Okay. So I'm not saying all of y'all are in that age, bracket, but I'm saying these are the things that spirit is giving me. So I feel like that's what, you know, the biological clock is talking about, and it can talk about men and women. Okay. All right. Then we've got wrong reasons under here. All right. It says validation, safety, timing, status. What is this relationship really built on? If it's not love, it won't last. Okay. So your person has been in a lot of relationships where they've been for the wrong reason, right? They thought that they had found somebody, you know, because I feel like your person is someone with whom past a certain age, they started to look for relationships, you know, to be in a relationship with somebody for the long haul. That this is not your person, you know, may have had their time when they were younger where they may have sown their wild oats. But I feel like now they're like, okay, I want to be in a relationship. I want to get married. I want to have a family, all of these types of things. But I feel like the people that kept coming into their life delayed this. And it, you know, this could be them also in the biological clock, with the biological clock card as well, because they've had so many hiccups with these people that they thought were the right people, that, you know, they came in and they're like, okay, I found my person. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then the person turned around and started stabbing them in the back and cheating on them and doing all this crazy shit. Okay. So then here comes you with the opposites align card. It says they bring you what you lack and offer you what they need. This is the beautiful alchemy of complementary energy. So this is talking about you and this person coming together. Remember, I told you this is going to be a relationship where there's going to be different backgrounds, different races, different religions, all of these types of things. But the two of you are going to fit together, even though, you know, in the past, you may have found people that you thought were complementary to you and your person has as well. I feel like it was square peg trying to fit in a round hole, around hole. And now the two of you, you know, may seem like, you know, you're on two different ends of the spectrum, but on the inside, the opposites align. You know, that's what Spirit is saying. Okay. All right. Let's start by clarifying the chosen family card. Okay. So we have two cards that fell here. We have the Six of Swords and we have the Three of Cups here. So your person is working on moving forward. Okay. They're trying to pick up the pieces from the past, from all of these bad relationships that they've been in, just like you are. Okay. They're doing their healing and, you know, they're moving on. They're moving from a rough era or a difficult period of their life into a more smoother period of their life. Okay. While they're waiting to come together with you. Okay. Then we've got Three of Cups here. This is a soulmate card. This is talking about this person wanting to come together with you, wanting you to reunite with you because this is a past life love. And it's talking about, you know, them wanting to, you know, be friends with you. You know, like I said, this is not going to be your ordinary relationship. This is not going to be somebody that comes in and wants to, you know, violate your boundaries and do all kind of crazy fucking shit. This person is, you know, going to want to take it at whatever speed you want to take it at. Okay. So, but that's why I said Spirit is saying the two of you need to go slowly. Okay. Because this is about the both of you stepping into this, you know, with full disclosure, with full transparency, with full honesty. Okay. And going at a pace where nobody gets triggered, or if there's a triggering moment, you're going slow enough to where you have time to deal with it, recover, and move on. Okay. Heal from it or whatever you need to do, talk through it, and then move on. Okay. All right. So here are the cards that fell. We've got sexual chemistry, long distance, dream team, and then we've got avoidant. Okay. All right. So first card, sexual chemistry. You and this person, I tell you this all the time. You and this person are going to have a lot of sexual chemistry. You are going to want to tear each other's clothes off. It's going to be very difficult for the two of you to be together without some form of physical touch. Okay. Even if you're not somebody that's normally a touchy feely person, your person and you are going to be wanting to hug on and touch and kiss and all of these types of things. Give you, you know, even if you're at opposite ends of the room, there will be eye contact. There will be winking. There will be smiling. You know, there will be kisses blown, all the corny shit. That's what's going to be going on with the two of y'all. Okay. So sexual chemistry says the spark is undeniable. Your bodies speak a language your minds haven't even fully translated yet. Okay. So like I said, that's one of the ways you're going to realize that this is your person. Okay. Cause you're not going to want to, be away from them. I feel like you and this person are going to be inseparable. Okay. All right. So what fell are the Seven of Pentacles and the Eight of Cups. So your person is working, you know, they're still working on walking away from things that no longer serve them. If it's not, this person is being cutthroat is what I hear. So if anything is not aligning with who they are now or who they're choosing to be, the timeline that they're stepping into now so that the two of you can come together, it's got to go. This person is really, you know, taking this seriously and not allowing anything that could derail what's about to happen between you and them or what's happening between you and them. Cause you know, a lot of you are in different phases of this. Okay. They're trying to make sure nothing gets in the way of, you know, nothing's going to block what's going on between the two of you or what will go on between you. Okay. Then with the Seven of Pentacles, they are clearing away these old things so that they can fully invest into this connection with you. Okay. All right. So we got red lipstick finding evidence. Okay. So this person has dealt with a lot of people cheating. You know, they came, you know, to them with the song and dance and gave them all the lip service. And then in the end, this is what was going on, whether it was male or female. Okay. All right. Next card we have is long distance. Okay. So it says it takes strength to love across miles, dealing with unmet needs and invisible walls. The disconnection isn't just physical, it's emotional too. Like I tell y'all, you and this person are going to be at a distance. Your person could be someone, like I told you, they're a boss. They could be a CEO. They could be, you know, have their own business. They could have some type of setup where they have to travel for work, or it could be that they just travel because that's what they enjoy doing. It's going to be different for all of you. But with the long distance card, you need to expect this person, for a lot of you, is going to be at a long at a long distance. And I feel like the reason why is not just to slow the two of you down, to slow down the progress of the relationship. It's also so you and this person can learn how to be effective communicators with each other. Because you know, in a long distance relationship, that's all you got is communication, right? And so to be in a healthy relationship, that's what's most important, right? Being able to communicate with your person, because we all know, okay, from being in fucked up relationships, that's the first thing that breaks down, right? When the communication breaks down, that's it, right? That's like the kiss of death. So I feel like you and this person, you know, being at a distance, you're going to be able to learn how to be more effective communicators together. It's also talking about you and this person being at a distance from each other so you can form this friendship, so that the two of you can build on this solid foundation of a friendship, and not even, you know, not just jump into bed and it just, you know, start with sex. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay. So we have the Lovers, Gemini energy, and we also have the Knight of Swords, air sign, or someone with a lot of air in their chart, Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. Okay, so let me say this. I feel like this person is going to come in out of nowhere, right? I feel like this is going to be somebody that will, even though they're very busy, they will always make time for you. They will always they will always prioritize you and this relationship, Aries. Okay, is what I feel like Spirit is saying. Okay, and with the Lovers card, like I said, you're going to have a relationship with this person, you know, unlike any relationship you've ever been in. Okay. It's going to be like you're going to want to pinch yourself. Okay. This person's going to want to pinch themselves. It's going to be a thing where they're going to be asking themselves and you're going to be asking yourself, is this fucking shit real? Because it just feels unreal because you're not used to this type of, relationship. Cause like I said, if you, woman, this man is going, and you know, you're attracted to men, this man is going to fucking woo you. If you are a man, this woman is gonna cater to you and do all the things that you've always wanted. Like I said, this is like, you know how they used to have the mail order brides back in the day. This is going to be like a mail order manifestation. And what I mean like that, I don't mean it in a derogatory way. What I mean is that's why I tell y'all to make your list, because this person is going to come in and want to be devoted to you and, you know, cater to you in all the ways that you want it. Like if you always wanted somebody to court you, this man or woman, because like I said, it could be two men, two women, whatever, you know, like I said, it is what it is. Um, this is going to be someone who comes in to court you, if that's what you always wanted to do, or like I said, or to cater to you, or to do things that, you know, to like romance you. Okay. Cause this is not going to just be a relationship where they just show up and say, I'm here. And then it goes on from there. Okay. There's going to be sparks. There's going to be electricity. There's going to be a lot of fun times, a lot of adventures between you and this person. Okay. This is one of the reasons why it's going to be at a long distance, so that the two of you can gain clarity on how to work together. Because I feel like that has been a problem with both of you in past relationships, because you've dealt with people who didn't give a fuck about this, right? They just was coming in to get whatever they could out of you. Your person, I feel like for some of you, it was money. For others of you, you know, with you, your person was coming in to get sex or whatever. If you had money, it could have been money from you too. Okay. But this is about you and this person learning how to have a healthy relationship with each other. Okay. All right. Next card is Dream Team. Okay. You and this person are going to be, I told you, you're going to be couple goals. You are going to be, you know, what they call it? What do they call it? Oh God, interracial love magic. You know how they say black girl magic and this type of magic or whatever? Interracial love magic. That's what I feel like. Cause even on here, you can see it's the arms are two different races, right? So this is going to be a connection where, you and this person, you don't fight each other. You work together. This is going to be a thing where, like I said, it's ride or die. This person's got your back. They're going to be your biggest cheerleader. You're going to be their biggest cheerleader. It's going to be a thing where, you come together to do a project together. And then when you got your thing going on, this person's going to support you. When they have their thing going on, you're going to support them. Okay. So it says you don't compete, you combine, and together you're a force to be reckoned with. Okay. This is going to be that, I told you, that relationship where people are like, oh God, I wish, if when I get a relationship or when I get into something with somebody, that's how I want it to be. Okay. Oh, hold on. The cards are falling. They flying across the table. Hold on one second. Your person really want to talk to you about this. So we have the Ace of Pentacles, and we also have the Devil, which is Capricorn energy. So, like I said, there's going to be a lot of passion between the two of you with the Devil. Okay. And with the Ace of Pentacles, like I said, the two of you are going to be building trust. You're going to be building a healthy relationship. It's going to be, like I said, stable, committed, long-term, lasting. I feel like, the two of you are going to come into this with the right mindset, knowing, that you're going to work through things and, do what you can to make it work. It's not going to be a thing where you're going to, at the first sign of trouble, you're going to throw stuff down and walk away. You're going to learn how to stand there and deal with it and work it out. Okay. All right. So we've got holiday love, making peace. So this could be situations where this person and their love for you, drives you in a good way to want to make amends with everybody. Even if, like I said, even if it's somebody that you choose to walk away from or you choose to love from afar, it could be a thing where this person loves you so much, or you feel so happy and you feel so fulfilled that you want, how it is when you happy, when you truly happy, you want everybody to be happy. And so I feel like it's a thing where you may go around making amends or making peace with all the people, whether they've hurt you or not, but not in effect to bring them into your life and have them into your life, but so that you're not carrying around all that baggage anymore. I feel like this person is going to inspire you to let go of all that fucking shit. Okay. All right. So the last card we have here is avoidant. So it says they keep their distance to feel safe, but it leaves you feeling abandoned. That's not your failure. It's their fear. Okay, so with your person, they've experienced avoided people as well. Okay, so this is, they've been in relationships where, they've tried to be fully transparent, fully open with the person, and the person, was turning their back on them and not being there, not being fully invested in the connection, having one foot in and one foot out, all of these things. Okay. So it says, oh, I already read the card. So we've got two cards that fell. Because of this, the Nine of Wands, this is the energy that your person was coming out in as the wounded warrior, because they've been through, they tried to show up in a healthy manner in these relationships, but this is what they ended up getting. And I feel like I always tell y'all, it's because they were never supposed to be with these people for the long term. They were just supposed to learn the lesson and move on from it. Okay. So they're showing up as the wounded warrior, but I feel like they're healing that with the Magician. Okay. Card. They are manifesting you just like you're manifesting them. Okay. Oh Lord. They got to show up, right? They got to show up. So this is the way I'm going to read this card. You and this person are not twin flames. You are just mirror souls. You mirror each other. Okay. This is not about, we not reading no old shit. So I do feel like I said, the both of you are going to have exes come in, but we ain't talking about that. We talking about what is happening right here. And so the two of you are mirroring each other in what you've experienced and the healing that you're both going through. Okay. All right. Let's get a message from your person and see what it is that they want to tell you. Okay. All right. Okay. We've got do you love me the way that I love you? Like I tell you, this person, is in love with you. Okay. We talk about that all the time. And then we have our love will never cease to exist. So this is going to be somebody, like I said, that always loves you, that, 20, 30, 40 years down the road, they going to love you even more than they loved you the first time they saw you or the first time they fell in love with you. Okay. And it says now is not the time. It's just not time right now because, like I said, the both of you, this has to just be just so. I know y'all get tired of me saying that, but I have to tell you what I'm getting. It has to be just so because you're talking about being with this person, some of you for the rest of your lives. And so if that's what you want, if you want a true life partner and you truly want true love, you're going to have to just be patient. Cause like I tell you, for a lot of you, that's what this is about. Cause you wanted 10 years ago, but spirit is like, you have to slow down. Okay. That's what I hear. Don't rush, baby. My love ain't going nowhere. Slow down. Mary J. Blige. Okay. So spirit is wanting you to slow down. And like I said, take this time for yourself because once you and this person come together, there's going to be y'all are going to be inseparable, like I said before. Okay. So we've got the deception card falling here. It says deception. Someone's wearing a false self mask in this relationship. And the reason why I tell y'all this when this card comes up, your person has to hide until it's time for spirit to to activate the both of you to come together. Okay. All right, Aries, this was your reading. I hope this helped. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there's a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye, Aries. Hi, Taurus. Welcome back to Lee's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to look at what your person's true intentions are when it comes to you, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, what are Taurus's person's true intentions, spirit? Okay. Okay. Your person has been through it, Taurus. Let me tell you this. They have been through all kinds of shit when it comes to relationships. And I feel like you have as well. Okay. And like I said, you and this person mirror each other. Okay. So the overall energy we have is hot and cold. So it says real love doesn't leave you confused. You deserve consistency, not the chaos of wondering which version of them you'll get today. So your person has been through similar shit as you. Somebody acting one way one day, acting another way another day. And people that do shit like that, they do it to keep you off kilter, right? To keep you um from feeling stable, from feeling safe. That's the reason why fuckers like this do this. Okay. So your person's been through it with this hot and cold, and they just want stability. They want a love and a person that they can, hold on to and trust. Okay. Underneath this, we have chosen family. So you are going to become this person's chosen family. They've already chosen you because I told you they're already in love with you. So this is about you and this person coming together and building the type of family you want to have, right? Taking the good things that you want from maybe other relationships you've seen with other people or whatever good times you may have experienced in your life and putting and pouring all of this into each other and into this connection. Okay. So it says you've created your own definition of family and this love feels like home in every way that matters. Okay. Then we have chasing potential under here. It says there's a difference between growing together and waiting for someone to catch up. Be honest about which one you're doing. So I feel like that's what's going on here. Okay. You and this person are both healing at the same time and also at the same time waiting for each other to catch up. And that's what spirit is doing, to give the two of you a chance to come, excuse me, to get yourselves together so that you can come together without one person being ahead of the other, or so on and so forth, like you were with your ex and this person was with theirs. Okay. All right. It's about the both of you finding your identity, because we have lost identity here. So it says you were never meant to trade your voice, your passions, or your power just to keep someone by your side. So I feel like this hot and cold behavior, this is what it did to your person, and what hot and cold behavior did to you. Caused the both of you to lose your identity, to not even be able to figure out what it was you truly wanted in these relationships with these people, because they were so fucking off and on and just all over the place, just bouncing off the damn walls. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and clarify the hot and cold card. Let me say this before we do this. We got the business partner card coming up here. Okay. I may have told you about this before. I'm not sure, but this is talking about, you and this person coming together and being a power couple, building, your empire together. Okay. I feel like you're going to have your shit separate that you were dealing with before you came together, because that's what you're supposed to be working on now. I feel like that's what your person is working on now. And then when the two of you come together, you're going to start to add to your individual empires by, like kind of building a bridge, and the two of you, starting to build things up together. Okay. I feel like in some kind of way, you may even find a way to connect those two businesses that you have, or how many ever businesses you have, separate of each other. You may find a way to bridge the gap between the two of them, like, and make them come together in a complementary way, is what I'm saying. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's clarify the hot and cold card. Okay, so we have the Eight of Pentacles showing up here, and we've got the Two of Pentacles. So, the people that your person was dealing with, they did a lot of juggling. Okay. They had a roster, is what I'm hearing, a roster of people. And, it was about not letting the left hand know what the right hand was doing. But, whatever's in the dark has to come to light. And I feel like that's what happened in a lot of these instances with these people that your person was with. I feel like the very things that nobody would ever want to go through in a relationship, this is what your person went through. And it took a toll on them, to the point to where, they may have lost their identity. And like I said, I feel like the things you've experienced did the same thing to you. Okay. All right. Then we've got the Eight of Pentacles here. So your person, just wants to come out of this. They don't want to experience any kind of bullshit like this ever again. So they're doing the hard work, putting in the hours, logging, whatever, what is it, burning the midnight oil, doing whatever it is they need to do to put themselves energetically in the right space so that this can't ever come into their life anymore. Okay. All right. Okay. So the first card here that fell, it says afraid to leave. So it says you're staying because the unknown feels scarier than the unhappiness you've normalized. So your person has been caught in connections where they were afraid to leave, because I feel like it was a instance where so many times they've been caught in the same type of shit. You know how it is. If you start to experience the same thing over and over and over and over again, after a while, you start to believe that that's all you're ever going to experience. So I feel for a long time, your person may have actually sat in these relationships and questioned everything, and been like, is this all it's ever going to be? Is is this what I have to put up with? Or do I need to just go off and decide to be by myself? That's why I tell y'all, for a lot of you, this person has been by themselves for a while. They've been by themselves. I'm sorry, I'm looking at something distracted me. They've been by themselves for a while, because this is what they've had to endure. And, they were fed up. They were like, okay, enough of this. If I can't find somebody who, resonates on the same level, who's on the same level as me, who wants the same things as me, and who is not going to fucking dog me all the time, then I just need to stay by myself. So this person has metaphorically put their head into the sand and just put their head down and worked on their businesses and just been like, fuck love. Okay. Until they saw you. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. All right. So the two cards that, fell to clarify are the Tower, Scorpio energy, and we also have the Moon, which is Cancer and Pisces energy. So I feel like, what has happened is, excuse me, undercover, okay, your person has moved in silence. And with the Tower card, they've torn down this old foundation here. Okay. They said, fuck it. I gotta leave. I gotta be on my own and whatever, let the chips fall where they may, cause I gotta go. So this person was out. Okay. They did this, they may have done this without even the person they were in the connection with knowing. They just busted out of jail and allowed the tower to fall because they no longer wanted to live like this anymore. Okay. All right. Let me get one more card. Yeah. See, your person cut all of these old people off because they were tired of being used. Because like I said, some of y'all, your person was used for money, opportunities, things that, this person, let me say this person, for a lot of you, basically, you know, may have come from nothing. They may have like built themselves up to the boss person that they are. And so to have people come in and try to ride the wave or grab onto their coattails and want to take off with them, but and kind of, what do they say? What do they say? Like climb up the ladder on their on their shoulders. They're not having that. This is somebody where I told you they shut themselves down because there were a lot of opportunities. What am I talking about? A lot of opportunists in their life. Okay. All right. Okay, so next card, it says growing apart here. All right. So this is what started to happen. I feel like when this person broke out and started to work on themselves and get certain things out of their energy, they started to gradually grow apart from their person. The reason why one thing I want to talk about is this can happen. Okay. Let me give you an example. When I had a family member that I constantly butt heads with like all my life, and it was like no matter what I did, if I said black, this person said fucking white. If I said white, they said black, right? If or you know what I mean, if I said black, they said white. Whatever I said, they said the opposite. And it was just like no matter what I did, how I bent over backwards, how I tried to people please, me and this person just could not get along, right? So this was decades and decades of this shit, right? And so I remember when I started to love myself, I always talk to y'all about self-love and how important it is to love yourself and put yourself first. When I started to do that, something magical happened because I used to live with this person, right? And when I started to love myself, it's like the relationship transformed. Like it was to the point where I lived with this person and we didn't talk to each other at all because I just got tired of the constant arguments, right? So when the connection, when I, like I said, did the self-love and the connection changed, it was like, whereas this person always used to pick and start things and do all these kinds of things, it was like they got silent. It was like, how they say the cat's got your tongue? It was like spirit came and took this person's tongue and they would never say anything to me. And it was amazing. And I feel like it was because I did the work on myself to the point to where whatever it was that was, whatever belief I had that was attracting this type of behavior, it like completely cut it off. And it was crazy to me how that happened. And I feel like that's what is happening with your person. That's why I'm telling you the story. Because I feel like that's what's going on with your person, that just was like, okay, they realized, like I tell y'all, it's your thoughts. It's what you believe that you deserve, the type of treatment subconsciously you believe you deserve based on what you've been exposed to. And so this, I feel like your person got in there in their subconscious mind, worked on themselves to the point to where they started to go apart from this person. They started to realize, because you start to look at things differently and you start to realize, hey, I don't deserve that type of behavior. I don't deserve to have people in my life that's going to treat me like that. And I feel like this was the offshoot of that happening. Okay. Of them loving themselves. So it said, and working on themselves. So it says, I don't know if I read this or not. It says you're on the same page. You're not on the same page anymore. And maybe the healthiest thing is to stop pretending you are. So that's what happened. Your person came to see that this was not, the relationships, the people they were dealing with, they didn't want to deal with that shit anymore. They didn't deserve it. And they started to believe that something and someone, namely you, was better out there for them. And so they started working on that, right? Working on that and working towards that. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay. So we have Seven of Wands showing up here, and we have the Two of Swords. So this is your person realizing that he or she had red flags that they needed to take care of. They needed to pull their head out of the sand and really look at what was going on. And I feel like that's what they did. And then when they did that and they fell in love, with love with themselves and worked on their energy with this Seven of Wands, they started to stand their ground and not take certain things and started to push back on people who were trying to step on their toes or trying to, manipulate them or force them to do things that they didn't want to do. Okay. All right. Then we've got the infidelity card showing up here. So for some of you, your person has been cheated on, whether it was in a marriage or whether it was in a committed relationship or, whatever. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay. It says you shouldn't have to compete for the love you already committed to. No matter how sweet the apology, the trust has been irreversibly fractured. So this person this is gonna be somebody that comes into your life, Taurus, that all they see is you. You're the only person they want to be with. They're not entertaining anybody, even right now, while the two of you are living separately and you're not together and they're healing and you're healing. This person don't see nobody but you, is what Spirit is saying with this card. Okay. So we got the Four of Cups and the Page of Pentacles. So like I said, this person's had a lot of false starts, right? They've had a lot of days where they felt like this, where they felt like any and everything that could go wrong in their relationships did. Right? Like they had this cloud that was just following them around and it wasn't doing anything to anybody else, but it was solely on them. They had the boredom. They had the depression. They had the apathy when it came to their love life, because this is a horrible thing to be in a relationship with somebody and have them do this to you, right? So your person, how they say they take lemons and make lemonade. This person took the apples and made applesauce with the Page of Pentacles, because you see the apples on the card, right? So this is about them healing and coming out of this so that their intentions are to offer you everything, all the things that they want to have when it comes to a relationship. They're coming forward to offer them to you with the Page of Pentacles. Like I said, a grounded, stable, long-term relationship, but they're going to start slowly, and start small and let it grow into, we let the two of you work towards it together for it to grow. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get this card. Yeah. See, your person's been surrounded by a lot of tricksters. Okay. Surrounded with a lot of people who just wanted to manipulate. And so that's why your person, it's so important to them to get themselves together, to get all that shit out of their energy so that they don't attract that from anybody else. Okay. All right. So the last card we have here is jealous control. Okay. So this is another issue that this person has, because a lot of times your person will show up as like the King of Swords, right? Taurus. And so with the King of Swords, this is somebody with whom, like I said, they may have come from nothing, or, you know, for some of you, it could have been generational wealth, and they may have taken whatever wealth that they started with. And I feel like if they did start with wealth, it's way more, it's exponentially larger than what it was when they started. Okay. So with this jealous control card, you know, like I said, your person was surrounded by people who try to force themselves into their life, force them to do things they don't want to do, all of these types of things. And I feel like the same thing was going on with you. Okay. And your person is now sitting in the King of Swords energy, and the King of Swords is somebody that don't play. Okay. They're somebody very independent. They work hard to get to where they are, whether they started with money or not. And this is someone with whom they can afford to be very picky about who they allow into their life. And so this person is on alert about this type of shit. So that's why I tell y'all, when you get into a relationship with this person, one thing you got to understand about them is that they don't just go with anybody. They don't just pick anybody. They're very calculated in how they do that. And I don't mean calculated in a bad way, because sometimes people say calculating and it carries a negative connotation, but not in this instance. They're calculating because of all the shit that they've been through. And so they don't want to be like this with you, and they don't want you to be like this with them. Because I told you, this is somebody with whom you can't be going into the connection trying to control them, trying to tell them when they need to come home, what they need to do, and all this kind of stuff. Like I said, you can come into the relationship, like I said, with your list and tell them what it is you need to feel loved. But this is not somebody you order around, and they're not going to be trying to order you around neither. That's what I feel like, you know, Spirit is saying with this card. So it says, it's okay to feel it, but it's not okay to let it poison the relationship. Either work on building trust or be honest about what's broken. So this is going to be somebody that's going to be honest. They have every intention of coming to you, being completely and totally honest about the relationship, the state of affairs, how they feel about things, you know, what they feel like could be better, so on and so forth. And they're going to expect the same honesty and transparency from you. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay. So we have the Knight of Wands here, fire sign is someone with a lot of fire in their chart, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and we have the Star. Okay, this is Aquarius energy. So, like I said, this is going to be a very healing connection, because, like I said, I feel like you and this person are going to come together and really learn how to build a good relationship together. Okay, and it's also about, with the Knight of Wands, taking the risk and trusting this person that they're going to have your back, and them trusting you that you're going to have theirs as well. You know, being in a like a ride or die situation. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Yeah. So this is like a businessman or woman. They're going to be a provider, stability. This is like the King of Pentacles. Okay. So like I said, you and this person are going to see each other as lifetime relationship material. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get a message from your person, and then we'll get a message from Spirit before I let you go. Okay, so your person, it says distance. Though we are experiencing life in different locations right now, we are still so connected all the time. And like I said, even if it starts at a distance, I've told y'all this before, it'll start at a distance, but you will eventually end up coming together in some shape, form, or fashion. Okay. Then we have effortless. It says the universe supports our union, and our love will happen effortlessly. And one of the reasons why it's going to happen effortlessly, Taurus, is because your person is doing their work on themselves and you're doing your work on yourself. Okay. Or if you're not, you need to be doing it. Okay. Then we have intuition. It says, trust your intuition, for it knows the way to me. When you listen closely, love's whispers become clear. So your person and Spirit, you know, are both telling you that your intuition, even though you don't know the way to your person, your intuition knows it. Okay. All right. Let's get a message from Spirit before I let you go. Okay. So we have give your relationship a chance. It says work on your partnership. Okay. And the way you do that is working on yourself individually, independent of the connection, so that when the two of you come together, you'll both be, completely ready. Okay? All right, Taurus, I hope this helped. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye, Taurus.
Hi, Gemini. Welcome back to Lee's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to take a look at what is your person's true intentions when it comes to this relationship, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, it's for Gemini Spirit. What are their person's true intentions? Okay, Gemini. Overall energy for this reading is common interests. So it says shared passions, mutual hobbies, parallel curiosities. It's easy to bond when your worlds naturally overlap. So you and this person, as I've told you before, Gemini, you may look completely different from this person, right? They're going to be of a different race, a different background, different countries, could be different religions. They're going to be as different as they, as the two of you can be when it comes to the outside packaging. But on the inside, the things you've experienced, a lot of the things that the ways you think and the ways you move, your morals and your values are going to be very similar, okay? And also, when it comes to the things that you're interested in, you're going to have a lot of the same things you're going to be interested in, a lot of hobbies, things you like to do. And then I feel like you're going to turn this person on to some of the things that you like to do. And likewise, they're going to do the same for you. Okay. All right. Underneath this, we have future vision. So it says, this is not just about today. You both look ahead and see each other over there, and you're walking towards it hand in hand. So you and this person are going to come together, and you are going to have a vision of your future, of what it is that the both of you want to come together and build. And you're going to steadily work towards that in this connection. Okay. Both of you have come from painful pasts with the painful past card. And I feel like Spirit is just saying that this will be someone that can understand where you're coming from, and you can understand where they're coming from, because the both of you have experienced very similar situations or very similar, instances, things that you've gone through, both, together and separately in relationships with other people. Okay. Then we've got the new adventures card. So this person is going to come into your life, and I feel like light your life up. Because see, I'm looking at the sun here and all these rainbows in this card. And I feel like, this person is going to be your pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. This is going to be someone with whom you're going to be free to be yourself. You and this person are going to travel. You're going to have all types of exciting adventures. It's going to be, like I said, where the two of you come together and just create exactly what it is that you want to have together. Okay? All right. Let's clarify. Okay, so we've got the Fool, and we have the King of Pentacles. King of Pentacles is an earth sign, or someone with a lot of earth in their chart, towards Virgo, Capricorn. So I feel like what Spirit is saying is that, this is clarifying common interests, right? So I feel like Spirit is saying that you are both going to see each other as your life partner, and you're going to be ready to take the leap of faith with each other with the Fool, okay? I feel like the way you feel about this person is going to, I feel like, calm your nerves and make you resolved to want to take this leap with this person. Maybe at first you might be a little bit nervous about it, but I feel like the more and more you and this person are together, the more and more you're around each other, the more you're going to realize that this is your person, that they have nothing but good intentions, and that's what's going to make you want to take this leap of faith, okay? So we have several cards that fell. We have Past Life Love. We've got Dream Team. We have Avoid It. And then at the ending, we have Hot and Cold. So let's look at the Past Life Love card. It says there's an eerie sense of familiarity here, like picking up where you left off lifetimes ago. So like I said, you and this person have had many lifetimes together, okay? And you're just coming back around in order to do it again. As I've told you before, this other person from the past, this other person that's in your past now, the last person you dealt with, and all the other people in your past. You were not meant to be with them. That's why the connection was so tumultuous. It was because there were just lessons that you need to be, that needed to be learned. It wasn't somebody with whom you were going to be with for the rest of your life. Okay, so we have the Four of Wands showing up here, and we also have the Star, which is Aquarius energy. So you're going to create a life, a home, a marriage, a committed relationship with this person with the Four of Wands, and with the Star, there's going to be a lot of healing, okay? This person's going to be your wish come true. You're going to be theirs as well, okay? Okay. Next card we're going to look at is talking about the dream team. It says you don't compete, you combine, and together you're a force to be reckoned with. See, look at the hands. They're even the arms, they're different colors, right? So I feel like what Spirit is just saying is that, again, it's just furthermore of the same thing about how you and this person are going to come into each other's life, and you're both going to end up being better for it, all right? This is somebody that, like I said, is going to light up your life in ways that you can't ever imagine. You can't even imagine it's going to be the same thing for them. I feel like you're going to have questions about certain things that your person has answers to, and vice versa. They're going to have questions about certain things that you have answers to. And what that's going to be is going to be different for all of you, okay? But I feel like I said, you and this person, Spirit is showing me two pieces of a puzzle fitting together, all right? So you're going to realize, as I always tell you, why the things didn't work out with these other people, because you had to go through what you had to go through so that you could learn to love, honor, and appreciate a quality person when they finally came into your life, okay? Clarifying. Okay. So yeah, again, we've got the healing card here. I feel like this is also talking about you just being able to relax, to rest, Gemini. This person's going to be your safe space, right? It's going to be a situation where they want to always be the one that you come home to at the end of the day and, lay your problems and your burdens on. They want to be your best friend. They want to be the person that when something good happens to you, you're going to want to run and tell them first. They're going to want to be the first person to hear it. This person is going to be your biggest cheerleader. This is going to be a thing where, you have each other's back, okay? You always have each other's back, no matter what. Then we've got the Ace of Wands here. This is talking about the passion, right? This is a fresh, new, passionate start in love. There's going to be a lot of lust, a lot of, sexual tension, a lot of sexual palpability. Like I said, when you're out amongst people, like I told you, you're going to hear people say, get a room, all these other things, because you and this person have such a spark. You have such love and passion and excitement for each other that it's just going to be oozing out of your pores, okay? Okay, next card. We have avoidant, okay? It says they keep their distance to feel safe, but it leaves you feeling abandoned. That's not your failure, it's their fear. So I feel like your person's been through a lot of this, and you have as well. You've gotten into relationships with people that portrayed themselves to be someone open and loving and caring, just enough to reel you in. And once they feel like they had you, right, they turned, they took off the mask, their head spun around in the damn pea soup, spewed out of their mouth. And then all of a sudden you realize you needed a damn exorcism, and you need to get rid of this goddamn black hole that you brought into your life with the avoidant card, right? So I feel like this is Spirit just saying that both of you are healing from these types of relationships where you have people that are hot and cold and that are avoidant and don't open up to you and don't do these things to you. But like I said, a lot of it has to do with things that you experienced as a child. And so we keep pointing these things out to you and showing you these things because these are things that need to be looked at, okay? There's some type of belief that you had and that your person had that this is what you deserved because of something you experienced in the past. Like I said, whether it was from your family, your friends, family members, teachers at school. It could be anything, any type of thing going on, okay? All right, hold on. Let's clarify. So to to clarify the avoidant, I feel like what Spirit is saying is you're going from one end of the spectrum to the other, because we have the Page of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles here. This is earth energy. It's slow moving energy, but it's a lasting energy, right? We're talking about being grounded. You know, you're going to have your moments where you feel like you're up in the clouds with your person and you're on cloud 9, but it's also talking about, you know, permanence, right? Somebody moving slowly, but with intention. Someone who is, you know, ambitious. Someone with whom they have big dreams. Because there's a card in another deck that I have up here. And Spirit is showing me that card in my mind. And, you know, you and this person, I feel like, are going to be quietly going about your business, moving in silence and building up a massive empire together. Okay? Okay. So like I said, the outcome card is hot and cold. It says real love doesn't leave you confused. You deserve consistency, not the chaos of wondering which version of them you'll get today. Okay, so all of these things that you experienced were to keep you off kilter. It was to mess with your head in order to elicit a certain response from you, for you to not feel comfortable, for you to not feel safe. And like I said, this new person, they're coming in all about the comfortability, all about you feeling safe, all about, you know, bending over backwards. I see 11:11 on the clock. All about, you know, bending over backwards in order for you to feel as safe and as comfortable as you possibly can, because they are also wanting the same thing from you. Okay. So I just feel like, you know, it's just lessons learned. I know it sucks. I know a lot of times you feel, you know, bitter about it, about what you've been through and the things that you've gone through, and how you've had, you know, people come into your life and you would think that was the one. And then all of a sudden, you know, they break dance and do all that crazy shit, and then they walk away. And I feel like, you know, it was just what we signed up for. I know that doesn't sound, you know, nice. I know it's not comforting, but some people's paths and some people's roads in this lifetime are harder than others. And I feel like this collective, you know, me included, we've been through a lot of things. We just signed up for it. I feel like, you know, we're not from this universe. We're not from this realm. I feel like, you know, a lot of us, you know, we're earth angels, we're star seeds, we're all of these things, these titles that they give us. And I feel like the reason why you hear all these terms and things like that is because we're not from here. This is foreign to us. And I feel like that's why, part of the reason why it's so difficult is because, you know, wherever we come from, I feel like it's the complete and total opposite of this type of life. Okay, I feel like we come from a place that's very loving. We come from a place where there's a lot of light, where, you know, beings treat each other the way that they're supposed to treat each other, you know, so on and so forth. So a lot of times, in order to understand, because that's what they say when they talk about God, that's why God invented us. If you believe in God, you believe in source, you believe in, you know, the universe, whatever term you choose to use for, you know, that being. I feel like, you know, when they talk about it, they say that the reason why God invented, you know, us and the universe and the world and our lives and things like that is because they couldn't experience themselves. I'm saying they, because some people say God's a she, some people say God's a he. They couldn't experience themselves without being put into situations where you know, where there was some type of test or some type of experience in order to know what it is. Like, for instance, you can't appreciate good if you don't go through bad. You know, you can't appreciate the peaks if you don't go through the valleys. I feel like that's what this is all about, right? And it's also about us bringing light to this earth, okay? And so, like I said, you and this person have a mission. That's the reason why I'm talking about this, because you have a mission to do that. But in order to be able to do that, you had to go through, I guess, a quote-unquote initiation in order to Be prepared for this, because a lot of you are going to be thrust into the spotlight with whatever it is that you do. It's going to be, you know, a lot of scrutiny, a lot of eyes on you, and you're going to have to be able to deal with it. And so I feel like a lot of these lessons you learned and these circumstances and things you've gone through with different people, the reason why, Gemini, is for you to be able to handle the shit. You know, when you jump, what is it, out of the frying pan into the fire, it's about you being able to handle a lot of different things because you've already gone through so much shit. You know what I'm saying? And I know, like I said, that sucks. It don't make you feel no better, but this is what Spirit is telling me about our experience here, okay? All right, let's clarify. But like I said, Spirit is bringing you a helpmate, okay? They're bringing you somebody to where you don't have to do it alone anymore, where you and this person are going to be inseparable with each other, where, you know, you're going to overcome, you know, a lot of obstacles, a lot of hard times, where you're going to be able to come together and help each other and help each other heal and bring out the best in each other. And with the Three of Pentacles, this is about both of you, again, coming together and building the type of lifestyle you want to live, whatever type of healthy relationship you want to have, because this is true love. I tell y'all this all the time. That's why it's not popping up just like, you know, anything. That's why you don't see everybody in this type of relationship, because you had to earn this. You had to go through hell. If you listen to some tarot card readers that have gone through certain things, you'll experience they got dragged. Like me, same thing. They got dragged before they got to the point of where they are. Because like me, I couldn't help y'all and be effective as a tarot card reader if I didn't go through a lot of the shit that y'all have been through. Because you need to have somebody in your life or talking to you when they do something like this that truly understands what you've gone through. So that's why when some readers read twin flames and people that have been through stuff like that, and you could tell they don't believe it and all that kind of stuff, that's why it doesn't strike a chord with you. That's why you rolling your eyes and you don't fucking know what the fuck is going on, or you're trying to deny my experience because you don't believe in it. So like I said, there's a reason why certain things happen the way that they happen, even if we don't agree with them, or even if, we feel like it's fucked up on some type of level. Okay, hold on. I tell you, when I start I'm getting over this cold, and when I start to channel, my nose starts running. Okay, so now we're going to get some messages from Spirit. So this person's intention is just to come into your life and be, like I said, your helpmate, love on you, you love on them, and the both of you accomplish whatever it is that you came here to do, because everybody's mission is different, okay? And the way you're going to go about it is different, okay? So we got two cards that fell here from Spirit. So we have Serenity. It says, everything in and around me is in perfect harmony. This is the affirmation. So it says, you are moving into a time of greater inner peace and tranquility. The angels reassure you that peace of mind is within you. You can feel serene even in the midst of great turmoil. So it's about you meditating, journaling, whatever it is that brings you peace of mind. And as I told you, being very discerning about who you allow into your energy, okay? Then we've got trust showing up here. It says, regardless of the outcome, I am taken care of. The angels ask you not to worry about the resolution of the current situation. Instead of trying to solve the problem with sheer force, trust that you will get exactly what you need. So you can't be trying to bulldoze and push through this and make it show up when you want it to show up, because you don't want to fuck this up. You don't want to have come all this way, Gemini, and done all these things in order just for somebody to come into your life and not be ready. And then, like I said, you end up going through another separation, or you end up breaking up and the shit don't work out. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all, when y'all be upset and feeling butthurt in the comments and stuff like that, I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. Okay. But you have to understand that everything happens when it's supposed to happen, especially in our lives. It's like we've planned or mapped out all these things on the other side, and now we're just coming down here to experience the things that we're supposed to experience and learn what we're supposed to learn. And we have free will when it comes to certain things, but like I feel like the major events, it's going to happen when it's supposed to happen. That's what I feel like. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Let's see what they want to tell you. I hear you are my everything. That's what I hear from Mary J. Blige in my head. The minute I touch these cards, that's what I hear. Okay, so we have, I'm a letter person because of you. I feel more optimistic and full of life. So you know, you add to this person's life. You make them feel better. You make them feel like, you know, on top of the world. It's like he's sitting on top of the world. That's what I feel like you know, you bring to this person's life. Because like I said, the two of you are already energetically intertwined. You don't have to be in somebody's life in the 3D in order for somebody to have some type of effect on you, whether it's positive or negative, okay? So we've got, wow, it says, so this is what real love feels like, okay? We'll get one more. Then we have, I love our deep conversations. They open up my mind. Like I told you, you're going to be able to talk to this person about anything. The two of you are going to have all these long ass conversations. And I know y'all love to talk. Y'all know y'all are, you know, your air signs, you're very cerebral, and you like to, you like to be mentally attracted or mentally stimulated. Let me say it like that. You are attracted mentally to people, I feel like, first before anything else, okay? All right. Let me get one more, and then I'll get a message from another message from Spirit. So we have time will tell, and then we have we've been together for lifetimes. Just like I said, you and this person, you know, it's just like y'all are coming together. It's like it's one long movie, and you just it's just between lifetimes. Y'all are apart for whatever time you need to be apart in this lifetime, and then you come back together every lifetime. I feel like that's what happens. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna get a romance angel card to see what Spirit wants to tell you to close out the reading. Okay. So we have healing family issues. It says your love life benefits as you forgive your parents. So if you got any issues with your parents going on, you need to take a look at that, because I'm telling you, you know, if you got your mother issues or father issues or anything like that, it will show up in this connection with this person. Okay. And like I said, as much as some of y'all want this person to come into your life, you need to make sure you're doing everything to be prepared when they do finally show up, because they're going to finally show up. Because I had somebody today that just talked about the reading, the last all signs that I did last week. They just talked about how their person showed up, and everything I said that Spirit was saying, everything has happened to them. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, just because it's not coming when you say it's going to come or when you want it to come, it doesn't mean it's not going to come, Gemini. It just means that something's not ready. You're not ready. They're not ready. Because like I said, some of your people are dealing with addictions or some type of hardcore shit that they need to deal with. And you got hardcore stuff too, because this stuff stems from childhood. And some of y'all been carrying this shit around all your lives. And it's time for you to clean house. I see somebody, you know, when they show in the movie somebody like sweeping out their house, and they got a broom and they got the door open and they sweeping dust out of their house. That's what Spirit is showing me. So some of you got to clean house and get rid of some of this shit to be open and to be ready for this person. Some of y'all are just sitting around and you're not doing the healing. I'm not saying it's everybody, but these cards wouldn't be coming up if everybody was doing what they were supposed to do. So Spirit is telling you, it's not just one specific thing. You have to get the areas of your life together, because this is about you reinventing yourself as a whole new person, because you're stepping into a whole new timeline to be open to this love, because you got to be on a certain level in order to have this type of person in your life. Okay. And it requires you to do different things. You have to move differently than you did before. Okay. All right, Gemini, I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye. Hi, Cancer. Welcome back to Leigh's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we are going to see what your person's true intentions are. Okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Let's go. Okay, so for Cancer Spirit, what are their person's true intentions? Okay. All right, Cancer. overall energy for this reading is mutual growth, okay? So it says you inspire each other to become the highest versions of yourselves, and your love is the container for that evolution. So you and this person, like I've told y'all this before, even before I ever had this deck, that you're going to want to be your best self with this person, and they're going to want to be their best self with you. And I feel like you're both going to each be a catalyst for that. So it's like one of you will see the other one evolve in some type of way, and it will make you wistful and want to, do that yourself. You're like, oh, they're doing this, I want to do it too. It's like you're going to feed off of each other, okay? Amp each other up. We have healthy habits showing up here as well. I feel like this person, if you're not someone that normally takes care of themselves, I feel like, or if you do take care of yourself, this person's going to make you escalate that. Not make you do it, but you're going to feel influenced to do it. Okay? So it's like some of you, your person, they stay in tip-top shape. We see these cards all the time. There are cards where I show you messages from your person, and there's actually a card of a guy in the gym, and he's all cut up, and it says best self, and it talks about how they're trying to, the message is from your person saying they're trying to be their best self for you. And so I feel like it's in body, mind, and spirit. It's not just, their personality or just the healing and things like that. It's other things, because we talk about this all the time. Like, I feel like a lot of your exes, all they cared about, Cancer, was the outside, right? They didn't give a fuck about what was going on the inside. Like I say, on the outside, they would look good. And then on the inside, they'd be a goddamn black hole. They just be all black and all nasty. And I feel like with this healthy habits card, it's just going to be another thing where the both of you amp each other, right? If you're the person that takes care of yourself, you're going to influence this person and make them want to do more, or vice versa, okay? So it says healthy habits. Your shared commitment to a healthier life amplifies your connection. This is an upgrade for the body, mind, and spirit, okay? Then we have sexual chemistry. We talk about this all the time. It's off the charts. You're not going to be able to take keep your hands off each other. You want to tear each other's clothes off. So that's why I said it's going to be difficult, even though Spirit wants you to go slowly in this connection. It's going to be difficult for you to do that because of the strength of the chemistry between the two of you, because it's going to be unlike anything the both of you have ever experienced before. So it says sexual chemistry. The spark is undeniable. Your bodies speak a language your minds haven't even fully translated yet, okay? One of the both of you may have come from a broken home, and this is about you healing yourself and having those coming to Jesus moments and dealing with whatever brokenness, you picked up. Not saying you're a broken person, but things that you've experienced that, like I said, that chipped away at your self-esteem, like some of these people that you dealt with in the past. It's about you, healing those things, putting them back together so that you can step into this connection and have a healthy experience with your person and vice versa. Okay? All right. So we're going to start by clarifying the mutual growth card. Okay. All right. So we've got caught up in the emotion. So like I said, you and this person, let me tell you this. You know how everybody tries to tell you because you're a water sign, this is a water sign thing. Only water signs understand this. How, because you're, emotional and stuff like that, that is, that's fucked up, that's too much, you this and that, and it's too much, you too much. This person is going to allow you to be all caught up in your emotions, do whatever the fuck you want to do, and they ain't going to have a damn problem with it. Actually, they're going to welcome it. It's like the things that people have always hated about you or talked down to you about, this person's going to fucking love it, okay? And vice versa, all right? Then we have the Ace of Swords here. It says breakthrough and awareness. So there's going to be, breakthroughs. There's going to be a lot of communication, a lot of honesty, a lot of truths between you and this person. Like I said, it's just going to be a fresh new thing in your life where I feel like I said, there was no authenticity because nobody wanted to allow you to be yourself. What did I just tell you, right? They telling you, you too emotional, you too much. You spewing all these emotions on me and all this kind of stuff, and because they didn't know how to deal with it, that was their shit. Let me tell you that. That was their shit. It had nothing to do with you. The way you are okay the way that you are, okay? Displaying your emotions and being who you truly are. There is nothing wrong with that. That's the way that God made you, okay? So with this Ace of Swords card, you're going to find out that this is the truth. The things that I'm telling you are the truth. You are the way you are. There is nothing wrong with you. You are a beautiful person just the way that you are. Okay? All right. So we've got 4 cards that fell here. We have chosen family. We have faking it. We have open heart, if I can pick it up. And then we have spiritual match, okay, as the outcome. So with chosen family, you and this person are going to create an amazing family with each other, okay? It says you've created your own definition of family, and this love feels like home in every way that matters. So these are going to people, you know how they tell you you can't choose your family. In this instance, you can, okay? Some of you have had to walk away from family members because they stabbing you in the back. They treating you worse than fucking strangers out on the street, out on the street treat you. And so with this chosen family card, this is spirit telling you, you didn't get to pick these people, or if you did, you picked them on the other side before you came in. You picked them to learn certain lessons, but now you're getting to choose exactly who you want to have in your life and who you don't, okay? All right, let's clarify. See, look, Hierophant, Taurus energy, spiritual, it says spiritual advisement, but this is talking about a higher level of commitment. It's talking about you and this person, you know, getting married or being in a long-term committed relationship, if that's what you're wanting. You know, the two of you being 2 peas in a pod, loving the fuck out of each other. It's a beautiful thing, okay? Hold on. Okay, then we have resurrection. It says this ain't dead. I feel like the reason why this is coming up is because, you know, I feel like this is twofold, this card. Resurrection, this ain't dead, is saying that this person is coming back, like I said, from a past life, coming into this life with you, and y'all are, you know, y'all are doing it all over again. So that's what we're talking about with that. But I also feel like this is the twin, okay? The last person you dealt with, they're saying that they coming back and that this ain't dead because they feel you moving on, and they feel you, you know, pretty much giving them the middle finger and walking on, okay? All right. So next card we're going to look at, it says faking it. It says you've built a picture perfect love for the outside world, but behind closed doors, you're unraveling. This may have been the status quo for you and your person in separate other connections that you were in before the two of you came together, right? This is about you, I feel like, we're telling people, or the way it looked in the beginning was like this was the perfect relationship, not this connection, but old connections. And I'm talking about you and your person, the new person, but in other connections before this. You were all happy. You were like, oh, this is, you know, this got to be the one, this and this and that and all this kind of stuff. And I feel like after a while, once the person got comfortable, started to take off their damn mask and show you who the fuck they really were, it was a situation where it all started to unravel, and some of you felt like you had to like, I don't know, fake it, you know, fake it and make it look like, you know, put up a facade and make people think, you know how they tell you on Instagram, they tell you these people be showing you these, you know, these pictures and these videos like they just got the perfect relationship, and then you come to find out he beating the shit out of her, or you know, she all in the streets cheating, or whatever the hell is going on. It's like that type of thing where people are trying to make it look like it's one thing when it's actually something else. And so Spirit is telling you that it's going to be, you're putting an end to this, okay? That's why, you know, we talk about what I always say, the fucking healing and making sure that you're okay, because so that you don't have to get dragged, you don't have to go through this type of stuff again. Because I tell y'all this too. It's not like this person can't display these things if you still have certain thoughts and certain limitations in your mind, okay? So look at this Cancer. Somebody, okay, let me say this. Somebody in the comments for y'all said last week that the all signs I did, that Cancers were the word. They said that they watched all of the video, all of the signs, right? And that Cancers by far was the worst reading. So right now, y'all got the best damn reading. Because look at what's coming up. The Queen of Cups, Scorpio energy, the Lover's card. You got more, these cards, okay, it's like usually the way these cards work, the ones with the colors in it are the positive things. and the ones that are like green and black and stuff like this, these are the you could consider the negative cards. You only have one negative card. All the other cards are positive. So it's like Spirit heard y'all, heard what this person was saying, and they're showing you have a beautiful future awaiting you. So you got the Queen of Cups showing up here, and you have the Lovers card. So Spirit is telling you, you're going from a past to where it was all fucked up, where you felt like you had to fake it, where, you know, if it looked like this at all, it looked like this for about 5 seconds, and then the next thing you know, it you know, slowly, you know, devolved into this. And so with the Queen of Cups and the Lovers card, which is Gemini energy, Spirit is telling you, you have a lot of love to give. Your person has a lot of love to give. The both of you are going to choose to be in this connection and work hard at it and do what it is that you need to do. So like I said, you're going to vibe on every level, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. This is going to be unlike any type of connection you've ever been in. Okay. All right. So whoever that was that left that comment in the thing, now you can eat your words, because this you got the best reading, okay, this week so far of all of the signs that I've done. Okay. So we've got, look, hearts that speak the same language. That is what is going on with you and your person. Like I said, you both been carrying around all this love. You both been wanting to give it to someone. You both been wanting to share it with each other, you know, share it with someone, and you're going to get the chance to share this with each other. That's why I tell y'all the preparation time, this time that you're apart, is so very important. Even though you don't want it, even though it's not what you see, but everything's not gonna fall into place at the time that you want it to fall into place. And like I said, a lot of this is about patience and about you understanding that you're not driving the bus when it comes to this situation, okay? Like I told you, you may have certain things that you're in control of. You have free will, and you have certain things that you're in control of. But when it comes to this, you're not in control of it, because it's you and somebody else. And you can't see what's going on in this person's life. All you can see is what Spirit is showing you and what is happening in your life. And the same thing with your person. They may watch you and know certain things about what's going on in your life, but they don't know the whole thing. They don't know the whole story. Okay? All right. The next card, it says open heart. It says together. Hold on. Let me let this train go by. Okay, so we've got open heart here. It says together you're unlocking new levels of intimacy, because real love begins where the walls come down. So you and this person, it's about y'all getting to a point to where you're so, oh gosh, you're so comfortable and so safe. You feel so safe with each other to you just, you throwing open the door, to your hearts to each other, because the more you're able to do that, Cancer, the better this connection is going to be. Okay. And like I said, if you can't trust nobody else, Spirit is telling you this is the person you can trust, because they've been through the same fucking shit you've been through. And so if anybody is going to protect your heart and have your back, it's going to be somebody that's gone through the same thing you've gone through, because those are the only people that can understand it. I said this in the last reading for Gemini. This is a thing where me as a reader, I couldn't come here and read and do these readings for y'all if I hadn't gone through things, if I hadn't been dragged to, because I would never clearly understand your situation. And think about other readers that you may listen to that have talked about, and it's nothing against them, but that have talked about twin flame connections, and they haven't been through a twin flame connection, and some of them don't even believe it. And so I'm sure the inauthenticity comes through because they haven't experienced it, right? So they don't know, they don't have a clue what you go through, right? So all they can do is do the best that they can. And like I said, again, nothing against them, but I feel like that is why I, read for y'all, because I've been through it, okay? And I understand exactly what you're going through, and I'm able to commiserate with you and to understand your plight and what's happening in your life, okay? But you got some beautiful things coming. This is the future placement in this reading, okay? Is that you and this person opening yourselves up to each other and, having each other's back. So we have rest and recovery before a restart. So that's what Spirit is telling you. This is a time for you to get yourself together. This is a time for you to police yourself. If there's anything that you need to get together. Like I told you, career, your body, your mind, you know, your emotions, anything like that that needs to be gotten together. You changing your environment, because some of y'all living with, you know, living in a hellish environment, and you need to get the fuck out. So you need, all of that has to take time, because you can't be open to a relationship like this and have your heart fully open if you're so worried and anxious and stressed out about things that you haven't had a chance to deal with yet. Okay? All right. Okay, so look, we got the Knight of Swords here. It says a decisive action. Your person may ride a motorcycle, because I'm being drawn to the motorcycle here. This is about, you know, this person coming into your life, excuse me, coming into your life to sweep you off your feet out of nowhere. And it's going to be a thing where, you know, as soon as it happens, you know, certain things, certain decisions got to be made. But if you still trying to fix certain areas of your life, you're going to be distracted. You're not going to be able to give this 100% of your attention, or it could be a thing where whatever it is that you need to work on needs 100% of your attention, and then this person comes in and distracts you, and then you're dropping the ball in other areas of your life where you need to be hanging on. Okay? All right. So the outcome card, as I showed you before, is spiritual match. It says your energy fields are in tune, calling each other home. Together, you amplify each other's light and life, I feel like. Okay, I don't feel like that was a Freudian slip. I feel like that's the truth. You know, you're amplifying each other on all levels. And I feel like with this spiritual match card, this is just spirit telling you, you know, this person is going to be nothing but a complete and total blessing in your life. And I feel like you know, they're going to see you as the same thing in theirs. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay. We got road to recovery showing up here. So like I said, your person or you or the both of you may have some type of addiction you got to deal with. Doesn't have to be alcohol. Doesn't have to be anything illicit. It just could be, you know, something that needs to be dealt with. Like I told you, overworking, I don't know, too much eating, too much spending of money, you know, it could be anything. But whatever this is, that's what Spirit is saying, is that I feel like this connection is going to put you on a road to recovery as well, because you've been through a lot of shit. Okay. So we got the Three of Pentacles showing up here. It's talking about collaboration. You and this person coming together and being a true team. Okay, because look at the hands, holding hands, and then look at the lights around the arms. It's like you and this person are going to be intricately entwined in each other's lives in every possible way, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. Okay, all right. Let's get some messages from Spirit. Then we're going to get some messages from your person. Okay, let's see what Spirit wants to tell you. So we have rebirth. Show you the card. It says, I'm in constant bloom. I am refreshed, rejuvenated, and reborn. It says you have entered a period of spiritual awakening and rebirth, where you have the opportunity to align with your higher self and the overarching principles that guide you. The angels say to be prepared to be the best you can be. Okay? Okay. Let me get some messages from your person now. Let's see what they want to tell you. Okay, so we have, I hear Michael Jackson, I can't stop loving you. It says, I can't stop thinking about you. Then we have, I know one day we will find our way back to each other. Okay. I've been thinking about the last time I saw you. Like I told you, some of your people are already, they're either you're in the same vicinity, some type of way. Like, you know, you may work together. You may be in the same friend group. It may be some place that you work that this person comes to, or vice versa. It's going to be different for all of you, because I'm reading for thousands of people. Okay. All right. Let me get a few more messages, and then we're going to get some messages from Spirit before I close out. Okay, we've got, I'm tired of running. You know who that's from. I'm going to put that, I'm just going to put it back in the deck. Let's get another card. Okay, we've been together for lifetimes. And then I dream about you at night, okay? So like I said, you're always on this person's mind. They don't ever, I feel like they don't ever not think of you. All right, let's get these romance angel oracle cards and see what Spirit wants to tell you. So we've got free yourself. It says it's time to take back control of your life. So that's what this period is about you cutting the cords and eliminating the people in your life or the situations in your life that have you tied up, because you got to be open, you got to be free, you got to be ready for this person to come in, because this person is going to encompass your whole life and you're going to be the same way for them. And so you can't still be holding on to old fucking people or you know, things that are taking up your attention, people that are like leeching off your energy and stuff like that, and still think you're going to be able to have a full cup and be able to give your cup to this new person, because it just don't work like that, okay? Then we've got retreat here. It says it's time to disconnect from the world. So like you and this person, I feel like, you know, you're going to be, you know, going off together. I feel like when you come together, it's going to be a thing where you're going to take time. I feel like you're going to realize the importance of this relationship, and you're going to disconnect from the world and take the time to spend time only with this person in order to establish your foundations with each other. Okay? All right, Cancer. I hope you like this reading. Whoever that was that put that comment in the thing now. Like I said, eat it, because you got a good read. You know I don't mean it like that. You know I love y'all. Okay, I hope this helped. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there's a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye, Cancer. Hi, Leo. Welcome back to Lee's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we are going to take a look at what your person's true intentions are, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. This is for Leo Spirit. What are their person's true intentions? Okay. Leo, your overall energy for this reading is the catalyst flame. So it says, what if this connection isn't meant to last, but to help you prepare for the one that is? I feel like what Spirit is talking about with this card are your past relationships, okay, and your person's past relationships. All the relationships that you were in the past and your person were all of it were, you know, all of them were catalysts for this relationship, okay? Because I feel like it's a situation where you had to go through the tough things to learn the lessons and to be able to be in an energy where you not only appreciate the other person, but the other person appreciates you, and the both of you understand where the other person is coming from because you've had a lot of similar experiences, okay? Underneath this is healthy habits. So you and this person, I feel like, are going to push each other to greatness. And what I mean by that is that, you know, even if you're a person that eats healthy now, or you try your best to, I feel like, you know, one of you may be more entrenched in this than the other. So one of you may be more of a healthy eater than the other one. And I feel like this similarity between the two of you is just basically going to augment it and make it better. Like you're going to become more of a healthy eater because of your person, or vice versa. Okay. Underneath this is common interests. So it's just talking about you and this person sharing a lot of different hobbies and things that you like to do. And I've said this for a lot of other signs. I'm saying it for you as well. I feel like you're going to, you know, introduce your person to new things, and they're going to introduce you to new things as well. And I feel like you're also going to find common hobbies that the two of you can find an interest in together that maybe you didn't, you know, that you didn't do before you met each other. Okay. This is a relationship that's going to be based on mutual growth. So like I said, you're going to inspire each other to be the best person that you can be. And I feel like there's no better relationship than one like that. So this person is going to bring out all your most positive qualities, and I feel like you're going to do the same for them. Okay. Then we have weathered storms here. It says this love has weathered storms and you're still sailing. That says more than any other picture perfect moment could ever. So I feel like this is just Spirit telling you that anything you and this person go through, and you know, whereas with other relationships and other situations, it would have torn you apart. But with you and this person, it's just going to bind you together even more. You're going to be an even more you're going to have an even more stronger relationship because of the things that you've gone through, okay? All right, so we're going to start by clarifying the catalyst flame, okay? Here we go. Okay, so we've got time is up, took too long, and I feel like this is fitting for the Catalyst Flame card because it's talking about all these people from the past that you dealt with and the people that your person dealt with, and Spirit is just saying that they're going to be trying to show up in your life after the two of you have sailed off together, and it's just going to be too little too late, okay? We have the Ace of Swords showing up here. This is talking about a relationship that's going to be built on trust, communication, a lot of honesty, a lot of transparency with the Ace of Swords, okay? Incidentally, let me tell you, there was somebody in the comments this past week that left me a comment that was telling me that their person has finally shown up. And she was saying basically that everything that Spirit was giving y'all in these readings came true. So I'm giving you this to tell you that just because it's taking longer than you thought it would for this person to show up, it does not mean that this person is not coming. Like I said, they have to come when it's time for them to come. Because if this person comes into your life too early, or, and one or the both of you are not ready, and then it ends up being a disaster, I feel like you'd be even more pissed off than the wait, you having to wait. And I feel like for a lot of you, this is a test of patience. Because a lot of you are not patient, and I can tell in the comments when you're like, where is it doing? Why are they not here? Oh my God, are they ever going to show up as a fairy tale? And I'm like, why are you flipping out like that? Because if you were doing what you were recommended to do, and you listen to what Spirit is telling you, you won't be getting frustrated because you'll be so entrenched in your own life and making sure that you're ready, that you won't be worrying about this person. You have to trust and know that this person is coming. It's just like when you order a package at Amazon. You know the damn package is coming, and there are instances where even though you have 2-day delivery, if you got Prime, sometimes it still don't come on time, right? If you order something during Christmas, I remember this past Christmas, all of the packages was jacked up because everybody's trying to order things at one time, and it's not always going to show up when you want it to show up, even when you have a guarantee with Prime. So I'm trying to give you an example that in any instance in your life, it could be a situation where something's supposed to show up. I'm sure you've ordered food before and it came late. It didn't come on time. So it's the same thing with this. You can't, like I said, just because Spirit is telling you that this person is coming and they're reinforcing that for you every week, it does not mean that, they telling you it's going to show up at 12 o'clock on the 23rd of this year at whatever time. They're not telling you that. So the fact that you getting upset is telling me that you're not listening to what is being said to you. Because like I said, you got to understand, and I'm talking to all the signs. I ain't just talking to y'all, that good things come to those who wait. You don't know what's going on with your person other than what Spirit is letting you know. Okay, this person is a whole full person, just like you're a whole full person. And so just like you have things that throw a wrench into your plans, I'm sure your person has the same thing happen to them. So this is about, like I said, it's about trust, because a lot of y'all got fucking trust issues, okay? And if you don't believe me, why is this card showing up in your overall energy pile? It was up under the last card, the Weathered Storms card, right? So this is about you learning how to trust. And it's an instance where it's you learning how to trust in all areas of your life, with all the people and places and things that you're going to be dealing with in your life, and not just, whatever you see or whatever you hear, because you in a supernatural connection. You are, right? Because if there's telepathy, there's all these things that other people, some of y'all are afraid to talk to other people about because it sounds like you're crazy. All of us can't be hallucinating, okay? And the fact that you're in an otherworldly connection, that should tell you that everything is not going to flow the way you think it should. And just because you think it's supposed to go that way, that doesn't mean that Spirit agrees, okay? Like I said, you got to be grateful that Spirit is even sharing this information with you and letting you know that this person is going to show up in your life. But like I said, this is about you putting your nose to the grindstone and worrying about your stuff, and stop expecting this person to come. Because see, this is what it is. When you are getting upset about this person showing up, a lot of it has to do with, I feel like, unrealistic expectations. It's like y'all are expecting this person to solve some kind of problem in your life when you're the person that's supposed to solve all the problems. It's not them, because you can't expect this person to come into your life and you dump all your shit on them and just walk away and be like, you deal with it. Okay? This is about you bucking up and realizing you got issues just like everybody else, and this person has issues just like you do, but they are taking the stance, even with addictions and all these kinds of things. They're taking a stance to say, this is my shit, I have to clean it up, I owe it to myself and the person that I love, meaning you, to clean my shit up, so when I come in, I'm the right way. Okay, so if they come in and you all, oh, why it took you so long? How do you think this person's gonna react? After they doing all of this stuff, they bend it all over backwards. They got all these feelings for you, and they all excited about coming into your life. But all you can think about is the fact that they should have been here last year and they didn't show up then. You see what I'm saying? I keep trying to get y'all to see how you coming off, because it's not good. Okay, I understand you've been through a lot of shit. I understand you got people that stabbed you in the back and did all these things. It happened to me too. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is you have a tremendous and beautiful gift that is coming your way. And y'all got to stop with the disrespect, because that comes off very disrespectful to spirit. The fact that y'all are, all you not caring about what spirit is telling you, that they're blessing you with this gift, that after all the bullshit you've been through, you finally going to hit the jackpot. But I feel like some of y'all are self-sabotaging yourselves by fucking saying these things you saying in the comments, and oh, well, I don't want nobody if you ain't gonna give it to me when I want. Do you see how that sounds? How that look? It look crazy. It looks crazy how some of y'all are coming out. I ain't talking to all of y'all. Those of you that are acting crazy in the comments, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Oh, it's just, I guess, saying stuff like they guess they gonna be dead and all this kind of stuff before the person comes in. And I'm like, how disrespectful. You are being blessed with true love, something that not everybody in this world is gonna be able to have access to or experience in this lifetime. And there's other people out there that's having, I'm sure, way harder fucking lives than we having. But you about to get this beautiful gift from spirit, and all you can focus on is having a fucking tizzy fit because the person ain't showing up when you think you ready. But I keep telling y'all, divine timing is not about your fucking ego. It is about your soul. And when your higher self say you ready and spirit say you ready, that's what it's about. Okay, so some of y'all need to have several seats and stop bugging out in the comments, because that's not going to make the person come any faster. I said, because if I was spirit, you know what I would do? I would slow that shit down. The more you complained, I would slow it down even more. Because I'm telling you, and I feel like for some of y'all, that is what they're doing, because you're being disrespectful. You're telling them that, yeah, you giving me, but you ain't giving it to me when I want it, so I don't want it. That sounds hostile. It sounds crazy. It sounds like all you care about is what the fuck you get. You ain't worried about, this other person and what could be going on with them or what is going on with you, because the fact that you flipping out like that, it's something else you need to heal. That's why I tell some of y'all, when you going off in them comments, are you fucking healed? Because that type of thing is not showing me somebody healed. Somebody healed is patient. They're trusting. They know what they deserve, and they know that eventually they're gonna get it. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. So some of y'all need to stop with the kirking out and all the crazy stuff you doing and stuff like that. Because I'm telling you, y'all keep doing it, I'm gonna start blocking you. I'm gonna start blocking you. I don't care how long you've been watching me. I don't care how long, whatever's whatever, because that's a form of disrespect. And it's like you telling spirit no, and you're not gonna disrespect my spiritual team, because my spiritual team have my back. They ain't always, like I said, they're not here to feed your fucking ego. They're here to give you what they feel like you deserve when the time is right. And no amount of lollygagging or complaining or bitching and moaning is gonna make it come any faster. Because I'm telling you, I keep trying to tell you, I know about my spiritual team. My spiritual team don't fucking play. And so if that's how y'all coming off, I feel like some of y'all spiritual team is the same way. And they like, no, you ain't ready, because you need to chill out. You need to focus on your life, and you need to stop worrying about this thing. It's not like, you know, because think about it. What if the person never show up? Is it the end of your world? Is it the end of your life? Is it that you're not going to be able to live your life? You're going to be disappointed for the rest of your life if this person don't show up in your life? That's the question I'm asking you, because if you feel like you got to have somebody in your life to be whole, you are not fucking healed. You are not healed, not by a long shot. And you need to take your ass back to the drawing board and start to heal again. See, I ain't went off on y'all in a long time. And apparently Spirit is pissed off, because I didn't expect, when I sat down at this table, I wasn't in this type of mood. But as soon as I touched these cards, that's what just started flying out of my mouth. So it's not coming from me, it's coming from Spirit. So I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Stop being disrespectful. Stop having a lack of trust. You saying you want to be in a relationship with somebody, but you can't even trust Spirit to know that they got your back and that the person's going to show up when they're supposed to show up. You know, some of y'all, I just, like I said, I don't know. I'm questioning, because like I say, some of y'all, you know, because a lot of y'all like to shout out, you healed, you healed, you healed. But if you really healed and you belly aching in the damn comments, or you complaining to yourself, or whatever it is you're doing, you ain't fucking healed. You are not healed. You can sit up and tell me that shit all day long, but the way you act is the number one indicator if you're healed or not. And if you belly aching and talking shit in the comments, you ain't healed. You just want what you want when you want it. And, you know, I don't know if some of y'all are spoiled, or if you feel like because you feel hard done by because you went through all this bullshit in life. Hey, guess fucking what? We all have. Because if I'm sitting here talking to you, I told you, I've been through a lot of the same shit y'all been through. But you don't hear me coming on here talking about, where he at? I mean, you get frustrated. Everybody gets frustrated. That's a normal part of life, but it's how you react. It's what you do with it, you know? Some of y'all need to go sit and meditate. You need to pick up a fucking journal and write down what you got to write down. You need to have a come to Jesus moment to yourself, because you are bugging the fuck out for no goddamn reason, okay? And like I said, you throwing a wrench in your own shit when you act like that. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. But if you don't want to listen, it is what it is. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so we got all these cards that fell. We have opposites align. We've got bickering. We have future vision. And we have infidelity showing up here. Okay, so let's take a look at opposites align. So it says, they bring what you lack and you offer what they need. This is the beautiful alchemy of complementary energies. So this is about you and this person being opposites. Like I told you, on the outside, you look nothing alike. Like I said, different backgrounds, different countries, different religions. It's going to be different for everybody. And it's also talking about, even though, you know, you have these differences on the inside, you've had a lot of similar experiences. You've dealt with a lot of, you know, jacked up people and jacked up situations. Okay, hold on. Let me turn on this light, because it's getting too dark in here. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so let's clarify this card. Okay, so we've got two cards that fell here, or three. And then the first two, it says deep, dark times and isolation. I need time alone. Okay, this could be you. It could be your person. Some of you could be going through dark night of the soul. Then we have hearts that speak the same language. Like I said, you may not look alike, right? But on the inside, where it matters, everything is aligned, okay? All right. Then we have this third card that fell, Knight of Chalices. This is normally the Knight of Cups. Water sign, or someone with a lot of water in their chart, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. And this is talking about, you know, you and this person coming together, you know, being open and honest and transparent about your feelings, laying your you know, your heart on your sleeve, laying it all out on the table, letting, you know, both people know, both people letting the other one know how you feel. It's the truth, the transparency, all of this, the honesty. Okay, next card, it says bickering. Okay, it says you're speaking, but neither of you is listening. The real problem isn't what you're fighting about, it's how you're fighting. So this is a warning for spirit, okay? Y'all have been in relationships where you've bickered and stuff like that. And this is about y'all understanding that you can't take them old time tactics that you used in these old relationships and bring them into this new relationship, because this person's not going to have this type of stuff. You're going to have to learn how to work things out in a healthy way, and they're going to have to do the same thing with you, okay? So with this, you know, you gotta, it's gonna behoove you. That's why I tell y'all, you make sure you doing the things you doing, because this type of relationship, you've never been in this type of relationship before, and it's gonna be up to you and this person to work it out and to get yourself together. And it's about you moving in healthy ways. So we've got, see, road to recovery showing up here, okay? Because this, you know, you can't be in this connection being a rageaholic or being all these crazy things with the road to recovery. And then we got the King of Wands showing up here. Fire sign or someone with a lot of fire in the chart, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So this person is coming in. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of passion between the two of you. This person wants to be your protector. They want to have your back. But you can't go into this relationship with this person being disrespectful and treating them any kind of way and think they're going to be okay with this, because this is somebody that will fucking drop shit and walk the fuck away, because they've been through abusive relationships just like you have. And so that's why it's about you policing your fucking self and they policing they self, so that, you know, you don't repeat the things that have happened to you in the past, okay? All right. Okay, so the next card we have here, it says future vision. So it's talking about, you know, you and this person creating the vision of what you want to have in the relationship. It says it's not just about today. You both look ahead and see each other there, and you're walking towards it hand in hand, okay? So it's about, like I said, you and this person coming together and working together to build the type of connection you want. And it start, look, with the Hermit card, healing, okay? You have to be healed in order to be in a healthy relationship. Like I tell you, Leo, you got to be what you want from this person. You got to show up that same way. It's not one-sided. It's not you get the win, you know, you get the jackpot and the other person just get whatever you are. It's not that. You both got to be on the same level. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Otherwise, this is going to fuck this up. So we've got social media got me in trouble. So it's about, you know, some of y'all, you know, backing up off of the social media or whatever it is, you know, with this card. Or it could be that you experience relationships, okay? It could go either way. It could be that you experience relationships where your person was consumed with social media. They was messing around with people on social media or liking people's pictures and doing all kind of disrespectful stuff on social media, okay? And then we've got ready to release this love block. It's about whatever blocks, whatever things that have happened to you, you doing what you need to do to release them. And so Spirit is telling you right here, they're showing you with the Hermit card, these things need to be dealt with, okay? All right, next card, the last card, it says infidelity. It says you shouldn't have to compete for the love you already committed to. No matter how sweet the apology, the trust has been irreversibly fractured. So you may have been in relationships, Leo, where you were cheated on, okay? I feel like your person, you know, it's a possibility for them to have been through this too, because this card comes up a lot for the other side, for your person. So this is about, you know, dealing with trust issues, you know, coming to Jesus about certain things, dealing with those negative thoughts and limiting beliefs, because when you have something like this happen to you, it fucks with your trust. That's why we got that trust issues card showing up here too, okay? Because it's like, it doesn't, like I keep trying to tell y'all, it doesn't just, because a lot of y'all think that, oh, that was only coming up because the other person triggered that in me. But that's not how it works. If it wasn't there to begin with, there would have been nothing to trigger. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Like, for instance, if somebody says something about you, you know the shit's not true, right? If they tell you something in an effort to goad you, right, to get you, to make you upset, and you know that shit ain't true, 9 times out of 10, you're going to laugh at it. You're going to be like, okay, or just be like, okay, if that's what you want to believe or whatever. But, you know, I know that's not the truth, right? But if it's a trigger, you're going to get upset some type of way by it, is what Spirit is trying to get you to understand. And so There may have been infidelity that you saw growing up in your household, or it could have been some stuff that happened with your friends. You might have seen that with your friends, like your friends may have gone through a divorce. I mean, your friends' parents may have gone through a divorce because of infidelity. But like I said, there was something, or like I said, whatever it was, some of you experienced this in your relationships, okay? And so it's about you dealing with those trust issues that have stemmed from these types of things so that this doesn't show up anymore. Because I keep telling you, don't think that just because this is your soulmate or this is your person, that your thoughts won't have them come in acting a certain way because you didn't heal what you were supposed to heal, okay? All right, let's clarify. So we've got all truth will be revealed. Okay, so that's just spirit saying whatever's in the dark is going to come to light. Then we have observing every action. So, you know, you're being watched. I told you you're being watched by past connections, and you're also being watched by this new person. And then we have the Queen of Swords coming up here. So it's about, you know, being in this energy, you know, where you've repressed your emotions. If this was you that dealt with the infidelity, or your person, having these repressed emotions and digging this shit up and healing it, because this right here will fuck up a relationship quicker than anything. But the trust thing does too. And that's where, this is one of the things, like I just said, that trust stems from, that the lack of trust stems from, is somebody betraying you in some type of way, right? Either through word, thoughts, or deeds, right? So that's what Spirit is talking about with this, and these things, that's why we have these readings every week, because we're pinpointing, Spirit is pinpointing things that you need to take a look at, and you need to make sure that they're okay. Or like I said, if it's not that, there are other areas of your life that you need to be looking at as well, because it's not just about preparing you for a relationship. That's why I keep telling you, you healing is not about you being in a relationship. You healing is about Leo being okay. It's not about somebody else, you know, because it doesn't, at the end of the day, it's not about nobody else. The relationship you have with somebody is a reflection of the relationship you have with yourself. And so if you don't have a good relationship with yourself, how are you going to expect to have a good relationship with somebody else? Or if you still hurting, or, you know, still holding on to some shit that the past person did to you, I'm telling you, it's going to show up again in the new connection. Okay, so we've got self-care from Spirit here. It says, I love taking the time to understand my needs. That's the affirmation. The angels want you to remember that although dedication and hard work are crucial, you also need to pace yourself. Otherwise, you could stretch yourself too thin and burn out. That would be bad for your pursuit. So this is about you taking your time, right? Nobody's telling you you got to run a marathon in a day. Nobody's telling you got to do that, okay? You, baby steps is you working towards something every day, okay? All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Oh, wait, this is the wrong card. Oh, wrong deck, excuse me. Okay, so we have, I remember the first day we met. It was like yesterday. Then we have, wow, this is what real love feels like, is what it's supposed to say. All right, and then we've got, I feel like I've known you all my life, yet you're so mysterious, okay? So you have an air of familiarity, but then there's also some mystery about you with this person as well, from their point of view, okay? And it says, now is not the time. Like I said, your person got stuff going on just like you do, and you gotta have patience, because what are you gonna do when you get in a relationship with this person and they having a bad time, or they need time, you know, to deal with some things? You can't be flipping out on them, oh, you or whatever, because they're human, just like you are. You got to think about how you would want them to treat you. You got to think about that, because like I said, a lot of y'all don't have no damn patience. Because if you, and I can see some of y'all, when the person showing up, when the person finally showing up, you getting mad at them because they didn't show up when you wanted them to show up. And that's not fair. That's not fair to that person, because you don't know what they got going on other than what Spirit is telling you, you know? And Spirit's not going to tell you every single thing. They only going to tell you what they feel like is good for you, because there's some things that you don't need to know. Because like, for instance, it's me. I'm being guided right now by my intuition, and I'm being guided by Spirit. Okay? I don't know from one day to the next. I just know what I got, you know, what I have control over the way that's going up until a certain point. But past a certain point, I have no fucking clue. And I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. It's scary. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, I don't know. But I'm like, this is spirit telling me. They're teaching me just like they're teaching you. Hold on. Excuse me. They're teaching me just like they're teaching you how to trust, right? Because I ain't never been in no situation like this where I just went off and I was like, okay, spirit, it's all on you. You guide me, and I have to just follow, and I'm a Scorpio. I'm a big old control freak. That's why I can scream and holler at y'all, because I know exactly what's up. I know how it feels, but you gotta get a hold of yourself, and you have to understand that everything in this life is not in your control, especially, like I said, because you are living a supernatural fucking life. You are living a supernatural life if you don't realize it by now. Okay? If you don't realize you are different from the regular Joe Schmo, I'm telling you now, you're different. Okay? Because those of you who are drawn to this information, to these messages, to the stuff that Spirit is giving you on this channel, you ain't the regular, you ain't the average bear. Okay? You're not the regular Joe Schmo. All right? You are experiencing things that other people, they believe don't exist. But just because they don't believe it don't exist don't mean it don't. It don't mean that, that it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So there are dilemmas and I guess crises of conscious things that you dealing with that other people, they can't understand. They can't be on this, they'll never see eye to eye as you, because you're dealing with things that some people will never ever have to deal with. Okay? Because like I tell y'all, it's just what we signed up for. So you got to understand that. You got to go into this understanding that and realizing, Leo, that you're not going to be held to the same standards as other people. You're going to be held to higher standards, because a lot of y'all are earth angels, you're star seeds, you're people that are advanced beings, and you're here on this earth. This is like, they call this, like, I've heard this before, that like earth is called like the cesspool of the fucking universe, because it's like so much dark energy here and so many crazy things that happen on this earth that, this is like the planet where only advanced souls go to. It's like a school for advanced souls. So if it's a school for advanced souls, then you ain't regular. You on a different level. So you're gonna be held to a higher standard. So you gotta understand that, and so you gotta conduct yourself accordingly. Is what Spirit is telling you. Okay? Because these things, yes, they're written into your records, right? These are things that are supposed to happen, but you can't be here disrespecting beings and stuff like that, people that are guiding you and that are trying to have your back, and think it ain't gonna be no repercussions behind that. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand, okay? Because I keep telling you, I know me, based on me, my fucking spiritual team don't play. And I keep telling y'all these because I'm trying to give y'all warnings to chill out, okay? And understand that, yeah, everything ain't gonna come. It's not gonna be when you want to be. You don't think it don't bother me that I don't know what is the next step? I don't know. I can't tell you certain things because I'm stepping out on faith. But I have to, this is part of my path. It's part of my journey. And so I have to do, what I'm supposed to do, because when you don't operate the way that you're supposed to operate, there are consequences to that. Like, for instance, if you got this ex, right, that's trying to get back into your life. Say some of y'all decide that you want to go back to this person. I know a lot of y'all don't, but this is just an example, right? Let's say some of y'all want to go back to this person, right? There are consequences. You know that? There's karma if you decide to go back with this person, because it's like you didn't learn your lesson. You didn't learn that you were being mistreated and that you didn't deserve that damn treatment. So you're going to have to learn that lesson all over again. And it could be a situation where some of the shit that you got rewarded gets stripped from you. Think about that. Think about that. So that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm trying to give you the warnings. And the fact that Spirit had me, because like I said, when I sat down at the table, I was in a good mood. I still am. But sometimes that happens. I sit down at the table and Spirit got a message and they're going to make me say whatever they want me to say. So I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Spirit is getting tired of the complaints and all the BS, because they doing everything they can within a certain thing, because you're not gonna know. You just not gonna know everything. You just gotta be fucking okay with that. That's life. Because if you knew what was around every corner, if you knew what was around behind every door, what's the point of you being here? What is the point of you being here? Okay? All right, let's move on. So we got 2 cards that fell here out of these romance angel cards. And the first one says romantic feelings. It says your feelings are real and worth exploring. Okay? Then the second card says wedding. It says this situation involves marriage. So like I said, you're headed towards somebody that wants to marry you if that's what you want. This is your life partner. You know that you think about that. Think about what a blessing that is. You know your life partner is coming. That's why I keep telling you, living a supernatural life. Because there's other people out there, they don't know if they ever gonna fucking be married. They don't know. They don't ever know if their partner is coming. They don't know none of that. They not being told none of that. So think about it. That is a beautiful blessing that you know that, right? So some of y'all, like I told you, just gonna have to sit down and chill out, and it's just gonna be what it's gonna be. Because everything is a test, and like I said, you think you getting tested now? You wait till you get with your person, and the 2 of y'all get together. It's gonna be even bigger tests, like they said, new levels, new devils. So it's gonna be even bigger tests, even more things. And then, like I told another sign this: some of y'all are gonna be on the goddamn world stage, and if you gonna be on the world stage, and you think you having problems now, think what's going to happen when you go out there. Look how they drag some of them fucking celebrities and the shit they be saying about them and stuff like that. And some of these people, they seem like, I don't know, because I don't know, I don't know any celebrity, intimately. But from what you see, some of them seem like they just the sweetest people in the world. They make a motherfucking mistake, or God forbid, they have a breakdown in front of everybody, and they getting judged, they getting called all these names, they get all of it. Because like, look at what happened to oh gosh, what's her name, Britney Spears. The girl, she had a breakdown. She had things happen to her, and the things that people were saying, the memes and the things they were saying about her and stuff like that. So that's why I'm trying to tell y'all, you got to learn how to get thicker skin. You got to learn how to trust what is going on, because there is something bigger than all of us that is happening on this earth. Okay? And it's like, a lot of this stuff I didn't even know until I started reading cards. I went through all my life and didn't know why I was getting shit from this side and shit from this side, and going through all these things and stuff like this. And I'm just knowing some of these things are coming out of my mouth, and that's how I know when I'm telling y'all. So that's why I'm telling you, just chill out and just go with the flow and go on the ride, because you have no control over this situation. Okay? The person is going to come in when they're supposed to come in and when you're ready. And I promise you, when it comes in, you going to look back at how you was acting and be like, damn, if spirit wasn't right. That's what you're going to be saying. And you're going to feel real bad that you acted like that, and here the person is staring you in the damn face. But like I said, it's a lesson to be learned with everything. So all I'm just telling you, it behoove you to chill out. There are lines, and there's certain things you don't want to cross. Okay? All right, Leo, I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, Virgo. Welcome back to Leigh the Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we are going to take a look at your person. We're going to see what their true intentions are. Okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. For Virgo, their person's true intentions. Okay, Virgo, your overall energy for this reading is requited love. So you have somebody that's coming into your life or is already here, because I'm reading for both types of people here, okay? where, you know, you have somebody that's finally coming in, that's going to give you what you deserve, that's going to give to you what you give to them when it comes to love. Okay. It says you don't have to wonder. You don't have to prove your worth. You are loved just as much as you love. Okay. So this is going to be somebody, they're going to match whatever you do when it comes to this relationship. Okay. I feel like both of you have been exposed to avoidant people in the past. Okay. People who come in and they act one way to draw you in, to make you think that they're, you know, this emperor or this empress. And then once they come into the relationship, or they get comfortable, or you get comfortable and you start to relax, they rip off the mask and they become somebody completely different. Okay. They could start to shut down. It could be a situation where this was somebody that loved to talk to you and you had all these conversations in the beginning, and then it ended up being the complete opposite, where, you know, all of a sudden they didn't have time for you, or when you wanted to talk to them, you know, they would clam up, they would, you know, they wouldn't open up to you, all these things, all of this stuff was mind games. Okay. So avoidance says they keep their distance to feel safe, but it leaves you feeling abandoned. That's not your failure. It's their fear. It's not just that. It's them playing mind games as well, trying to keep you, you know, destabilized, so that, you know, you can't leave, or you can't, you know, you're not in control of the situation, because this is someone that you were exposed to people in the past that love to be in control. Okay. Then we've got afraid to leave. This could have been the you know, situation you ended up in after being exposed to these type of people, where, you know, you were starting to believe, or they tried to make you believe, Virgo, that you were better off with the devil that you know, which is them, rather than the devil that you don't. And I feel like a lot of you, you know, it took a lot for you to get away from these people, but you did, and you should be proud of yourself for doing that. So afraid to leave says you're staying because the unknown feels scarier than the unhappiness you've normalized. Okay. But you got your future spouse coming here. And like I told you, it is requited love. So it says marriage material, soulmate energy, forever vibes is all here. Now it's up to you to nurture it. So like I said, when you and this person come together, Spirit is gonna put the two of you together. I'm not saying you won't still have their guidance, but they're gonna leave y'all to, you know, cultivate and build the type of relationship you want to have. Okay. All right. So let's start by clarifying this requited love card here. Let me get, I'm gonna do these. Let me get another deck too. Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. There's somebody here who is watching this video that is wanting to have children, and they're afraid that it's going to be too late and they're not going to have children. But I have good news for you. Okay. Hold on. Let me let this see that spirit clarifying what I'm saying. They're pretty much telling you that, you know, what I'm saying is true. Hold on. Let me let the train go by. Okay. So we've got think the impossible, the unexpected. So we've got this card here, and the reason why I'm talking about this, the reason why this is coming out, I feel like, is because you got a second card here that says biological clock. So some of you are feeling like, you know, you're skirting the edge of you being able to have children, but Spirit is telling you with this card that you need to believe in the impossible and know that this person is going to come in. They're going to come in on time when they're supposed to, and that you still have, you know, children, you and this person. I feel like it's written into your contract for you and this person to come together and to have kids. So, you know, don't believe the hype. Don't listen to the shit that people tell you. You know, people want to try to tell you, oh, this and this and that and all these types of things. But, you know, when you talk about the Bible, who was it? Sarah? It was who's was it? Noah's wife, or it was somebody's wife in the Bible, and she was like 90 years old in the damn Bible and had a child. And I'm not saying that you're gonna be 90 years old before you have kids, but I'm saying that your circumstance is different. That's why I've been trying to explain to all of y'all. We are on a completely different path than other people. That's why we experience things that other people don't experience. I tell all of y'all, I told Leo this. So if you got Leo on your chart, you might want to go back and watch the Leo reading. We are we are living a supernatural life. There's telepathy with you and several of the people you've been dealing with this soulmate. You have telepathy. You dream about this person dreams about you. Both of you are empaths. The last person you were dealing with had some type of psychic abilities as well. You are not living a normal life. What most human beings consider a normal life here. That's why you got occurrences that other people don't believe in. That's why you got things going on. And like I said, you are attracted to this channel. You are attracted to this information. It's resonating with you because the path that you are on is not the quote unquote normal path. You are not the average bear when it comes to your lifetime. That's why you're going through the hard things you're going through, because in order for you to bring light to this earth, in order for you to do the missions that you need to do, that you came here to do, you have to go through certain things, because you got to be able to have compassion. You got to be able to empathize with certain people. You have to be able to understand a person's plight. Like me, I got dragged. I went through a lot of stuff. It's a lot of things I talk about, but there are many, many other things that I don't tell y'all about. And I'm saying all of this to say that it's not, it's not me trying to, bang my own drum or anything like that, but it's to explain to you I had to go through the things that I had to go through in order to be able to be on the same level as you, to understand what's going on. Because I think I said this to Leo too. It's a situation where you have readers, you've run across readers who don't believe in twin flames, who don't believe in supernatural relationships, who don't believe in these things, but they read cards, right? And then they'll be telling you about your situation, but it won't hit the same way. Let me say it like that. Nothing against those readers, but it won't hit the same way, because you can tell that the person doesn't believe the things that are happening to you. Okay. So I feel like that is the reason why I've been put in this situation that I've been put in, because I'm an empath. I've been through a lot of the things that y'all have been through, the things that we talk about. That's why it comes across the way it does, is because I understand, because I've been through it. So I'm saying all of this to say, hold on, give me 1 second, because my nose is running. Excuse me. So I'm saying all of this to say, don't, continue to believe, continue to know that your person is coming in. And yes, you might feel like your biological clock is ticking, but what is supposed to happen on this earth and in this lifetime is going to happen. That's what Spirit is trying to tell you. So you have a child coming, a child or children for some of you coming in the cards. And so don't get down. Don't get discouraged. Don't think that it's not going to happen. Okay. All right, because you and this person, Spirit is telling you that your soul bond is sacred. Okay, this, like I said, it could be. I feel like it's a situation where this was the person, the person that's coming in, the soulmate. If they're not already here yet, this person was the person you were supposed to have children with. That's why you didn't have children before, because maybe this child that the two of you are going to have, or these children that the two of you are going to have, are on a similar mission as you and your person, and they're going to add even more light to this earth. You don't, like I said, you don't know. All of these things have been set up on the other side. We put all this stuff together. It's in our records on the other side before we come here. And so that's why I tell y'all, you're not living a normal life, so you can't be expecting normal shit. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That is why you see people going through things and you like, well, if they can be in a relationship, why can't be in a relationship? Because you are special. You're going through special things. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but look at the things that you've been through, Virgo. Look at the stuff that you've been through. I bet you when you sit down and you talk to other people who are not on the path that you're on, I bet you when you tell them your stories and stuff like that, or you listen to theirs, I bet you there's no resonance whatsoever, because they live in a boring ass life. And I'm not saying, and I'm saying you living a tough life. You going through all these things. All of y'all are asking these questions. Why is this so hard? Why are we having to wait for this? Why is it? Because you special. You going through a different thing. You're going through something else. And so those that go through harder things or a harder path in this world, they're going to get bigger and better rewards. So that's why I'm telling you, you just got to wait. And when the time is right, this person's going to show up, but Spirit is telling you that they're going to show up and it's going to be right on time. Okay. All right. So we've got the 9 of Wands here. This is talking about the wounded warrior. You and your person are both wounded warriors. Okay. Because you've been through it. You've been hurt. You've been dragged. And I feel like part of the reason is so that when the right person comes into your life, you don't take it for granted. You understand what it's like. And like I told you, when you and this person come together and start to do your mission together on earth, you're going to realize why you went through those things, because it's going to make you a more effective whatever it is you decide to do, a more effective communicator, a more effective, whatever it is you end up doing, because it's going to be different for all of you. It's a lot of different professions, but some of you are going to be on the world stage. And if you're going to be on the world stage, you got to be on a certain level. You got to be ready for certain things. And so you had to go through those slings and arrows and have people, throw rocks and hide their hand and drag you and say all these things and stuff like that, because it's in preparation for you going to a higher level. That's what Spirit is trying to tell you. Okay. All right. So the first card we have here says family pressure, right? So you've experienced family pressure. Your person has as well. It says this relationship isn't just between the two of you anymore. Too many outside voices are shaping what should be private. Okay. We're talking about your person and what their intention is, right? Their intention is to come into this connection with you and for you and them to both take what you've learned from the jacked up parts of your family relationships you've had, right? The family dynamics you've had growing up that were not good, and come together and form your own family and form your own positive, happy, amazing family together. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Family pressure. Yeah, see, it says back to the good old times. So you're going to be going back to, like I said, all that stuff you see on TV, like, oh, I wish I had a relationship like this, or I wish me and my person could come together and be like this, or I wish my family was like this. You're going to get the chance to create the exact type of dynamic you want in your life when you're creating this new generation, like with your children and with your divine counterpart. The two of you come together, and like I said, you're going to put together exactly what it is you want and how you want it. Okay. Then we have the Queen of Wands here. Okay, fire sign or someone with a lot of fire in their chart, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. I feel like this is about you, getting yourself together. You got a lot on your plate. Your person does as well. You're spinning a lot of plates, trying to, keep everything going. This is about you being fiery and passionate and creative about your life, right? This person's going to come into your life and be your protector. You're going to be their protector. It's going to be a thing where don't nobody, everybody's going to know, don't mess with them. Because if you mess with one of them, you're messing with the other one. Okay. It's going to be that type of relationship with the Queen of Wands. Okay. All right. And like I said, there's going to be a lot of attraction between the two of you as well. That's why that's showing up, because you both see each other as very attractive. Okay. So the next card we're going to look at is talking about growing apart. It says you're not on the same page anymore. And maybe the healthiest thing is to stop pretending you are. So these were lessons I feel like your person learned. And I feel like you learned the same thing because you mirror each other. So this is about discernment and realizing whether, even if something looks good on the surface, you realizing whether or not it truly is. Because what did I just talk about at the beginning, right? Like people coming into your life and they acting like, it's requited love and they got feelings for you and they want to be with you and all this kind of stuff. And then when you get comfortable, then this is what happens, right? They pull away. They don't want to talk to you. You talking to them. You like, okay, well, you were like this you were like this in the damn beginning. What the hell happened? Why did you all of a sudden, one day you like this? What the hell happened? And they want to give you all these excuses and try to say it's you and you want too much and all this kind of stuff. So this is what this is about. Spirit is telling you there will be no more of this. Okay. You're putting this to bed. That is why it is so important for you to make sure that you're doing what you need to do in order to move this along. Okay, we've got the King of Chalices here. This is the King of Cups. This is talking about balance, like you balancing your life out. Okay, and being able to use that discernment and know who belongs in your life and who doesn't. I told you this is about you cultivating peace in your life and protecting that peace no matter what. Okay, so this person, that's what they intend to do, to come in to help, balance out your life. And the two of you are going to grow together instead of growing apart. All right. So we've got ready to take control and lead. So like if you're divine feminine, your divine masculine is going to come in and want to take control, but not in a negative way, not in a toxic way, because there's a such thing as toxic masculinity, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a man that's going to be in his masculine, and then, like I said, because one person in a relationship, whether it's two men, two women, a man and a woman, it doesn't matter. There's one person plays the masculine and one person plays the feminine. Let me see if y'all can identify with this. Back in the day when I used to be in relationships with guys, right? I don't know what it was. I guess maybe because I was in my masculine energy, right? I will always get into connections with guys that would be in their feminine. And then because they were in their feminine, somebody got to play the masculine role, right? So I end up in my masculine. And that's exhausting as a woman to be in that type of energy, right? That's not what I wanted. I didn't even realize it back then that wasn't what I wanted. Now that I'm older, I realize I don't want that. That's exactly because I'm not a damn man. Yes, I have to play the masculine role, like when I'm working or I'm doing taking care of business and things like that. And when I'm single and I'm not in a relationship, yes, I'm gonna have to switch back and forth and be feminine and be receptive when it comes to certain things, and then be masculine when it comes to taking care of business and taking action. But in a relationship, that's not what I want. What I want is I want somebody who gonna come in and be like this and take control and lead. And like I said, if you get the right person, and I feel like this soulmate Virgo is gonna be the right person, they're gonna play, the role that they're supposed to play, the masculine role, and I feel like it's gonna automatically put you in that feminine. But this is not a bad thing. It's like what people talk about when they say surrendering. We talked about this like a while ago, a few months ago. And I was saying how if it's with the right person, it'll automatically happen and you won't look at it as an imposition. The times you look at it as an imposition, it's when you're dealing with somebody that you don't have no respect for, or somebody that does not, that's in the toxic masculinity energy, or they're a male that's in their feminine, right? And like I said, it takes all kinds. I'm not judging anybody, but I'm just talking about what I want. Okay. All right. So it says a reconciliation is coming. So you got somebody coming. This person is coming. Spirit is telling you every week. Spirit has not told you, has not told you that this person is not coming. Okay. They're coming. They're on the way. They got things that they got to do as well. If you want this person to show up the right way and this relationship to be what you want it to be, then it's like I told you, it's like that meal that you got on the stove, or the meal you have in the oven, the cookies or whatever you got baking in the oven. You can't just rip it out, when you're ready to eat it, and expect it to be done and expect it to be right. Okay. All right. So we're moving forward. In the future position, this is how your person intends to come into your connection together. And it says with an open heart. Together, you're unlocking new levels of intimacy, because real love begins where the walls come down. So they are getting themselves together so that they can be as open as possible, because they want to cultivate a safe environment between the two of you. They want this love to be requited. They don't want to come in this way, because if they come in before they're ready, or the two of you come together before you're ready, both of you run the risk of being in this energy, because you have to do what you need to do to put yourself, to free yourself, to be able to open yourself up. Because this is not easy when you've been through this type of shit for years and years and years and years. This becomes a conditioned thing. This becomes what you expect. And so in order to get out of that, it's going to take time. It's not like you can snap your fingers. Like I tell people, like when people talk about, when you have feelings for somebody, when you break up with somebody and then people telling you, it's time, you just need to let that person go. You just need to, like they telling you, you need to stop loving them, like you can just turn it on and off like a faucet. You can't turn that on and off like a faucet. So why would anybody expect you to go from being in this type of environment to being in this type of environment like it's nothing? Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Okay, so yeah, we got the star showing up here. This is Aquarius energy. This is talking about you getting your wish. Spirit is telling you they're granting your wish, but you have to be patient. You have to be patient. And I know at times it's frustrating. I know it's difficult, but you have to really, really put the focus on yourself and stop making this person the center of everything right now, because you need to prioritize this relationship when it comes in and the two of you start to come together to build. That's when you need to prioritize it. Right now, you need to prioritize self. You need to prioritize Virgo. Okay. So we've got struggling to overcome self-imposed limiting beliefs. So this is what your person is doing, and this is what you need to be doing if you're not doing it. Okay. Because I'm telling you, you be thinking, oh, when you on the outside looking in, you be thinking, oh, I'm good. I come in, ain't gonna be no nothing or whatever, until you get into the situation and the shit triggers you. I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm saying. Hold on. Like I said, excuse me. Okay, so now we come to the outcome card, which is biological clock. Again, we are talking about what we started with, right? You needing to believe, you needing to understand that it is not too late. Okay, it may seem like it may seem like time is ticking down, it may seem like this is taking so long, but everything is going to play out the way that it's supposed to play out. That is the whole moral of these reads that we talk about. This is about you relinquishing control. It's about you surrendering and just giving it over to God, giving it over to source, giving it over to your spiritual team, your angels, however you refer to your spiritual team. Okay. So it says biological clock. You're allowed to want what you want, and the pressure is real, but don't settle for the wrong person just because the timing feels urgent. Okay. So this is spirit telling y'all, FYI, don't just go pick somebody and try to, get with them just because your person ain't come in when you think they should come. Cause like I said, everything has to happen at its right time. Okay. Everything has to happen at the appropriate moment. Otherwise it's not gonna last. It's not gonna work. There's gonna be all kinds of blocks and things in the way. And if you want something to be as smooth as it possibly can, then you just gonna have to be patient. That's what spirit is trying to tell you. Okay, let's clarify. Okay, so we got 3 cards that fell here. We have the Moon, Cancer, and Pisces energy, Knight of Wands, fire sign, or someone with a lot of fire in their chart, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the 7 of Wands. So, okay, there's things happening, you know, out of sight, out of sight. Okay, these things are happening behind the scenes that you may not know about. I feel like you are protecting your energy at this time. If you're not, that's what you should be doing. Because remember, we just talked about peace of mind, right? And the fact that you're cultivating it at this time, and you need to be making sure you're not allowing anybody to mess it up. Because that's when people love to come around. When you finally get your equilibrium, and you having a good time, and you happy on your own, that's when the dusties and the crusties want to come and try to fuck shit up. Okay. Then we've got, with the moon, behind the moon, we have the Knight of Wands. So that is what's telling me is that your person is preparing to take this risk, and to come towards you. Okay. But like I said, just because you don't know when and just because you don't know how, it does not mean it's not happening. Just because you don't see movement doesn't mean that there's nothing happening. Okay. That's what spirit is trying to let you know. All right. Let me get one more card. Okay. Then we have resurrection. It says this ain't dead. I'm taking this twofold. Because I think, I don't know, Leo, it's another sign got this card as well. The first meaning for me is talking about your new person, okay? Resurrection, because the two of you have had past lives together. It's like you're resurrecting the relationship from the past lives in this life, and that it's not dead. And then it's also talking about the exes coming back, your person's ex and your ex coming back, and them trying to resurrect things because they see the two of you happy, and they want to say, oh, it ain't over, because they ain't saying it's over because they don't want to let go. Okay. All right. So let's get some messages. We're going to start with some messages from spirit. Then we'll get some messages from your person. Okay. So we've got creativity. We talked about that earlier. It says divine inspiration strikes at the most wonderful times. That's the affirmation. It says the angels remind you that the more you believe in your abilities and let your creative impulses out, the better artist you become. You start to feel more alive and powerful as you allow new wonderful ideas into your mind. Okay. So this is about you, focusing on yourself, and I feel like immersing yourself in your creativity. Okay. And bringing to life whatever it is that you've always wanted to bring into life. Cause this is the time in your life, Virgo, where it's easy for you to manifest, it's easy for you to manifest the things that you're wanting to manifest, that confirmation. You're easily manifesting, able to manifest the things that you want. Like I said, the timing, you don't have no control over. But if you put in the order for it, spirit is making sure you get it. And see, like I said, let's go back to this card. Look, spirit is showing you. Spirit is showing you that they are coming forth, your spiritual team, to give you what it is you want. But it has to be at the right time, because that's, like I said, that is a horrible thing to have somebody come into your life and then be taken away because it wasn't the right time. To me, that would be worse than the person not showing up at all. because it's like you get a little taste of it and then it's gone. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Let's see what they want to tell you. Hold on. I hear you don't know what you got till it's gone. That's what I hear. Janet Jackson and Q-Tip. That's the song I'm hearing in my head. Oh, don't it seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? I don't know who that's for, but that's what Spirit is giving me in my head. It says, you are the only one who manages to calm down my inner beast. Okay. Then we have my greatest wish is to make you smile and feel safe around me. Okay. So like I told you, this person wants to give you, provide you with a safe space. They want you to be able to relax and be authentically yourself. And that's been the thing, Virgo. People are not allowing you to be who you are. They want to try to say you weird. They want to try to say, you too uptight, the things they say about Virgos. Like I said, we all fucking human beings and everybody got their quirks. And there's nothing wrong with that. It makes you who you are. It makes you special. It makes you different. Everybody doesn't need to be the same. Because if everybody was the same in this world would be fucking bland. And I like the weirdness. I like people who are categorized as weird. The weirder you are, the more I like it. That's just me, So then we've got, I want you to be happy, even if that means being without me. Okay. So this is somebody, like I said, that is putting your happiness and your well-being first, which I feel like, a lot of you are not used to. You're used to the opposite. Somebody just doing all kind of crazy shit. Okay. Then we've got unrevealed secrets. So Spirit is telling you there's some things going on behind the scenes with that moon card that showed up that you don't know about yet. And like I said, I feel like you're going to get all the answers when this person finally shows up in your life. So you just got to chill out, have a little patience, and know that this person is coming. Just believe, just like you believe in you're going to be able to have your family and have your kids. You got to have that same faith when it comes to this person. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. We've got, look, I'm yours forever and ever. Okay. This person ain't going nowhere. They not messing around with nobody else. They trying to get themselves together. I wish you were mine. Okay. All right. Let's get these, before I let you go, we're going to get these, romance angel oracle cards and see what else Spirit wants to tell you about the reading. Okay. So we got two. It says flirt, extend your lighthearted energy to others. This is Spirit just telling you go out and have a good time. Just because you flirt with somebody, it don't mean you got to go home with them. It don't mean that you got to date them. I mean, but you do what you want to do. It's up to you, Then we have unrequited love. It says there's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. I feel like this is talking about the ex, your person's ex. That you know how that is. Somebody always wants your ass, and you don't fucking want their ass no more. But when you were standing there waiting and wanting them to be there, they was off doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do. So it's like now they getting they comeuppance. They getting what they deserve because they slept on you. Okay, all right. Yeah, bottom of the deck, it says religious factors. It says your love life is influenced by your religious upbringing and spiritual path. Okay? All right, Virgo, I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week. Love you, Virgo. Bye. Hi, Libra. Welcome back to Leigh's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to take a look at your person and see what their true intentions are when it comes to this connection, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, let's see what's going on. Libra. The person's true intentions, please. Together? Okay. Okay. Overall energy for this reading, Libra, is, hold on, the common interest card. So you and this person, coming in, you are going to have a lot of similarities between the two of you when it comes to the things that you like to do, the things you enjoy. You're also going to have like similar morals and things, the way you think about certain things. I'm not saying everything between the two of you is going to be, exact, but you're going to have a lot in common, including your hobbies. Okay. Like I said, on the outside, you may look like completely, totally opposites, but on the inside, you're going to, not completely align, but almost completely align. Okay. So it says common interests, shared passions, mutual hobbies, parallel curiosities. It's easy to bond when your worlds naturally overlap. Okay. So it's going to be like a natural thing. Okay. And I also feel like there's going to be, your relationship is going to progress to where you're going to you're going to open this person up to new things. They're going to open you up to new things as well. Okay. Then we have painful past showing up here. It's just talking about both of you having a painful past and, having to overcome that in order to be in this relationship and have a healthy relationship. Sometimes in life, you got to go through the opposite of what you want in order for you, Libra, to, you know, be grateful and understand, what the healthy option is, like what it entails, and to take the lessons that you've learned from the painful stuff in order to put it into the new relationship and know this is not the way to act, or this is not the solution. I tried this before, it didn't work, or I had somebody do this to me and I don't like it, so I'm not going to do it to my person, that type of thing. So it says painful past. The history between you is heavy, and neither of you knows how to put it down. You're trying to build a future while still bleeding from the past. So that's what's going on. That's why you got to heal before the two of you come together. Because if you bleeding and your person is bleeding and you trying to come together, that's a horrible thing. All it's gonna be is blood, and it's gonna be hurt feelings. And like I said, it's gonna be how when something is healing, like you have a wound and it's healing, and you touch it, it's tender. Any little thing you do to it, you're gonna be hollering and screaming. So it's gonna be the same thing when it comes to your feelings. Like if you still raw and you haven't had a chance to heal, and your person hadn't had, it's going to be like World War III when the two of you come together, because you're going to be exacerbating each other's wounds. You both need this time to heal, to be ready to come together. Okay. Then we've got the parenthood card showing up here. It says you're on the same page on what you want when it comes to having children. And that shared vision is part of what makes this love so solid. So both of you may want to have a family with each other, or you may already have families. You may want to blend your families together, or you may want to do both. You may want to blend your families together and have kids, add to your families. Okay. All right. But you and this person are going to weather a lot of storms. That's why it's so important. This is, if you take nothing from this reading, this is what you need to take from it. This is why this connection is so important. It's so important that you are whole before you get into this connection, because I keep telling y'all think that the hard times and all this shit gonna stop when you get together with this person. I'm telling you, y'all are gonna be fucking tested, because then you're gonna have somebody in your corner that's gonna have your back, that's gonna, understand you, understand what you go through. And then, the two of y'all are gonna be together, be happy, and people are not gonna like it. They're gonna be coming, trying to tear your shit up. You're going to have other outside things that you both going to have to deal with. And it's about the both of you coming together and being able to weather these storms. That's why it is so important that you are whole in and of yourself, Libra, before you get into this connection with this person. Okay. Because spirit don't want this bickering. They don't want this. They don't want you tearing each other apart, being plagued with things that happened to you in the past, being, oh my God, how do you call it? You know what I'm talking about? Like echoes of the past, like you coming into a connection with somebody, and all they do is remind you of all the old shit you've been through. And the reason why that happens is so that it can be healed. And so if you don't want that to happen, if you want you and this person to be a dream team, and like I said, for a lot of you, you and this person are also going to be a business partner. Spirit is telling you got to learn conflict resolution, but it starts with you healing yourself first. Because you don't want to heal no fucking conflict when you hurt. You know that. Everybody know that. When you feel a certain way about stuff, you be champing at the bit. You be ready for a fucking fight when you angry and you got repressed emotions and you feeling bitter and you feeling jaded. So it's about you getting out of that energy. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Yeah, see, feeling left out in the cold. This is an end to this, an end to the struggle is what Spirit is trying to tell you, okay? You got somebody coming in that's going to be your damn partner, okay? It says choosing the right path for us. You and this person are going to come together and build the type of connection that you're wanting to have. It's going to be, look, it's going to be a lot of passion. Look at the card. It says reminiscing on past precious moments. You're going to have a lot of beautiful memories that you're going to make with this person. And you're going to forget about all these hard times. You're going to realize why you went through the things that you went through, and realize you're going to be very grateful for what you have. Okay. Or what you and this person build together. Let's say that. Okay, so first card that fell, it says Sacred Mirror. So it says this connection reflects not only your wounds, but your power, your patterns, and your potential. These truths can only rise in the light of real intimacy. So this is about you and his person. What they say intimacy is intimacy, right? You allowing this person to look deeply into you and vice versa. And in order for you to be strong enough to have the strength to allow somebody to truly see you and to truly be your authentic self, it requires you, like I said, to come in that way. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Hold on. The card is flying across the room. Okay. So we got Queen of Cups. Okay. This is Scorpio energy. It says compassion. All right. This is about you being compassionate and also about you having a lot of love to give. I feel like both you and your person have a lot of love to give. And this is the connection where you're going to be able to give each other that love. Okay. Both of you are going to be ready, willing, and able to do that, is what Spirit is saying. Okay. The next card, it says mutual effort. Okay. You're both showing up, checking in, and putting in the work. That's what makes this love thrive. So this is what this person wants. This is their intent for this connection to have a mutual effort for both of you to, be completely honest with each other about how you feel about, you both putting in the same amount of effort and it not being some type of one-sided thing. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. See, Nine of Cups. You are each other's wish fulfillment, right? You make each other happy with the Nine of Cups. And it's about setting clear boundaries, right? You can't stand up and set clear boundaries if you still hurting about the shit that happened in the past. It's going to make you angry. It's going to make you demanding. It's going to make you, want to say, okay, well, if I'm going to be in this relationship with you, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. You're going to be in an energy that's not going to be receptive to working through things with another person. And then that's going to put them in the same type of energy. Okay. All right. So the next two cards we have are power dynamic and hot and cold. And I feel like this is what both of you have been subjected to in the past when it comes to your relationships. Okay. You've been with people who 1 minute they hot, the next minute they cold. And like I said, all of this stuff was intended to keep you off balance, to keep you where you didn't feel safe so that, you could be manipulated and controlled. Then we have power dynamics. See, it's the same thing. It says one person holds the control, the other is tiptoeing. Love should feel like a partnership, not a power struggle. So it's an end to this and it's an end to the hot and cold. Real love doesn't leave you confused. You deserve consistency, not the chaos of wondering which version of them you'll get today. So this, like I said, this is going to be about stability, emotional stability, mental stability, okay? Spiritual stability is going to be about all of that. That's what's going to be going on here. Like I said, and instead of somebody designing the connection to be, put them in a position of control and a position of power and to lord things over you, it's going to be the opposite. This person is going to want to come in and give you that safe space, make things feel calm, make you feel safe because they want you to be who you truly are. They want you to relax and they want to have that same type of, energy from you. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. Hot and cold and power dynamic, please. Okay, yeah. So we got the world. So it's about you closing out cycles. This is all signs. This is about you closing out all cycles, so you can open up these new doors and opportunities for yourself. Okay. But you have to let go of the old in order to let in the new. Okay. So we've got stepping out of your comfort zone. That's what this is going to entail. Okay. Cause it sucks. It's hard. It's not easy to, prepare yourself, to heal yourself, to get ready. And then, like I said, I know a lot of y'all are nervous about this because you've never experienced anything like this before. So it's a new situation for you. Okay. The truth will set you free is what Spirit is saying. So it's about the two of you being honest with each other. That's why this, sacred mirror card is showing up, because this person, they're going to give it to you straight. Okay. I don't feel like it's going to be a thing where they're going to be like, rude about it or nasty about it when they tell you the truth. But this person is going to be honest. They're going to be transparent because this is about authenticity. So they got to tell you how they truly feel. You got to be able to tell them the same thing. Okay. All right. This is all of these things are your person's intentions. And so it says every love song sounds like us. So it's going to be a thing where every love song you hear, you're gonna be like, oh, that's about me and my person. Is this and that or whatever. This person gonna make you feel what is it? What it corny? It's gonna make you feel corny, make you feel soft. All the shit people try to say about love, mushy gushy, and all those things like that. Like that's not what they really want. Everybody wants that deep down inside if they want to be in a relationship. Everybody wants to feel like that. Everybody deserves to feel like that. Okay? All right. So the outcome card, it says afraid to leave. It says you're staying because the unknown feels scarier than the unhappiness you've normalized. So this is what the whole intent of the connections with these old people that you were dealing with and your person was dealing with. They wanted to put you in a position where you felt powerless, where you felt out of control, where you felt, you were able, like I said, to be easily manipulated and controlled so that you would not leave. So you would stay there, give them their attention, give them whatever it is they wanted to get from you. And it's like so that they pretty much had a slave, like it wasn't a relationship. It was like slavery, right? You giving them what they want, when they want it, how they want it. And you have no control over what you receive, what you don't receive, what way they were going to come in, whether they were hot or cold, or this or that, all of that. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. So we have the Queen of Wands showing up here. Fire sign or someone with a lot of fire in their chart, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. This is about confidence. You stepping into your confidence, stepping into your power and knowing what you rightfully deserve and standing your ground, setting your boundaries so that you can have that. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. One more. Oh, we got two. Okay. So it says caught up in the emotions. So you're going to be all caught up in the emotions. This person's going to make you feel all the feels, Libra. Okay. Then we've got stuck at a crossroad, major intersection. This is about you having to make that choice because that other person's going to come back. And it could be your person's person or ex-person. Let me say that. Your person's ex-person could come back. Okay. And they may have to make a decision as well. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and get a message from Spirit. See what they want to tell you. And then we'll get some messages from your person. So we got two cards here. We have calm and we have self-worth. Let's do self-worth first. So it says things happen when they are supposed to. This is the affirmation. In the angel's eyes, you are worthy of all the good that you can possibly imagine. You do not need to change to earn what you desire or what the universe wants to bring to you. You are worthy of you're worthy of overcoming your challenges and improving your life in whatever way you wish. Okay. Yeah. This is about you healing. This is about you being your best self. You're stepping into a new timeline. This is about you, stepping into a new identity because you're becoming the person who does, who's worthy and has I'm not saying that you're not worthy now, but it's what you think you believe, Libra, is what I'm saying. So it's about you stepping into an identity where you know that this is the type of person you deserve, where you realize on a subconscious level that you don't deserve the shit that you went through before. And when you get to that point, that's when your person is going to come in. Okay. Then we have calm. Okay. It says, I'm surrounded by the energy of calm, peace, and positivity. All right. Again, that's the affirmation. The angels remind you that calmness comes with the determination to live happily ever after in the present moment, relinquishing the past and not worrying about the future, but placing our lives firmly in the Creator's hands. So this is about you letting go and letting God, basically. Okay. Realizing that you ain't in control of this part of your life. Okay. There are certain things you're in control of, but this is not it. You're not going to know when, you're not going to know how, you're not going to know. You're only going to know what Spirit is telling you until it's time. Because a lot of you, I'm telling you, you don't get told things because it could fuck up the timeline. It could fuck it up. It's like when you are planning, let me give you an example. If you're planning a surprise party for somebody, right? You ain't gonna go to the person and tell them, oh, we planning a surprise party for you. You're not gonna do that because you want to mess the whole thing up. So it's like, or at this time, on this day, this is what's going to happen, because the person going to step in, they're going to know what's going on. They're not going to give the other people the surprise reaction that they're expecting. When people do that, they expecting you to be all surprised. They want to see your reaction. And if you go and tell the person what the hell is happening, or it could be, you could tell this person that they're going to have a surprise party at a certain time and a certain day, and they may just decide not to show up, because some people don't like surprises, right? And so if this is something that somebody really wants to do for them, to show them that they love them, okay, I know sometimes, people will be like, but if I don't like surprises, then why is the person doing this? But see, people show they love. This is what you got to understand sometimes. People love you the way they want to be loved. It's not always, people don't always understand that you gotta, it's helpful to know the other person's love language and to love them the way that they want to be loved. All we know is how to love people the way we want to be loved. And so this is why I'm giving you this example. So this person is trying to love your person, right? You tell them that the party is going on, and they like, well, I don't know if I go to no damn surprise party. I don't know. They all freak out. They start to freak out about it, right? And then they don't show up. So that's why I'm giving you these examples. They may sound like crazy examples, but it's to show you why you don't know all the things that that spirit is telling you. That's why you don't know the date. That's why you don't know the time. That's why you don't know all these things, because you could unwittingly or unknowingly sabotage it in some type of way. Okay. All right. So let's get some messages from your person. Let's see what they want to tell you. Hold on. Okay. I say these cards are all over. Okay, it says your smile is making me melt every time I see your face. So like I said, your person, I don't know if you're on social media. I don't know if this person could work with you. You could be in the same friend group. It's some kind of way this person has access to you, because that's why they're giving you these types of messages. Okay, it says we both still need more time to heal and grow from it. Okay, so like I said, it's about you being your best self. And a lot of y'all know y'all ain't y'all damn best self at this point in time, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody is a work in progress. Healing is an ongoing thing, but there's a certain level you have to get to in order to be in this connection with this person, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. The level you were at before. Let me give you an example. I was watching something the other day. Like I have this course that I bought that was talking about something else that I'm working on. And in the course, the first thing the man says is, wherever you are now in your life, you can't be at that same level if you're wanting to progress to another level. Okay? And when you think about it, it makes sense, because if you were already where you needed to be to get to the next level, you would already be there, right? So that's the whole point of all of this. That's the whole point of what we're doing here, is to get you to that next level. But you got to make certain changes, because the old Libra that was entertaining these Dusties and these fucking Crusties and these people doing all kind of shit is not the same Libra that's in a relationship with somebody who is reciprocating, and where you have common interests, and where the both of you had this healthy relationship. It's not the same. It's not the same energetic signature, and you know that, right? So that's why I'm trying to tell you how important it is to get yourself to this other level. It's not about saying that the way you operated before was no good, but it's not good enough for you to get what it is you want. That's what spirit is trying to tell you. And that is why you have this time apart from this person, because you're supposed to be transitioning. You're supposed to be doing whatever you can to get in this level. And it's not just for you to be in a relationship. It's so that all the areas of your life can fall into place. Because like I told you, you can't be old Libra and have all the areas of your life work out like that. You got to make changes, right? Because like I said, if it was already going well, that would mean you were already at the level that you needed to be, right? So if this person is not here, you need to be asking yourself, what is it I can do to make myself even better? Not for them, but for you. Okay. All right. Then we've got, you are the light. You are my light in the darkest times. Okay. Okay. So like I said, I feel like when this person, you keep this person on their toes, you make them you make them feel like all they're going through it, you know, in order for the two of you to be together is worth it. Okay. So we've got, this could be the one. It says you've already met the romantic partner you seek. I told you, it says your smile is making me melt every time I see your face. This person already sees you on a regular basis. I told you, you could work with them. They could frequent a place that you work. You could be in the same friend group. They could see you on social media. It could be a myriad of different things because it'll be different for all of you. Because I told you I'm reading for thousands of people. Okay. All right. So I hope this helped. Libra, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all, Libra. Bye. Hi, Scorpio. Welcome back to Lee's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to take a look at your person and see what their intentions are when it comes to you in this relationship, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, I don't know why I feel the need to say this, but I feel like I need to say this. Those of you that are focusing on somebody in the past, somebody who did you wrong, stabbed you in the back, you know, got you in third parties, all that type of shit, this ain't what I'm talking about. It's not this, this is not the read for that. We are talking about after you leave those type of dusties and crusties in the background, you are going to be rewarded with a soulmate. So this is what we're talking about, is this soulmate coming in and what you need to know about this person. We are not talking about somebody who, you know, gave you 10 swords to the back and betrayed you and cheated on you and did all these things. Because I feel like some people that are coming in late to the party, you know, welcome in, but I feel like you don't understand quite what's going on here. Because this is, you see, I put new love in the titles, and that's why I put new love in the titles, so that the new people coming in understand that we're not talking about no past energies. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on with Scorpio. I miss y'all. Did y'all miss me? Y'all know y'all are one of my favorite signs to read for. I guess it's cause I'm a Scorpio, but it's also cause I love me some damn Scorpios. Okay. All right. Here we go. This is for Scorpio's person spirit. What is it? What are their true intentions when it comes to this connection? What are Scorpio's person's true intentions when it comes to this connection? Oh, what are Scorpio's person's true intentions when it comes to this connection? Is this one spirit? This? Okay. All right. That was easy. All right. Okay. We got like half and half here. We got more good cards than the other cards, but we're gonna see what spirit wants to talk about. Okay. All right, here we go, Scorpio. Overall energy, domestic bliss. Okay, this is what you and this person are headed towards. Okay, it says there's beauty in the ordinary when it's with the right person. Folding laundry, making coffee, or doing nothing at all. It all feels like home. So no matter what you do with this person, Scorpio, you're going to be all up in love with them, and they're going to be all up in love with you. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing here. This energy, it feels so good. It's like you can finally just sit down and lay back and relax with this person. You can be totally who you are. You ain't gonna have nobody talk about, oh, Scorpio's this, Scorpio's that, all that crazy shit that people like to say about us. You're not gonna hear none of that. And in fact, this person loves Scorpios. So it is a beautiful thing, a beautiful energy here I see between the two of you. Okay. Then we have addiction showing up under here. Okay. So one of the both of you may have some type of addiction. You know what it is. It don't have to be alcohol. Although it could be that somebody in this connection drinks, either the soulmate or you, or it could be the both of you. This could also talk about, you know, anything that you put too much time in, like being a workaholic. Some of you, your person is a workaholic because they're a boss. That's how they got to where they are. But I feel like you are going to teach this person, just like they're going to teach you how to slow down and just like enjoy your lives. Oops, backwards. Enjoy your lives together. I think you were meant to see that. This person's going to be the yin to your yang, the yang to your yin is what Spirit is saying. But, you know, the two of you are going to teach each other how to slow down, have this safe space with each other, relax, and just chill out. Okay. All right. Then we've got wrong reasons showing up here. It says validation, safety, timing, status. What is this relationship really built on? If it's not love, it won't last. So I feel like this is a lesson that you and your person both had to learn when it comes to relationships, that you can't get into relationships with somebody for the wrong reasons, right? Hold on. I feel like that's confirmation. That train horn blowing, that's what that is. I'm trying to wait till it goes by. Okay. This is about you understanding clearly what it is you want out of a relationship, your person doing that same thing, and the both of you gravitating towards each other, because I feel like, you each bring to the other person what the other person is wanting. Okay. Then we got, look at that, enduring love. You and this person gonna be going, oh, together, baby. You hear people say stuff like, oh, if anybody get with you or whatever, it's probably not gonna last and all this kind of stuff. These are people who fell short, because I'm telling you, we are intense. Scorpios are very intense. We are very deep, and a lot of people can't handle us. If you're a shallow person, you can't fuck with a Scorpio, and then also one thing that I started to learn about myself as a Scorpio, and this may be true for you as well. It's like when we get with somebody, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a romantic relationship, whether, it could even be random family members, we tend to bring other people luck. And I'm not saying that, like I keep trying to tell y'all, I'm not blowing smoke up y'all ass. I'm telling you what I have observed in my many decades on this motherfucking earth. Okay. I feel like we bring them luck. We turn their life around. Like if they come into our lives or we come into their lives when they having hard times, I feel like by the time they leave or by the time, they get themselves together, they on the damn glow up. Okay. Because of us. All right. And so I'm not saying people can't work and make their life better, but it's something about being with a Scorpio. It is something about being with a Scorpio that is like a good luck charm or something like that. But this enduring love card is what Spirit is talking about, that you coming together with somebody. And I feel like finally, with, you always being the good luck charm, you got somebody else coming into your life that is going to be your good luck charm. And the two of you are going to bless each other. Cause like I told you, this is going to be money, love, legacy, family, all the things you've ever wanted, business. You're going to start businesses with each other, because I see there's a card in this deck and it says business partner. And there's a picture of a gold brick on the picture. And that's what Spirit is showing me in my mind. So you and this person are going to bring each other luck, bring each other, good times. And like I said, this relationship is going to stand the test of time. So enduring love says you can picture the two of you growing old together, sharing stories, still finishing each other's sentences. This is a love that grows with time. So like I tell y'all this, I told y'all this before, it's been a while, but this person is going to look at you the same way they look at you from the time y'all come together. When it's 20, 30, 40 years down the line, this person's still going to look at you the same way. And the love that they have for you now, it's going to grow exponentially the longer the two of you are together, because the things you go through, the storms you weather. There's another card they're showing me. They're showing me all the cards in this deck in my head. And it's these cards with the colors on them, the beautiful cards. And they're saying you and this person are going to weather a lot of storms. And it's just going to be a really beautiful, loving, giving relationship between the two of you. I told you, you won't have people that are going to be jealous. They jealous of fucking Scorpios anyway, for whatever reason. And with this person, it's like they gonna have one more thing to be jealous of you about. So that's why I tell y'all, when y'all come together with y'all person, just keep it on the low. Don't be telling nobody, your business, especially if it's somebody where you don't know if they, got your back or not. Cause you can tell, cause you an empath just like I am. And so we got psychic abilities. So that's the thing that people don't like about us, is because when we come in, like when somebody comes into our life or we come into their lives, we can see if somebody's putting on an act. We can see if somebody's wearing a mask. We can see those things, and we tend to point those things out or bring those things out, that lack of inauthenticity with other people. And I feel like, people just can't handle it. It rubs them the wrong way because they can't just put on a mask and act like anything with us, because it's something about us that draws out their shit. Okay, so then we've got chosen family here. It says you've created your own definition of family, and this love feels like home in every way that matters. I'm so happy to see these cards for y'all, because I feel like if any damn sign deserve this shit, y'all deserve this shit, because you done ran this marathon. You done had a hard ass road, and it's time for some love. It's time for some rainbow colors. It's time for some, chosen family for you to, cause that's what you got to do in this lifetime. Okay. Those of you that resonate with this information, resonate with what Spirit is telling you. This is about you having to choose the people in your life, because that's why your discernment is important for you to see. who, you know, who deserves to be in your life and who doesn't. That's what I'm saying. People have always tried to make you believe, Scorpio, that who you are, what you stand for, the way you move, all these things are wrong. And it's not true. It's the exact opposite. These are people where, what do they say? Your light irritates their demons. That's what they say. That's what spirit is trying to tell you. It's your light. You shine so brightly to these people, they can't handle it. Okay. So I feel like, you know, you got people coming into your life now with whom you really gonna be able to trust. You and this person are gonna be able to tell each other anything. This is gonna be like your best friend. All of these things. You gonna see when we do the cards. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Okay, let's start by clarifying the domestic bliss card. Okay. Okay. I love it. Okay, so this is about you learning how to set clear boundaries, okay? Just because you get into this connection and it is domestic bliss, you still have to let this person know what is acceptable to you and what is not acceptable to you. But I feel like, you know, this is not somebody that you're going to tell these things to and they just going, you know, run roughshod over you and just do whatever. That's not this type of person. I feel like you are setting your boundaries for yourself as much as you are for this person. Okay. Then we've got the Page of Swords showing up here. Air sign or someone with a lot of air in their chart, Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. This is talking about watching. This person is watching the fuck out of you. You also know that them other people, them destined and crushes from the past, are watching you as well. Okay. Because like I said, you shine bright like a diamond and people see that. Like I said, it's like, to your face, they want you to believe, you know, they want you to think that you're nothing. But in all actuality, these people put you on a pedestal. They always watching you. They always want to know what's going on in your life, all of these things. That's why I'm telling you, you have to stop listening to the shit that people tell you, because people be jealous and people be saying things to, like, it's like they know what the truth is and they feel the need, like I tell you, they feel the need to try to bring you down a peg or two because of the way that you operate. But I'm like, I would be proud to have somebody in my life that loved me to the end, that was ride or die for me, that had my back and stuff like that. But like I said, it's just people out here. I don't know if, you know, life beat them down to where they're, you know, they're surface level, or that's just the way they learn how to be. I don't know what it is, but you have to be careful about who you allow into your energy, because to be in your life is a prize. Okay. It doesn't matter what these people tell you. Being with you is a prize. I told you, you bring people luck, all of these things, and you have to start to be very careful about who you allow into your energy. Okay. All right. So next card we're going to look at is talking about broken home. This is like past energy. So it says, as a child, you never saw healthy love models. That's why real intimacy feels confusing or even dangerous. So yeah, it's not easy for us to let people in and to allow people to get close to us, because we've dealt with all kinds of fucked up shit, and it just wasn't in family situations. It was with friends. It was with people that were supposed to, you know, that were supposed to be our lovers, that loved us, that were supposed to love us, all of these things. So, you know, you got a right to be like that and to take your time. That's what Spirit is saying. Spirit is not telling you to shut down emotionally and don't let anybody in, but take your time and only give what, you know, instead of going and being 100% yourself and giving every single thing. Spirit is just telling you to now start to mirror what people give back to you. So if they only give you a little bit, then you only, you know, you only get them a little bit, right? And if you see that that's the thing among people in your life, that they not giving you nothing, then you know that's somebody you need to walk away from, because it's about you protecting yourself and protecting your gifts and protecting the things that people are out here trying to talk bad about you and say, but in all, you know, in all truthfulness, they want to be around it. When they get out in the world and they see, because let me tell you, I've had people in my life that come into my life and, you know, it's all good in the hood, or you know, when they life is not going well, they want to come into to my life, and then being around me and stuff like that. You know, we ride or die, we have your back, we talk to you, we listen to you, we do all these things, you know, Scorpios. And then we build the people up, and then, you know, it's like they get their ass on their shoulders and they think, oh, they too good for Scorpio now. Now that, you know, now that you done built them up, they too good, and then they gone. and then they go, and then when they life don't continue on the way they thought it was gonna, right? Because they think when they get it up to that certain level that they've surpassed you, and that they done basically stood on your shoulders to get up, to get up and get on. And then now that they do that, they think it's gonna last. But what they don't realize, it's being in our vicinity is what got them to that point. And so, hold on, excuse me. And so once they realize that, or once they not shining bright as hard as they was before when they was around us, they start to realize, oh shit, it was because I was around Scorpio. And then it's like when they see you flourishing and your stuff doing good and all this stuff, they want to come back. And then when they do that, it's like they expecting you to just drop everything and have amnesia and forget about what they did. And I'm like, oh no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So like I said, you have to start to peep what the fuck is going on. Look at the patterns. Look at what is happening with the people around you. Look at what they're doing and see, do you feel like this person really has your back? Or is it a situation where they good when they good when you doing good and they shit ain't good, but when they shit get good, they don't want to be around you. It's like, oh, I'm good. I don't need you or whatever. Cause that type of stuff, to me, that's worse than somebody coming into your life and then acting the ass and leaving. Cause the one that's doing all that other shit, they wearing a damn mask and they not really being truthful and honest about who they are. Okay. All right. So let's clarify this broken home card. But like I say, you gonna get it, Scorpio. You gonna get it. You moving towards exactly what it is you want. So we've got stepping out of my comfort zone. That's what Spirit wants you to do, right? We know we've been through all this fucked up shit, right? We know you just gotta be careful. I'm not telling you to just, like I said, just rip it all off, pull it all off and just be like, oh, throw the doors open and let everybody in. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm telling you to take your time and be discerning and look at who really has your back, okay? Then we got the Chariot card coming up here. This is Cancerian energy. It is talking about you overcoming the obstacles, okay? The obstacles of whatever this broken home card represents to you, and moving forward, like overcoming that and realizing that was a block, but you're getting rid of it. You're getting over it because you have beautiful things coming your way now, okay? All right, let's move on. 1 second. Okay, so next card. Best friend, this is you and your person. It says you could spend hours doing nothing together and still call it the best day. Just being together is more than enough. It's the same thing, just like the domestic bliss card. You and this person are just going to be able to just be in each other's energy, and it just be beautiful. It's like you don't have to say nothing. You could just sit with this person, they sit with you, or you in the same room, they working on their stuff, you working on their stuff, working on your stuff, and you're good. It's going to be that type of thing. Cause when you can be in somebody's energy and not say a word and be comfortable, that's a fucking beautiful, beautiful thing. Okay. All right. Let's, clarify. So this person wants to come in. Their intention is to come in and be your best friend, right? They want to hear all the stories. They want to hear all the things that people did to you and the things that you've gone through. They truly, truly want to know you. You are important and valuable to them. Okay. Because see, look, they've been through it too. Remember when I told you 10 swords to the back? They got 10 swords to the back. They were betrayed. They were cheated on. They were lied to. All of these things, just like you were. Okay. And Spirit is telling you all truth will be revealed. So this person's going to come in and be open and honest with you about everything. Like I said, you and this person are going to sit down and be able to get deep, deep, deep and talk. And that's what we love. We love when people open themselves up to us and are deep, because we deep. We don't know how to be surface level, right? Okay. Next card, it says long distance. Okay. It says it takes strength to love across miles, dealing with unmet needs and invisible walls. The disconnection isn't just physical, it's emotional too. So you and this person are going to start off, I tell you all this all the time, at a distance. And there's a reason for this, like I said, so it can start off slow, so that the both of you have your own space. You're comfortable enough to open up at your own pace and not it be a thing. Because I feel like I said, a lot of times in the past, somebody was in your face, you were in their face, you spending all this time together, and when you do that, the face-to-face stuff, and you spending the night and they spending the night, and then all of a sudden you leaving your clothes at their house and they leaving their clothes at, you know how it goes. When that happens, things tend to go faster than they need to. But I feel like that's why you and this person are at a distance, because you don't need to do that. You need to be comfortable. Your person needs to be comfortable. This is going to start off, like I said, as a friendship. For some of you, it might be friends with benefits, because you know Scorpios like to get out. I'm just being honest. But I'm just telling you that it's going to start off as a friendship, but it's going to evolve into something more. Okay? All right, let's clarify. Like I said, this person, I'm telling you, it's what I hear in my head is close the distance. So it's like it's going to start off as long distance, but this person and you are going to want to close the distance as you get to know each other. So it will start off this way, but it won't stay this way. See, because we got the Nine of Pentacles to clarify the long distance card. So you're both going to start off single. Ain't going to be nobody with nobody, messing around with nobody behind your back and stuff like this. This person only sees you. Their intent is only to get to know you, to be with you, to have a relationship with you. Okay. Then we've got, stuck at the crossroads here, stuck at a crossroad, a major intersection. This is like the Two of Wands. Okay. This is like, you need to make that choice between the old and the new, because I told you, the old is going to come back. The old ain't never left your energy. That's why the Page of Swords is showing up here. And I told you it's about old love as well. It's not just about the new person. We know the new person watches you, but there's nothing nefarious about it. There are no ulterior motives, but it's the opposite with the other person. Okay. All right. The outcome card is communication. Okay. You and this person are going to have amazing communication. You just like you like to be truthful and you like to tell people what you like to tell them. You're going to be able to be that way with this person, and this person's going to be the exact same way with you. They ain't going to be no, when I say they're not going to pull punches, and you're not going to pull punches either, but I don't mean it as in you're going to be combative with your truth. Because, sometimes you can tell people stuff, you can tell them the truth and it be in a fucked up way. Okay. Especially when we angry, it just come out whatever way it come out, and it just be what it be. But I don't feel like it's going to be like that. Cause see, look at the colors in the card. Look at the two birds, how close they are together. It's going to be that type of thing where you tell each other truths, but it's going to be in a very respectful way. I feel like you're going to hold each other in high regard, and it's just going to be just amazing communication. I know I keep saying beautiful, but that's the word that keeps coming to mind with this relationship. Okay. So this person wants to tell you everything. They want to open up to you. They want you to see who they truly are, and they want to see who you truly are. That's why they want to be your friend. That's why they want to, truly get to know you. That's why they want you to open up with them. That is their intention. Their intention is to start off slowly, because they see you and this relationship as something of value. And like I told you, they want to take it to the end. They want to grow old with you. They know that you and them have the opportunity, the potential to have an amazing connection. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. I love the way the energy of this relationship feels so good. It says struggling to overcome self-imposed limiting beliefs. So I feel like that's what's going on with both of you. And I feel like you're going to help each other with some of these things, whatever, is going to bubble up after you've done your healing separately. Cause I told you, you got to heal yourself separately in order to be open to this connection, in order to be somebody's best friend. Cause let's be honest. It's harder, I feel like, to be somebody's best friend than it is to be in a relationship with somebody. Because when somebody you are having a friendship with somebody, you got to get all into them nooks and crannies. You got to let that person all into all your shit. That's the person that you come every day and you tell them what the hell's going on in your life. Like when you have a bad day, that's the first person you come to tell them how you feel. And then when you having a good day or something good happens to you, that's the first person you want to go and tell, right? So I feel like in essence, it can be more difficult to be friends with somebody, because I feel like a lot of times when we get into a relationship with somebody and then we start to have sex and we get, closer intimately, I feel like a lot of times some of us, it causes us to swing the door closed on things that we would still be dealing with. We would still be talking about if it was just a friendship. And so I feel like that's one of the reasons why this person wants to start out that way as a best friend. They want to build that foundation, build this relationship on a proper foundation, because I feel like for both of you in the past, that didn't happen. Okay. All right. Let me get one more card. Okay. And then we got the Four of Cups showing up here. Somebody gonna feel like they had a missed opportunity. Can you guess who this is? Somebody wanted to get together with you, have kids with you, because look at this person. They look like they pregnant, right? This person wanted to come into union with you, have kids with you, but after the fact, right? This is somebody that I feel like rejected you, and now they're coming towards you and wanting to fix things. Because I told what I just tell you when I told you the story, right? That spirit gave me that story for a reason. When I told you about somebody trying to come back into my life after they realized that they made a mistake walking away, and that even though they try to get you to believe that you're not the good luck charm, that you didn't bring beautiful things into their lives. Because I'm telling you, let me tell you this. Let me explain this. Let's talk about this real quick. I know y'all got to come to the comments and tell me about this. Tell me if this is true for you too. Tell me you haven't had relationships with people, friendships with people, or even romantic relationships with people where it was y'all were so close, y'all were like soulmates, like the friend, or even if it was a romantic relationship in the beginning, you and this person were tight, and it was to the point to where people saw your relationship with this person and you could tell they were envious of it, right? And I feel like that's the thing. That's the same thing that's going to happen with this person, is that you're going to get into this connection with this person, and y'all are going to be so close, so tight, so good with each other, that it's going to be a situation where people are going to envy it, and they're going to be trying to talk in your ear, to talk in your person's ear, to try to break this stuff up. I don't know what that is about people not wanting to see other people happy, but that is what I keep getting off of this, because I can feel the energy. I can feel what other people are going to be feeling, and instead of other people focusing on their own shit, they want to come and try to break your shit down, because they want you to be miserable like that. So I'm saying all this to say, you know what this is, right? You know what it's like. You've been in situations like that where you've had those close relationships with people, like I said, whether it's romantic or not. And then you've had people, you can tell they jealous, right? Like, oh, y'all are such good friends. You'll hear them say stuff like, oh, y'all are such good friends. That's so amazing, this and that or whatever. And then whoever you in the connection with, they allowing people to I don't know, to talk them out of certain things, to try to make you look like you an enemy or something like that. Anything to break the two of y'all up. Cause us, if we down with somebody, the person has to do something for us to leave that person alone. It's not a thing where we listening to other people. We usually don't do that type of thing, or at least in my instance, that's the way I see it. I don't do stuff like that. The actual person has to do something to me for me to be like looking at them, the wrong way. So I'm saying all of this to say, remember that when you get into this connection with this person, because that's what's going to be trying to happen. But the good thing about this person, that's what I want to let you know, is that people going to be trying to talk, and that person going to be like, I don't want to hear none of that, because I know when I am with my person, how I feel, this person have my back, I had a back. It's a beautiful thing. They ain't going to be listening to that shit. This is somebody that has a strong mental, because that's why they always show up as the King of Swords. Because yeah, the King of Swords can be somebody that is cold, but I feel like they're cold when the situation calls for it. Just like us, how we can shut it down and be fucking cold when motherfuckers, when we don't trust you, or when you done some dirty shit and you trying to come back and all that. So that's what I feel like it's like, that both you and your person have discernment when it comes to that, and you can see through people. That's why I told you, in this relationship, you ain't gonna be able to lie to them. They ain't gonna be able to lie to you. This person's gonna see through you. You're gonna be able to see through them. Okay? So I'm just telling you, remember that, because that's what people will try to do. They'll try to get in between you and the other person, because it's crazy. I hate that I even have to say this, but I want to give you this warning, because if anybody in these motherfucking 12 signs deserve to have somebody that's ride or die, is you, Scorpio, because you ride or die too. Okay? So like I said, you have somebody already. I feel like this represents your ex. It could represent your person's ex as well, where the person, it's not even a thing of them truly wanting to be with you. I feel, or your person's ex truly wanting to be with them. I feel like it's, oh, you happy? Oh, you think you gonna be happy without me? It's that type of attitude. Well, let me come in there and fuck some shit up and see how you like. That's why I say don't say nothing. Just be with your person. Be fucking happy. Whistle while you work, or whistle while you walking around, or whatever it is, and don't just act like, look, just let it be your secret and your person's secret, because it's not about hiding anything. It's not about that. It's about you protecting what's yours, what took so long for you to get, the things you had to go through in order to get this. I keep telling everybody this week that this is a supernatural. We live in a supernatural life, because we were in a twin flame fucking situation. You got telepathy with people that you got going on. You communicating with people. You getting visuals. You getting dreams. You meeting this person in the astral. All these types of things. Everybody don't live that type of life, and I'm sure a lot of you watch a lot of other readers. You may watch other readers, and you hear them talk about twin. Oh, well, I don't believe in twin flames, or I feel like twin flame this and all this kind of stuff, and you can tell that even though they're talking about it, that they ain't entrenched in it like we are on this channel. So I'm saying all of that to say nothing against the readers, but I'm saying all of that to say that we know that this life we live in is not the quote unquote normal life. We know that we are not the quote unquote average bears when it comes to the things that we've experienced and the things that we've learned. And so Spirit is trying to tell you, be cognizant of that fact when this person comes into your life, because this is a beautiful gift. It is a great reward that you deserve for the things that you went through, but don't allow anybody to tear it down or to take it from you, but because of jealousy, or because they want to see you suffer, or because they just fucked up. Okay. All right. So let's get some messages from Spirit. Come on. Let's see what they want to tell you. Then we're going to get some messages from your person. Okay. All right. Here we go. So we got grounding. Okay. So it says, I am steady and grounded. That's the affirmation. It says your attention is directed up too high, as if you're not in your body. A balance is needed between a focus on spirit and a focus on earth. Grounding will help you to better concentrate and focus, and will also increase your connections to the angels. Okay. So to ground, those of you that don't know what to do, or what grounding is, but you've never practiced it. Go take off your shoes and walk in the yard. If you got grass or something, dirt or something like that, you can walk on. Take off your shoes and walk on the ground. You can actually visualize, like just sit in a chair or lay down on the bed and visualize like light coming from coming from God, coming from source, coming from the universe, a white light coming down through your body and going down into the ground to ground you ground you to earth. Okay. This can just talk about you needing to just make sure that, cause I tell you too much of anything is no good, right? So you can't be too much up in the air, and you can't be too much, you can't be too much, too grounded as well. It's got to be a balance. Everything in your life has to be as much of a balance as you possibly can make it. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Okay. So we have, I can't stop thinking about your beauty. I hear Michael Jackson singing, and I just can't stop loving you. Okay. Then we've got, I still feel so attracted to you. Okay. We have, sometimes I imagine how my life with you would feel. Okay. I told you this person does that all the time. They daydream about you. They daydream about other things with you as well. I'm sure you getting the visuals. I'm sure you are. Okay. And let's get some more messages. Okay. So we have, I'm tired of running. You know who that is. So we just gonna throw that over here across the table. Let me get another card. Okay. We've got, I love you so much. All right. And then we have, I miss you, but I don't have time right now, because like I said, this person, I feel like they understand how serious this connection is. Okay. They know that you're the one. They don't want to do anything to mess this up. I feel like they're doing making whatever preparations they can make. This person is treating this connection the way 3333, the way you've always wanted people to treat you, and to look up to you, and to look up to this connection, to a connection with you. I feel like that's what's going on with this person. Okay. All right. Let's get some romance angel oracle cards and see what else Spirit wants to tell you about the reading. Okay. So we got Stay optimistic about your love life. It says positive thinking and faith will bring you romance. Okay. Just because you don't see nothing moving, Scorpio, it does not mean that it is not moving. Okay. I said this to another sign this week as well, but it doesn't mean that there's nothing going on. Look at all these beautiful cards here that Spirit has put in this reading. Okay. Even the other cards, it's just talking, the green and black ones are talking about the things that you've experienced in the past that you've overcome, right? And even the other one, the long distance one, that's not a horrible card. They just telling you that you and this person are going to start out at a distance and slowly come together, like any relationship, right? Not necessarily, this is talking about long distance, but even regular relationships, you start out wherever you are, your person starts out wherever they are, even if you live in the same city, the same town, even if you live on the same fucking street, and you slowly come together over time, right? So that's the same thing that's going to happen with this relationship. It's just a little more distance between the two of you, okay? And I feel like you can turn it into a good thing by realizing, okay, well, we can get on the phone and talk to each other, or we can FaceTime, or we can, whatever it is you need to do. Maybe you're a letter writer, or your person is a letter writer. You can write each other love letters. It could be anything. You can turn it into the beautiful thing you want it to be. Just because it's long distance, it's nothing wrong with that. Okay. All right. Then we have getting to know each other. Okay. It says, as you reveal your innermost selves to each other, your bond deepens. So the more you see, that's what it is. That's what Spirit is trying to tell you. That's why there's distance, so that you can just take the time to truly get to know each other, to truly be friends, and to truly slowly let each other in. Okay. And then we got heart to heart conversations. It says, honestly discuss your feelings with each other. I told you got to be honest with this person, because they're going to tell you the truth too. Okay. And then on the bottom of the deck, we got unrequited love. It says there's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. We ain't talking about this relationship. You know who we talking about, right? You know who we talking about. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay. All right, Scorpio. I hope this helped you. I hope you enjoyed the reading. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week. And I will talk to you soon. You got the longest read. You got the longest read out of everybody. Okay. Love y'all, Scorpio. Bye. Hi, Sagittarius. Welcome back to Leigh's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we are going to take a look at what your person's intentions are, this new person, okay? Let me give a disclaimer, because I got a lot of people coming up in the comments, talk about some old crusty dusty that did them wrong and has got them in third party and cheating on them and all this stuff. That's not what we're talking about. It's not that type of read. We are talking about a soulmate, somebody who is going to treat you right, and you have to walk away from that old person. If you in a twin flame connection, you got to walk away from that old person if you want the new person to show up. Okay. All right. So don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay. Let's go ahead, Sagittarius. Let's see what Spirit has for you. This is for Sagittarius. First, Spirit, what are their true intentions? Okay, Sagittarius. Overall energy for this reading is addiction. Okay. So you may have addictions. Your person may have addictions. It could be both of you that have addictions. It doesn't have to be anything illicit. Like I tell you, it could be food. It could be overworking. It could be anything that, you spend a lot of time doing that could take away from, other things that you could be doing. Like you pretty much put this thing first, and, you could just devote things. It could distract you from, like I said, other things in your life. Okay. Oh, let me read the card. It says addiction distorts everything: truth, trust, priorities. Until healing begins, healthy love can't grow in this soil. So it's like trying to grow crops in soil that has been stripped of all its nutrients, because, when you focus on addiction, you can't water your own garden. You can't plant certain things. You can't, put nutrients into the ground, like take care of yourself and do the things that you need to do. So that's why it's important to deal with this. And then when you're distracted by something like this is what you prioritize. You usually don't prioritize anything else. Okay. Then we've got best friend showing up here. So it says you could spend hours doing nothing together and still call it the best day. Just being together is more than enough. So this is talking about you and this person being best friends. This person is going to come in Like I said, I feel like they're going to bend over backwards to make you feel safe, to provide a safe space for you, emotional safety, all of these things, because this person wants you to truly be who you truly are, because they want to see who you really are, and they want to be able to show their true selves to you as well. Okay. Then we've got biological clock showing up here. This is for those of you who want to have a family with your person and you may feel like time is running out. Spirit is telling you, you have to believe in the impossible. You have to know this path you are walking, Sagittarius, is a supernatural path. I'm trying to tell everybody that this week so that you understand the life you're leading is not the same as anybody around you unless they're going through the same thing as you. If you're drawn to these readings, if you're drawn to this information, if these things are resonating with you, Spirit is letting you know that you are not the average bear when it comes to this type, this type of life. You're not the average bear when it comes to just life in general. You don't have a quote unquote normal life because you know that you have telepathy with people. Things that people make fun of and act like it's not true. These things are happening in your life. So that lets you know that you're not living a normal life. Okay. And so because you don't live a normal life, you're not going to have normal experiences. And when I say that, I'm also talking about just all of the things that you've gone through, all the school of hard knocks that you've gone to all your life in order to come out on the other side and get these beautiful rewards. And one of them is going to be being able to have a child. There are videos on YouTube right now of people in their 50s giving birth to children, women in their 50s giving birth to their to children. Okay. So I'm letting you know that anything in this life is possible, especially when you're on the type of path that we're on. Okay. So biological clock says you're allowed to want what you want and the pressure is real, but don't settle for the wrong person just because the timing feels urgent. So Spirit is telling you, don't be going out there trying to grab anybody and have kids with them just because this is what you want. You have to trust and know. Like I said, you signed up for this on the other side before you came into this lifetime. And so you just got to trust and understand that Spirit has your back and things are going to work out exactly the way that you want them to. You just can't control when and how and all of those things because all of that is up to Spirit. Okay. All right. Then we've got broken home showing up here. Okay. So it says, as a child, you never saw healthy love modeled. That's why real intimacy feels confusing or even dangerous. So it's hard for you to open up. You've been through you have a lot of emotional wounds. You've been through a lot of emotional trauma. And because of that, that's why the healing is so important. And you can't think that just because you heal for a few weeks or a few months, that there's nothing left to heal. Healing is a lifelong thing. And it's about you becoming a better person. So then in turn, you can become a better partner and you and your partner can both put each other and the relationship, as a priority. Okay. All right. So we're going to start by clarifying the addiction card. Hang on. Okay, there it is. Okay, so, okay, I see it. So to clarify addiction, we have the truth will set you free. So this is about you being honest with yourself about whatever vices or habits or things you need to take a look at. Because like I told you, it doesn't have to be anything illicit. And just because it's accepted by society, it doesn't mean it's not an addiction. Like for instance, if you are a workaholic, that's accepted by society, especially in the United States. But that don't make it right. It's people dying at work. They dying at their desks because they overwork. And I'm telling you, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody ever laid on their deathbed and was like, oh, I wish I had went to work more or whatever. It just sounds crazy, make me laugh even saying that. I wish I had worked more. No, I would never say no shit like that. If anything, I want to back up off of it. But this to me is not work. This is my calling. This is what I do and I enjoy it. But there needs to be balance, even if it's something that you love doing, is what Spirit is trying to tell you. Okay. We also have the Ace of Cups here. So this is about, what does it say? It says love initiation. It's about this connection, beginning a brand new connection starting between you and this person, right? And you don't want anything to get in the way of that. And this has the potential to do that. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Okay. So the first card here says family pressure. It says that this relationship isn't just between the two of you anymore. Too many outside voices are shaping what should be private. So I feel like this is something that both you and your person have gone through in the past. You have had relationship that everybody wanted to have a say in what went down, like all of y'all were in the damn relationship and not just you and the other person. Okay. So I feel like, Spirit is telling you this time you need to, keep things close to your vest, keep stuff to yourself and not allow people to put their 2 cents in your relationship. Because at the end of the day, that's you. You got to be in this relationship. You and this person have to be together. You have to coexist. And if you're happy with this person, it doesn't matter what anybody says. Nobody should be allowed to have a say in that unless they're a part of the relationship. So it's either you or your partner. Okay. Let's clarify. Okay. Okay. So when it comes to your person's intentions, hold on, waiting for the next card. Okay, so when it comes to your Spirit's telling you keep it a secret. Okay, your person is going to want to keep it close to the vest, and you need to do that as well. This is Pisces energy. Okay, because the High Priestess is all about secrets, and Spirit is also telling you to listen to your intuition when it comes to this connection. Okay, hold on 1 second. Sorry. Okay, so we also have 2 other cards that fell. It says every love song sounds like us. So this is just gonna be all the corniness, and I love it. I love it. All the corniness. You're gonna be singing all the love songs and feeling all good, and it's just gonna be beautiful, and I love it. Okay. Then we've got not your typical love story. So like I told you, you're not living a typical life, so you're not gonna have nothing about your life is gonna be typical. Okay, and that includes your love life. So when this person comes in, their intention is not for the 2 of you to have a typical love story. They want to go above and beyond, and they're going to want a partner that does the same thing. Okay. All right. So next card we're going to look at is the catalyst flame here. It says, what if this connection isn't meant to last, but to help you prepare for the one that is? This is talking about old connections. Okay. Because it's the green. When it's green and black, that's what it's talking about. So Spirit is telling you that all those other relationships where you got put down, traumatized, destroyed, heartbroken, dragged, all of these things, all of those things were catalysts to build you up and prepare you for this connection. And I know being torn down doesn't sound like a buildup, but it's what happened afterwards. It's like every time that you went through these things, you still standing, right? You leveled up, you got stronger, you realized that you could go through way more than you thought you could, Sagittarius, and still end up coming out on the other side. And, knowing that you're okay. And, you can get through anything. It's like once you've gone through it so much, you know what you got to do to get through it. I know it don't feel good. And I know nobody's asking to get hurt, but this was to prepare you for this person coming in so that the both of you learn the lessons you need to learn. So, the type of relationship you've always wanted to have. And so, you appreciate it. You know how to use your discernment to pick out the right person, all of these things with the catalyst flame. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. So we've got time is up, took too long. So this is talking about, these dusties and the crusties in the background that are going to be trying to come towards you when they see you with this person, or when they see that you've moved on energetically. Okay. Fully and completely moved on energetically. Okay. Because this connection there's going to be a lot of passion with the King of Wands, fire sign, or someone with a lot of fire in their chart, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. And there's going to be a lot of success here with the Six of Wands. The 2 of you may be in the spotlight, or one of you may be in the spotlight. This can also just talk about your dream lover coming into your life, because that's what the Six of Wands means to me. Okay. All right. So the next card we're going to look at, it says avoidant. Okay. So it's talking about past connections, things that you've dealt with, traumatic instances you've had in relationships. It says avoidant. They keep their distance to feel safe, but it leaves you feeling abandoned. And it's not your failure, it's their fear. Because this person, you dealt with a lot of people who have been hurt in the past, and they chose to deal with it in a way that was unhealthy, right? To avoid certain things, to shut themselves down emotionally, but they still wanted to get into connections with people, or to play around with people, and for it to be on a superficial level. And then the people that they tend to gravitate towards, the people that want deep connections, knowing that they're only going to be surface, that they're not gonna delve in deep I don't know if if it's a thing, you know, I guess it's to hurt people hurt, but I don't know why you would want to do that instead of just healing yourself and moving on and knowing that it's just going to be people out there who don't do things the right way all the time, but you just got to move on from it. But this is spirit telling you this is going to be an end to that, end to people abandoning you and walking away, like coming in and, you know, playing with your feelings and putting you down and making you feel like shit and traumatizing you and then walking away. All of that's gone. Okay. But you got to heal it. You have to heal from it if you want it to move, if you want to move on from it. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we have the Ace of Swords. Okay, so it says breakthroughs and awarenesses. It's just about you learning about the things that have happened to you, about you being honest, not only with this person, but honest with yourself and realizing your shortcomings, realizing where you stepped wrong, realizing the things that drew certain people to you, because there's red flags. There'll be red flags, and you know there's red flags because when you go back and look at it, you know what they say, hindsight is 2020, Sagittarius. So this is about you looking back at the situation and saying, yeah, you know, when the person did that, that's when that's when I should have known that, you know, they was on some bullshit, or when they did this or when they did that or whatever, or, you know, looking back at it and saying, okay, well, when I did that, or I chose to accept that, that's where I shot my own damn self in the foot, or that's where I cut my own nose off to spite my face. You got to look at it like that as well. It's not just about the other person. It's about the things you're accepting too, because people can't do shit to you if you don't allow it. If you don't give them the indication that it's okay by staying with them, or, you know, just, you know, letting them do whatever and not saying anything at all or something like that. That's how you give people permission to continue to do certain things. Or when they tell you they're not going to do it anymore, and you know, you give them the benefit of the doubt the first time, they do it again, but you stay. That is the, you know, you acquiescing to certain things. Cause they always say, what do they always say? The first time is shame on them, but the second time on is shame on you. Okay. But I feel like with this, spirit is telling you that this is about you working through these things so you don't have to experience them anymore. Spirit is telling you to believe in divine timing, that everything is going to happen when it's supposed to. Okay. You signed up for this on the other side. It is going to happen, but the how, the when, and the why and all that stuff, you don't have anything to do with that. You just got to live your life. And when the time is right, you will come together with this person. And then we've got devotion here. It says hopelessly devoted to you. So this person going to come in and be devoted, be loving, you know, be caring, be all the things that you've wanted them to be. But you got to stand in the right energy. You have to stand in the energy as the person who, you know, is, I don't want to say entitled or deserving, because I feel like you were deserving before, but in the energy of being that type of person that has that naturally has that type of relationship. Because the old Sagittarius, that old shit, the old way you used to move, the shit you used to take off people, you can't be that person anymore. You got to let that person go. You got to bury him and just be like, you know, may you never come back to life, because I got to be this person now, because I want my life to be better. Okay. All right, the last card we have here, it says wrong reasons. So it says validation, safety, timing, status. What is this relationship really built on? If it's not love, it won't last, okay? So this is about you being with a person for the wrong reasons, right? Because we also had, remember, biological clock, where Spirit was talking about the same thing for the women, the females. Because with this, or it could be males feeling like this, feeling like, you know, you don't want to be an old dad or something like that, and wanting to get with somebody to have a child. I can understand that, but you got to look at, you know, cause you got to look at the repercussions of that, because you have a kid with somebody, you gonna be tied to this person for the rest of your life. And what if it's not the right person, right? We all know all of us, our pickers are fucked up. So it's about spirit fixing this. So you just got to go with the flow and understand that when the time is right, you know, the right person is going to come into your life. But like I said, you also have to play a part in it by using your own discernment. Okay. So with the wrong reasons card, Spirit is telling you, you got to stop rushing and racing. That's I feel like it's the biggest impetus to you having what you want is that you think you see it, you think you know that's it within the first 5 seconds, and then you rushing and you racing off into the relationship. And I'm talking about all of us. I ain't talking about just y'all. And then you get into this connection, and then when you hold on, wait on the train. See, that's spirit confirming. But hold on. Let me let it, because it usually honk more than once. So you rush and racing and you get into this connection, and then you by the time you so deep into it that you can't just quickly extract yourself and walk away, you done got into it and you realize that the person ain't at all what you thought they were. Cause you, like I said, you gotta you gotta give people a chance, because you know about the representative. People like to come with their representative and not be honest sometimes in the beginning about who they truly are. I feel like the person that's coming towards you is going to do, is going to represent in the right way, because they doing the healing so that they do that. But a lot of people don't do that. And then some of y'all are going to have tests. You're going to have people that come in. It's going to be people that's going to remind you of folks from the past in order to see if you have truly learned the lessons you're supposed to learn. Like I said, just that's why you got to heal too. It ain't just about to be in a connection with nobody else, but I feel like it's supposed to be for yourself. And so that when the test come along, you'll know that it's a test, and you'll be like, no, I'm not fucking put up with this bullshit no more. That's how you'll know you've healed. Okay. Because if you find yourself saying, well, maybe, and all of it, then you got to step back and look at what's going on in Sagittarius. Okay. So we've got caught up in the emotions. You in this connection, I feel like that's what happens to you with these, wrong reasons people, right? You get caught up in emotions, you feeling the feels, you feeling a certain way or whatever, and it stops you from moving ahead. But I feel like, in this instance, once you start to use your discernment and you realize who is for you and who is not for you, you're going to sail right on into a situation where things are calmer and more peaceful. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from spirit. So, this person intends to come into your life, be devoted to you, give to you, bend over backwards to make you happy, and vice versa. They want you to be yourself. They want to know who you truly are. They really want to love you. Okay. So we've got plan, and we also have honesty. These are messages from spirit. Okay. Plan says, following a long-term plan will help me achieve my life's purpose. So it says to make the most of this moment of inspiration and angel guidance, plan your days so as to reach maximum efficiency. This is a powerful time for you, and you are capable of achieving a lot. Without a plan, you risk wasting precious time. So it's spirit telling you to plan out, your endeavors, what you decide to do, your creative things, the things that have to do with your career or the areas of your life, where you have valleys and you want more peaks. Okay. So that where you're headed. Okay. Then we've got honesty. It says, I am truthful. I speak my truth honestly. That's the affirmation. The angels ask you to offer your true self up to the world and search for the truth. Act upon the truth and tell the truth, even though it may not make you popular. Say what you think and think what you say. Okay. So this is about, you not only being honest, but being transparent, just letting your person know, like, for instance, you get together with this new person and then the old one tries to come back. You just coming in, you letting them know, hey, I just want to let you know, old Dusty Crusty tried to come in and, is trying to talk shit. And this is what happened. These are the text messages, whatever, just in case. Cause I told you, some of y'all, this person is going to try to come to your person and try to say you was trying to snake them by going behind their back to try to have something going on with them behind it. Cause they trying to mess your shit up. So that's why transparency is of the utmost importance in this connection. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Let's get some messages from your person. Hold on. I'm going to use this stick. Let's see what they want to tell you. Ooh. Okay, hang on. Okay, so we have, thank you for teaching me how to appreciate the small things in life. Okay. Then we have, thank you for being there for me when I needed it the most. All right. That's why I feel like you're both going to be like that for each other. You're going to be each other's best friend. You're going to have each other's back through thick and thin. It's going to be ride or die. Okay. It says, I have so much passion and desire for you. It drives me mad. Okay. So like I said, this person is devoted to you, very passionate about the connection, you know, all about you. They ain't looking at nobody else. Okay? Okay. Get two more. Okay. So we have, I want to come into alignment with you. All right. And then we have, you are my wish fulfillment, and I want you only. Okay. Like I told you, that's all I hear, that only you, the platters or whatever. That's what I hear. Okay. Let's get, some messages from Spirit. We're going to get the Romance Angel Oracle cards and see what Spirit wants to tell you. Okay, so we have two cards that fell. We have keep an open mind. It says your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. I told you that. Okay, I told you your pick is fucked up, so you're going to have something different. Everybody going to have something different. Different races, different backgrounds, you know, different religions, all of that. Okay, then we have forgiving and learning. It says as you release and heal the past, you experience more love in your present moments. It's just about you forgiving the Dusties and the Cresties, the people that, you know, whether it was a romantic relationship or whatever, you forgiving all those people and letting that stuff go so you can be peaceful and free. Okay. All right, Sagittarius. I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye. Hi, Capricorn. Welcome back to Leigh's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we're going to take a look at what your person's intentions are when it comes to this relationship, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, let me say this. This is not, for those of you that are in a relationship where you being mistreated, you being cheated on, you being stabbed in the back, you being pulled into third parties and, you know, dusties and crusties, this is not that type of reading, okay? It says new love. We're not talking about the old people, okay, that should have been kicked to the curb a long time ago. We are talking about people who have moved on from that and they are now pulling in a new soulmate, okay? All right, here we go. So Capricorn Spirit, what is their person's intentions when it comes to this connection? Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go, Capricorn. Overall energy for this reading is broken home. So it says, as a child, you never saw healthy love modeled. That's why real intimacy feels confusing or even dangerous. Okay, so this is Spirit just saying that this is what you and your person have probably gone through when it comes to your love life in the past. This is probably where a lot of the issues that you deal with on a regular basis in your love life, that's where they started. Okay, so that is why I tell you it is important for you to go back to the Genesis, to the beginning, in order to look at what has happened, in order to, you know, fix it so that you know, it doesn't keep playing out. It doesn't keep spiraling when it comes to your love life. Okay. Underneath this, we have healthy habits here. It says your shared commitment to a healthier life amplifies your connection. This is an upgrade for the body, mind, and spirit. So you and this person are going to inspire each other to be healthier. Even if you already are healthy, I feel like this is going to be healthiness taken to a next level, okay? To probably to the highest level you can. This person is going to inspire you to be the best person you can be. And I feel like that you're going to have that same effect on them as well, okay? Because like I told you, we're talking about your person's intention. So your person is intending to come in and for the both of you to have a healthy relationship in all areas, not just the relationship itself, okay? Okay, then we have parenthood showing up here. It says when you're on the same page about what you want when it comes to, it says you're on the same page about what you want when it comes to having children. And that shared vision is part of what makes this love so solid. So whether you want to have kids or you don't want to have kids, or if you want to adopt, or if you want to just combine your families, or if you want to combine your families and have kids, I feel like you and this person are going to see eye to eye on whatever it is you decide. Okay. Then we have trauma bond showing up here. It says you bonded over pain, not peace. Now you're mistaking shared wounds for compatibility. So what Spirit is talking about with this is that this is what it's been for you in the past. And I feel like your person as well. You have attracted people and been attracted to people who have, you know, trauma wounds, and you have trauma wounds as well. And the two of you bond together and you think that that's this amazing relationship because you've been through the same things and you understand the same things. But this relationship is different because your person is coming in, and yes, the both of you have had similar traumatic experiences, but you're both supposed to be healing that stuff so that when you come in, it's not a trauma bond. You're bonding together because you have a lot in common. And yes, some of the things that you have in common happen to have traumatic events in your life that are in common, but you've worked on yourself to heal those so that it doesn't become a trauma bond. This is why it's so important for you to make sure you heal so you don't have this all over again, because it's easy to fall back into the old patterns, Capricorn, if you don't do what it is you need to do when it comes to your healing. There are a lot of different reasons why Spirit is asking you to heal yourself. It is not just because they want to hear me say that to y'all, okay? It is because there are some specific reasons why if you don't do it, you could be backpedaling and end up in a similar circumstance than what you experienced in the past. Okay. All right. Hold on one second. Okay. Excuse me. Whew. Okay. So you and this person, in effect, are going to be a dream team is what Spirit is saying. So it says you don't compete, you combine, and together you're a force to be reckoned with. Okay. So this is going to be, trust, love, all these things. It's going to be requited love here, showing up here. Okay. No silent treatment, no third parties. Okay. Lots of sexual chemistry. We talk about that all the time, right? But for some of you, you may have to deal with addictions. There may be things that, are taking your attention that are aren't healthy. They might have started out a certain way as healthy. And what I mean by that, let me give you an example. Working. Okay. It may have started out healthily, but maybe you are someone when you have hard times, you may put all your effort into work and that's all it becomes is work, right? Like, let me give you an example. For me, when I got here to where I currently am, I got sick. And so when I got sick, Spirit made me take the week off. And when I did, that's why I did that. That's why y'all saw I gave y'all all those supercuts. And the reason why is because I didn't want to not leave you with anything. And sometimes it's better to go back and look at the old stuff because some of y'all hadn't seen some of the things that I put up. Okay. So I'm saying all this to say I had to figure out how to live my life for that week without me working. And it was hard. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. So that's one of my issues that I have to work on. So I'm trying to give you an example to show you that no one is above this. Okay. No one is above this. Everybody has their thing that they need to take a look at. Okay. Areas of their life that they need to shore up, right? Because I love the work. It's not work to me. Okay. I enjoy it. To me, it's like, I don't want to say it like this. It's like, I want to say it's like play and it's like, it's fun, but I don't take what I do as a joke because I don't want it to seem like that I think is a joke, because I don't think that is a joke. I love what I do. And if Spirit didn't try to, hem me up sometimes, I would sit here and do this all the time because that's how much because I love to help people and I like to do what I can to do my part to help people, to give back to people, to use what I've learned to try to help other people from having to, to keep them from going down the same road if they don't have to. So I'm saying all this to say, even I got issues where I had to like back up and I'm like, you know what? Spirit is right. What I do the majority of the time, that's what I do is I work. And I realize that's an issue. That's something I have to deal with. So Spirit is calling you out as well on your shit and telling you, hey, you got to start to look at where you're coming up short or you putting too much of your time into things because, as I always tell y'all, Capricorn, life is about balance. Okay. So we're going to start by clarifying this broken home card. So we have, it's just so complicated. Okay. So, this is clarifying the broken home card. So, a lot of y'all may feel like that is just so much, tied up and twisted up into this that you may not know how to start unpacking it, but it's like they say, how do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. So you have to start with like maybe the biggest thing that triggers you about, your home life when you were younger. Okay. And start with that. Start to unpack that first and then move on to something else, something else, something else. Okay. All right. Let's get another card. Okay, then we have the Four of Wands. So this is where you're headed. You're headed towards stability. Okay, and in order for you to go from a broken home to stability, there has to be some type of work done. There has to be some type of healing that occurs. Okay, all right. Okay, so the first card we're going to take a look at is avoidance. So a lot of you may have experienced this in the past where you had somebody come into your life. It could have been a parent, it could have been friends, it could have been anything. It could have started, like I said, back when you were younger, where you had somebody come into your life in the beginning. They seem to be this amazing person. Not to say that, not to say that they're not, but then they started to withdraw once the two of you, got together and started to get comfortable with each other. They may have started to withdraw. They may have stopped, opening up like they, normally did, or the two of you may have had a disagreement or argument or something, and they may have pulled back and started to abandon you. Okay, so that's what we're talking about with the avoidant card. This is something that I feel like both you and your person have potentially gone through, and Spirit is telling you that that's something that needs to be, dealt with, because you got to get the beliefs that you have stored in your subconscious mind about this. Because if you believe that this is how everyone treats you, and you go into this relationship with the soulmate, guess what's going to happen? You see what I'm saying? Because this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. It's not that the person wants to come in and do things to you and be traumatic, and traumatize you. It's that they have to act. They're mirrors. Everybody's a mirror in your life. That's the way it works. And so they have to act according to what you believe. That's what Spirit is trying to get you to understand. Okay. All right. So to clarify avoidant, we have temperance, Sagittarius energy. This again is about the soulmate coming into your life and about balance. Okay. So I feel like balance has to do with the avoidant card and also with the broken home card, that, what is it? Work your way through these things and see what it is you're believing. What, you got to ask yourself, like I told you, put yourself in a situation where this has happened to you and ask yourself, what would you have to believe in order to experience what you experienced? Okay. So then we also have, you are my lifeline. I can't lose you. Okay. And I feel like that was the after effect of you being around avoidant people, right? They pull away and then you come forward. They pull back, you come forward. That's the whole thing. That's what it was about, especially for a lot of you with this last person you were with. And they wanted you to be in this energy where you felt like this person was your lifeline and that, you couldn't lose them. But see, now that you pull back, this person is starting to come towards you, right? And they telling you the same fucking shit you used to tell them. You see what I'm saying? Okay, let's move forward. Then we've got mutual growth showing up here. So you and this person, this is going to be a healthy relationship. You are going to encourage each other and be a catalyst for growth for each other. Because I feel like it's going to be a thing where when one levels up, the other one's like, oh, I want to do that too. Because the two of you want to grow together. You want to be together. So mutual growth says you inspire each other to become the highest versions of yourselves, and your love is the container for that evolution. Okay. So like I said, it's a beautiful card to see. Okay. To know that you're finally going to be in a healthy relationship, and you have to believe this and know that you can have it. And you got to back this shit up with action. Okay. To step into this type of energy, because you can't be the old Capricorn you was and think you're going to get in a relationship and it's going to be all hunky-dory and you didn't have to do anything to work for it. Because, I tell you that every week. It's important for you to understand that, it's not going to come for free. Okay. It's just like when you want your body to look a certain way, right? Unless you somebody that's blessed to just, there's some people that are like that. I have a sibling that can do that. She can eat whatever and do whatever. And she got high metabolism. Everybody, but not everybody's like that. Some people have to get their ass in the gym and they got to work out and they got to, kind of police what they eat and things like that. So like I said, if you want certain things to happen in your life, it's the same thing as with that. You have to put energy out if you want to get get what you want in return. So we've got the Emperor card showing up. So this person is Aries energy. It's talking about this person being your divine counterpart, whether it's Emperor or Empress. Make it fit, guys. Okay. So this is talking about somebody stable, dependable. It's going back to this Four of Wands card. This person's going to bring a lot of stability into your life. Okay. They're very practical. This is someone who is, they're about their business. They're going to make sure that they do their part and that, they're going to provide a stable foundation for you. Okay. All right. Then we've got a reconciliation is coming. So spirit is telling you your person is coming. Okay. It's not a matter of if, it's when. Okay. And you don't know when, but that doesn't mean you stop living your life until the person shows up. You're supposed to still be trying to be the best Capricorn you can be, because at the end of the day, the healing is supposed to be about you. It's not supposed to be about this person. Okay. So this person intends to come. They intend to provide stability in your life. They're intending to, bring balance, help you in certain areas with the healing, not everything. Cause like I told you, independent of the connection, you're responsible for your own shit. Okay. All right. So the next card, we've got codependent here. So this is about, you relying too much on someone else, you making somebody else the center of the center of your world in an unhealthy manner. There's nothing wrong with somebody, you prioritizing somebody and prioritizing a relationship in your life. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's when you do it to the extent to where you feel like you can't be okay. Like some of y'all that's screaming and hollering in the comments about your person ain't here, like you ain't okay because this person is not here. And that is not healthy. That's what spirit is trying to get you to understand. You got to be in the energy. Like I tell you, it's any type of manifestation. The only difference between you manifesting a person and you manifesting a damn car is your thoughts around it, how you put it on a pedestal. Okay. Because with a car, it doesn't matter. And then sometimes it's the type of car, right? Because some people, if it's a Cadillac or if it's a Maserati or if it's a Bentley or if it's a Lamborghini or something like that, we put shit like that up on a pedestal and we think it's more difficult to manifest that than a fucking Honda, right? But that's not true. It's what we put behind it. So if you make it, Capricorn, seem more difficult than what it is, you put more into it than what it actually is, that's what makes it more complicated. It's the energy you're pushing towards it. It's not the thing itself. It's the same thing with the relationship. Just like you can manifest the crusties and the dusties, you can manifest a good relationship as well. It's that you have some type of negative thoughts or limiting beliefs in your mind about why you can't have that type of relationship because of all the things you've experienced. So that's what spirit is trying to tell you, what the difference is and how you get all of that out of your mind so you can manifest. Just like you can manifest a Honda, you can manifest a fucking Lamborghini too. And it's the same thing with a good person. You can manifest a crusty and dusty, you can manifest somebody good too. Okay. So codependent says, is this love or is it emotional survival? Let go of the illusion that you need them to be whole. This is just what we talked about, and spirit is backing up what I'm telling you. So you have to realize that it's just like with manifesting a car. It's the same thing as with a person. You have to not need it in order to have it. I tell y'all this all the time when I manifested my car, how, yes, I really wanted the car. Yes, it was, for me, it was my dream car, what I always wanted, but I know how to manifest a car. I know what I need to do because I've done it so many times in the past. So I'm saying all of this to say, excuse me. I'm saying all this to say, you have to remove all that clinging and the needing and the wanting. You got to get that off of there. You got to get that off of you when you're talking about trying to manifest something. And you got to sit in the energy. You have to act like you already have it. No matter what the universe shows you, no matter what the 3D shows you, you have to, even if some of y'all may have the crusties and the dusties coming at you every single day, you have to just realize, okay, well, if they can show up, then the new person can show up too. It's your mindset. It's the way you think and the way you move, the way you are. But all of it starts with your thoughts. Okay. All right. Let's pull some cards. Let's manifest. Let's clarify. Okay. So spirit is telling you this is no ordinary love. Okay. And that this person is coming. It's going to be a love relationship. Look, it's the Ace of Cups. Okay. It's normally it's the Ace of Chalices in this deck, but that's the Ace of Cups. A brand new relationship. This person's coming to give you a full cup, and your cup needs to be full to give it back to them. And see, you don't know when it's going to happen because there's the moon, right? So Spirit is telling you, this is no ordinary love. You know that this person is coming, but with all of that being said, yes, this person is going to be your person, right? And a lot of you, this is going to be the last relationship you're going to be in this lifetime, but it can't be your be all and end all, because that's part of the problem too, is that you're putting these people on a pedestal and you're saying that they have more power than anything else in your life, like you, even ahead of you. And if you're not okay and you don't take care of yourself, who the fuck else gonna do it? Because the people that are in your life, Capricorn, can only mirror what you're doing. So if you're not taking care of you, that's all they can do is mirror the same fucking thing back to you. Because like I keep trying to tell you, they not trying to come into your life and do this. But if you have certain specific thoughts or certain beliefs about certain things, they have no other choice but to show up that way. Okay, I'm not saying it ain't people out here that just want to be ranked because they just want to be ranked. I'm not saying that that's not the case. But I'm saying in an instance with some of you that have had a false start with your soulmate, right? The person wasn't like, oh well, I just want to come in there and fuck Capricorn over. Nobody's sitting and thinking about that. If this is somebody that's a good, that's a genuinely good person, they coming in and showing up in whatever energy that you're presenting. And that's what a lot of people don't get. We want to point the fingers at the other person. But it's you. You got to get yourself together. That's why I talk about it all the time. And I know some of y'all feel like I'm beating a dead fucking horse, but it's because I'm trying to stop you from making the same fucking mistakes you've been making all your life. Because who the hell want to keep going over and over this? And some of y'all, you telling me in the comments that this is like, this is your last push. This is all you got. You only got enough fuel in the tank for this one last person. So, okay, knowing that, then you need to make sure you're doing your healing so you can show up the right way and this person can show up the right way. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Okay? All right. So the last two cards that showed up, we have power dynamic and we have chosen family. So with the power dynamic card, it says one person holds the control and the other is tiptoeing. Love should feel like a partnership, not a struggle. So Spirit is telling you, you trying to put an end to they're pointing out the exact thing that you need to take a look at in your life, the exact dynamics that you and your person need to take a look at. So cross watchers, this shit is for you too. So Spirit is telling you, being in these connections where you walking on eggshells and this person is a fucking break dancing and acting stupid and all this kind of stuff, it's time to put an end to that. Okay? Because you can't continue to entertain this shit and then get mad that they continue to do it. Because if you give people permission to act a fool and you don't hold them accountable, you don't set boundaries, they gonna continue to do it. That's what Spirit is trying to tell you. And then we got chosen family. So Spirit is telling you with this card, for once you are going to be able to choose the people that you allow into your life, even down to your dang pets. Okay, you're going to be able to choose exactly what it is that you want. And Spirit is telling you that you can have. Look, I hear that. What is it? You can have whatever you like. What is it? Ti. That song, you can have whatever you like, right? So I guess it's Burger King. You can have it your way. But you have certain things that you got to do. You got to clear this out in order to get this, is what Spirit is telling you. Okay? All right, let's clarify. Power dynamics and chosen family. Okay. Oh, that's too many, Spirit. Okay, I'm just gonna take them. Because they ain't come apart. Okay, so we've got earning back trust starting from the bottom. Okay, so it's gonna be a situation where I feel like this is you having to do this with yourself. You having to earn back your own trust, because I feel like when you go into these fucked up relationships, when you don't set boundaries, when you allow these people to walk all over you, you don't even trust yourself. So how the hell you gonna be able to trust somebody else? So you got to start with cultivating trust within your own self first. Okay. We've got hidden desires and hidden intentions. You have a lot of people that come into your life with ulterior motives, I feel like Spirit is talking about. So you have to learn how to, what is the word? Sharpen your discernment, right? To build that muscle so when you get in the, I don't know, when you get in the distortion or whatever, when your gut is telling you some shit is off, or you seeing red flags and things like that. This is about you not being in the two of swords, not sticking your head in the sand, not wearing a blindfold, about you pulling your head, out and really being cognizant of what the fuck is going on. Okay. Then we have true love stories never end. I feel like this is just talking about you and this person that you have lived together many lifetimes before, and you're doing it again in this lifetime. But like I said, we progressing, right? So this is supposed to be about you bettering yourself so that in the end, you're a choice individual, and you're getting into a relationship with somebody else who's a choice individual. Then what you think is going to happen is going to be a healthy dynamic. Okay. And then we've got mastering a karmic lesson. So a lot of you got some lessons you got to learn from these situations with these people. And it's about you putting these things to bed so you don't have to go through them anymore. Okay. All right. So see, Spirit is telling you it's about an end to the lies, the end to the lies that you lying to yourself, and the lies that these other people are telling you. Because like I said, a lot of times you are empath just like me. A lot of times when somebody tell you a lie, you fucking know it's a lie when it's coming out of their mouth, right? Some people, what do they say? I know when you lying because your fucking mouth is moving, right? So I'm saying all of this to say, I don't know why Spirit give me the stuff. When you saying I'm saying all this to say, what Spirit is telling you, this is about you cleaning up your energy so you can be more open to, just discerning what is happening around you. Okay. All right. So let's get some messages from Spirit. Then we're going to get some messages from your person. Let's see what else Spirit wants to tell you. Okay. So we have courage showing up here. It says, my bravery increases with each step in the right direction. This is the affirmation. The angels remind you that you become more confident and courageous by facing your fears daily. Each time that you face fear, it slowly begins to wither away. And as a result, you start to grow into the courageous person you're meant to become. So like I said, you're not gonna get over certain things and not be able to set those boundaries and stand up to people and stuff like that if you don't start implementing them. It starts with baby steps. I ain't saying you gotta go out and start setting down boundaries with every single person you come across. But when you feel that coming up, like, start with something simple, right? Anytime somebody asks you to do something, start to tell them, don't give them a knee jerk response. Don't just say yes out of habit. Tell them you need a minute to think about it. You'll get back to them. Or if you just know right then you don't want to do it, just tell them no. You ain't even got to say why. Just be like, well, no, I ain't gonna be able to do that, and just move on, okay? And stop letting people make you feel guilty because you not bending over backwards for them no more. Because see, people come to expect that type of shit, and then they want to villainize you, right? When you stop allowing them to take from you and to use you and do all these things. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Let's see what they want to tell you. Let's see. Okay. We got, I wish I would treat you better. You know who that's from. The Crusty and the Dusty. So we're going to leave that alone. I wish I could hold you in my arms and tell you how much you mean to me. So like I said, this person is waiting to be with you just as much as you waiting to be with them. It says you are my light in the darkest times. Let me get you one more because that other one was from, somebody you didn't want to hear from. Ooh, there you go. Okay, so we have, your smile is making me melt every time I see your face. Okay? All right, let's get a few more and then we're going to get some messages from Spirit. Okay, so we have two. We have, now is not the time. See, like I said, you both have healing and things you need to take care of. Then we have, I love you so much. So the person loves you, but they know that the time is not right. So it's about you not forcing it and just letting things happen when it's supposed to happen. All right. So now we're gonna get, when it just fell out. It says love yourself first. Okay. It says your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. I'm telling you, the person that's down with you and that want to be with you, baby, they love it. This type of shit turns them on. The fact that you willing to stand your motherfucking ground and not let anybody walk all over you, even if it's them. That's somebody that really cares for you. That's somebody that, understands you and is not trying to take advantage of you. They actually admire you for that type of shit. Okay. Then we have attraction. It says you attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. Okay. All right. And then at the bottom of the deck, it says romantic feelings. It says your feelings are real and worth exploring. So it's about you enjoying. This attraction card is talking about you enjoying your life, whether there's somebody there or whether somebody's not, because you was living before you knew this motherfucker existed. Nothing against the soulmate, but you was living before any of these people. Okay. And so we have to stop wrapping our lives around somebody else. Cause I keep telling y'all, people don't have to leave you. They could fucking pass away. Anything could happen. So you got to understand that going into this, I'm not saying that this person shouldn't be a priority in your life and that you shouldn't give them, prioritize them and prioritize the relationship, as I said earlier, but they shouldn't be your be all and end all. Okay. You should be living your life, enjoying your single life and having a good time. Cause that's what it's about. It's about you showing spirit, not only that you can heal and move on from certain things. That's the clarification with the train honking right there. It's, hold on. It's also about you. Hold on. It don't. It's also about you realizing that, this life has to be about you. You have to put yourself first, because if you don't prioritize, like I told you, how you expecting somebody else to prioritize you? Everybody treats you the way you believe, either the way you treat yourself or the way you believe in whatever it is you believe in about yourself, the type of treatment that you feel like you deserve, or whatever negative thoughts or limiting beliefs you gathered in your mind about how you were treated in the past. Okay, whatever you summed up in your mind, that's how people treat you. So if you want the treatment to be different, you got to be different. You got to step into a new timeline. And it's about you thinking differently, being differently, speaking differently. All of it has to be aligned if you want this person to come in. Like I tell you, when you manifest in a car, you gotta know you fucking deserve the car. You gotta talk like you deserve the car. You gotta act like you got the motherfucking car. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the person. All of that has to align if you want to bring the stuff in. Like I said, but you can't sit back and, just because you're manifesting, you can't, this is not a situation in this collective where you get to say, on this date at this time, my person gonna show up. No, because if it's two different people, if you not ready and they not ready, it's just not gonna come until it's time. Okay. All right. Capricorn, I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there's a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye, Capricorn. Hi, Pisces. Welcome back to Leigh's Intuitive Tarot. My name is Leigh, and today we are going to take a look at what your soulmate's intentions are when it comes to your love life, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Okay. What is Pisces person's intentions when it comes to, Pisces person's intentions? Okay, Pisces. Overall energy for this week, this reading is the domestic bliss card. Okay, so it says there's beauty in the ordinary when it's with the right person. Folding laundry, making coffee, or doing nothing at all, it all feels like home. So you and this person are going to be very relaxed, very comfortable with each other. They're going to come into your life, and the most minute things, the most, everyday mundane things are going to be very relaxing. I feel like it's going to be very fulfilling. This is going to be someone with whom you can do anything with. You can just sit in the room and you do your thing, they do their thing, or you just sit in the room, watch TV together, whatever it is you're doing, reading, whatever. And you're going to be comfortable. You're going to be at ease with this person. They're going to provide emotional safety, a safe space for you, and you're going to do the same for them. Okay. Underneath this, we have hot and cold. So this is what you and your person are used to experiencing in love relationships. People who, are hot on your ass, want to be with you, going, excuse me, to the nth degree when it comes to trying to be in a relationship with you. And then once they get you, they cold. They, one day they'll be hot if you back off, and then they'll be cold the next day. It's all of this was designed to keep you off balance, to make you feel manipulated, so that this person could come into your life and control you and control you if the same thing was happening with your person. So the hot and cold card says real love doesn't leave you confused. You deserve consistency, not the chaos of wondering which version of them you'll get today. So this is about, you putting an end to this. Okay. And so the healing, you dealing with your negative thoughts and limiting beliefs is what is going to put an end to this. Okay. Then we have future spouse showing up here. This says marriage material, soulmate energy, forever vibes is all here. Now it's up to you to nurture it. So it's about, you and this person coming together and working towards what it is you want. It could be marriage if that's what you want. Everybody doesn't want to get married. It could just be you and this person coming together and having a beautiful, committed relationship with each other, where you are life partners, but you decide not to put it, in paper. Put it on paper. Okay. All right. Then we have the silent treatment showing up here. Okay. It says withholding communication doesn't create peace. It creates pressure, confusion, and emotional isolation. So this is about putting an end to that. Like, there's going to be a lot of communication between you and this person, a lot of trust, all of these things, but you have to make sure that you're opening yourself up to this, and because your person's going to come in like this, and you have to do what you need to do to put yourself in a trust filled position where you can open yourself up to this person the same way they open themselves up to you. Okay. Because you and this person are a spiritual match. Okay. Spirit is saying you have similar core values. Okay. And even though you've had a painful past, there's the safe space. Okay. That you provide for each other. Okay. So we're going to start by clarifying the domestic bliss card. Okay. Okay. So yeah, you were caught up in a web of lies with the people that you dealt with in the past. And I feel like your person, it was the same thing for them as well. Okay. But you are both waiting for this union, waiting for the two of you to come together, because, this is what was meant to be. This is what you signed up for on the other side before you came down here. Okay. But it's going to involve you letting go, excuse me, of things that no longer serve you. In order for the new to come in, you have to make way for it by getting rid of the old. Okay. All right. So the first two cards that fell, we have growing apart and shared healing. So you've been in relationships with people, and your person as well, where, you started off together, you started off close, and then you ended up with hot and cold behavior, things happening in the connection. And instead of you growing together, the more things that happened, you started to grow apart. So it says you're not on the same page anymore, and maybe the healthiest thing is to stop pretending you are. So it's about you putting down any types of relationships like this. We're not just talking about love relationships. If you got anything like this going on in your life right now, whether it's a family member, a friend whatever you want to call it, this is about this Eight of Cups, you walking away from this type of shit and letting it go. Okay. Because you are, stepping into a connection. Look at what Spirit is showing you. Look at how it was like, it looks like these two things could have been a tree together, right? But the way the person that you were dealing with, the people that you were dealing with came in, they made it show up like this. Like I told you, in an attempt to control and manipulate you. But look at you and this new person, right? The two of you are going to be intertwined together and sharing everything together and being a team. So it says shared healing. It says together you're breaking generation. Blah, blah, blah. Together you're breaking. Oh gosh. Together, you're breaking generational patterns and becoming the example you never had growing up. Okay. So this connection, like I said, is going to be everything that's been lacking in your life in the past. Okay. And I feel like it's going to be the same for your person as well. Let's clarify. Okay. So we have King of Wands showing up here. Fire sign, or someone with a lot of fire in the chart. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. There's going to be a lot of passion between you and this person. This is talking about this person coming into your life being your protector. You're going to be their protector as well. It's just, you stepping fully into who you are, your person doing the same thing, and the two of you, even, being whole people, independent of the connection, so that you can come together and have this type of connection. Okay. The shared healing. Okay. All right. Okay. Then we have, false mask. Because a lot of these people in your life in the past, this is why you grew apart, because they weren't being authentically themselves. And I feel like, it left you in an energy where you weren't being your total self as well. And I feel like the times that you tried, you were basically punished by the other person for doing that, because they weren't going to be their true self. So they weren't going to allow you to be yours. Okay. All right. The next card we have is building together. So it says you're not waiting around for your dream life to appear. You're designing it side by side. Again, this is the teamwork, the both of you working together in order to strive for what you want when it comes to your relationship. Okay. Okay. To clarify, we've got the 10 of Wands. So it's about the two of you putting down your burdens and joining together to have what it is you want in the relationship. It's about, by here, bag lady, it's about you putting those burdens down, unpacking all of this stuff, and starting over again with this person where you won't be carrying baggage like that anymore. Okay. Spirit is saying you can't hurry up because you got too much stuff. Bag lady thing. Then we got deliver me from temptation. So there's going to be temptations. Your person's going to be tested and tempted. You're going to be tested and tempted as well. This is how you weather certain storms and you grow together as a team. Okay. All right. Next card says power dynamic. It says one person holds the control and the other is tiptoeing. Love should feel like a partnership, not a power struggle, which is what you were in. You and your person were in the past, and past connections. Okay. A power struggle where, like I said, the other person wanted to keep y'all off kilter so that they could have control, because this is somebody that likes attention. They like control. They don't like being in dynamics where they feel powerless. Okay. And I feel like that's why they don't like show love or try to cultivate love with anybody, because they've gotten hurt in the past because of it. And because of that, they don't want to, for them to be in love or to show vulnerability, that's putting themselves in a vulnerable position and giving away power. And they don't want to do that. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have the Queen of Swords showing up here. So this is air sign or someone with a lot of air in their chart, Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. This is talking about repressed emotions, like having gone through a lot of things and, you moving past this energy, because, the Queen of Swords, she don't fucking play, right? But cause she's been through so much stuff. She's kind of like, jaded sometimes. This is somebody with whom, like I said, they have may have been divorced. They may have been, through a lot of tumultuous relationships. This is someone with whom, they don't, whatever, when you young and you first start out and you first love and you know how you idealize or, idealize things, and you're not really realistic about it. When you dewy-eyed and you first begin when it comes to love or it becomes to something in your life, this person has become a little jaded because of the things that they've experienced. And so Spirit is telling you, you got to dig down in there and get those repressed emotions out, get rid of that stuff so that, you no longer cultivate these types of relationships with the power dynamic thing. Okay. It's about you and this new person being on a level playing field, and being each other's biggest cheerleader and helping each other out. Oh God, look, it says twin flame union approaching. I know some of y'all don't want to hear that shit. Hold on. Let me give you another card. This could be for the people that like to watch these readings and they think I'm talking about the twin. I'm not talking about the twin, baby. Then when I'm talking about the Dusties and the Crustics and the person in the card, the person that was abusing, that's what I'm talking about. That's the twin. It ain't this. Okay? So I feel like Spirit is just telling you that your union with this new person is approaching. Okay? And it says back to the good old times. So you're gonna be back I feel like this new person is going to put you back in that old energy, like when you were younger, when you first started out, when you idealized love and you were, in love with love. Hold on. When you were in love with love and it was a beautiful thing and, you felt like the damn heavens was parting and then you heard the opera music and all these things. That's what I feel like the energy, the old energy this person's going to bring back into your life. But it's the positivity of the old energy, not old energy meaning the shit you went through, with the people that were abusing you. Okay. You and this person have the potential to grow old together if you decide to be with each other. Okay. If you decide that this person is going to be your life partner and they decide the same, this is where you're heading. So it says enduring love. You can picture the two of you growing old together, sharing stories, still finishing each other's sentences. This is a love that grows stronger with time. So like I've told other signs, this person is going to look at you the way they look at you in the beginning of the relationship. 20, 30, 40 years down the line, if the two of you are still together, you still alive, the person going to be looking at you that same way. This is going to be a love that continues to grow, that continues to strengthen over time, and it not be something where somebody's beating you down or whatever. Like I said, you're going to be your best self with this person, and it's only going to get better and better and better and better. Okay. All right. Let's clarify. So we have the truth will set you free. So this is about you being honest. You're going to be able to be totally and completely honest with this person, and they're going to come in and be honest and transparent and open with you as well. Okay. And then we have spiritual work and self-discovery. This is what's going to get you to this energy and then this. Okay. You doing the work, doing the healing, doing what you need to do to be your best self, because in order to have this type of connection, you got to be your best self. Okay. If you wanted to be healthy, okay. If you wanted to be healthy and have all these colors in the picture, like it is like this, and it not be like these green and black cards that I show you. It's about you, being like this, independent of the connection. And then this is what it will lead to, because your person is doing this as well. Okay. All right. So we've got the world showing up here. Okay. It's about you closing out old cycles. Like I said, you got to go back, look at your life and look at what you got to leave behind. Cause I'm telling y'all, this is old Pisces was dealing with the bullshit. Okay. The new Pisces that wants to have enduring love, you got to move differently. You got to think differently. You have to be differently be different. And in order to do that, it requires you to close out old things. You got to start to take an assessment of your life. I'm seeing the Seven of Pentacles in my head, because that's what that talks about as well. It doesn't just talk about somebody investing in a connection. It's talking about like you reassessing certain things and looking at what needs to change, what needs to get better, what needs to be taken out, all of that. Okay. All right. So now we're going to get some messages from spirit, then we'll get some messages from your person. Okay. Okay, this is for Pisces spirit. Excuse me. Okay, so we have courage showing up here. It says, my bravery increases with each step in the right direction. That's the affirmation. It says the angels remind you that you become more confident and courageous by facing your fears daily. Each time that you face fear, it slowly begins to wither away. As a result, you start to grow into the courageous person you're meant to become. So this is about you facing those fears, facing that stuff you repress. Because a lot of times when you repress things, it's because it's so fucking painful till you feel like you're not going to be able to get through it if you unleash all of it at the same time. So this is about you taking baby steps and going back and looking at that stuff and getting it out, because it's time for some of y'all to release some of this shit so that you're not experiencing the same shit over and over again. Because I told you it's about you being a different person, and the new Pisces is got to be open to new experiences. And in order for you to be open, you gotta get all that repressed emotion out. Okay. All right. Let's get some messages from your person. Okay. Hmm. Okay. We have, I would like to give this another chance. You know who that is, right? The Dusty and the Crusty, but ain't nobody looking at that, so we gonna get you another card. It says, I want to come into alignment with you. So your person is ready to come in to your life just like you're ready for them to be here as well. Okay. It's not just one sided. It's not like, they just chilling and you the only person that want to be together. They want to be with you as well. Then we've got, I can feel your presence even though we're apart. Okay. And then it's just the energetic signature. You dream about this person. You feel their energy. You get thoughts from them. They send you thoughts. You get songs. They send you songs. Then we've got, we are forever heart and soul connected. Okay. All right. Let's get two more, and then we're going to get some messages from Spirit, the romance angels. Ooh, okay. They just falling on the floor. Hold on. Okay. So we have our past will always reunite. Okay. And then we have I dream about you at night. So you're always on this person's mind. Okay. That's what I hear. You're always on my mind. Was that Elvis sings that? You are always on my mind. That's what they're playing in my head. Okay. All right, let's get these romance angels and see what else Spirit wants to tell you with these oracle cards. Okay, so we have healing family issues. It says your life benefits as you forgive your parents. So some of you got issues with your parents, with some things that went down with your parents, and I get it, but you can't, anything that you're carrying around has the potential to interfere with this connection with this new person. So like I said, if you're trying to be a new Pisces, trying to step into a new timeline and be with a new person and have a healthy relationship, it's going to behoove you to take a look at these things and start to sort through them, no matter how painful they might be. So you may have to go to a therapist. It could be a thing where you may have to go to some type of trauma group or something like that, some type of thing that you can go to where everybody's going, survivors of certain things, so that you can talk about your issues in an environment where everybody sitting in the room has been through the same thing, more or less. Okay. And so you got to do what is that? You may have to journal. This could be a thing where you may have to confront your parent. It may have to be a thing where, you may have to talk about it until you work through it. Whatever is going to work with you and help you to heal, that's the path you need to take. Okay. All right. Let me get one more card. Okay. Then we've got romantic feelings. It says your feelings are real and worth exploring. So your feelings are valuable, just as valuable as everybody else's, Pisces. Okay. Even more so because you are emotionally led, right? So this is about people always trying to tell you that you shouldn't be sensitive. You too emotional. You too much. All this kind of stuff. That's garbage. You are who you are. And the people that you surrounded yourself with all your life have just been telling you all kinds of shit because they couldn't cope, because that was their shortcoming and they're trying to put their shit on you. But you were made exactly the way you're supposed to be made. There is nothing wrong with you. And Spirit is telling you that you need to understand your feelings are valid and they're just as important as anybody else's. And you have a right to explore them just like everybody else. Okay. All right. Then on the bottom of the deck, it says flirt. Okay. It says extend your lighthearted energy to others. All right. So go out and enjoy your life. Live your life, Pisces. Don't put your life on hold waiting on anybody, because this person it's not a matter of if they're going to show up or not. It's when. Okay. When they're going to show up. So be working on yourself, working on your issues so that you don't self-sabotage when this person comes into your life, and just live your life. Have a good time. Try to ask yourself, what's if I'm not in a relationship with somebody, what is going to make me the happiest, and start to go towards those things. Okay. All right, Pisces, I hope this helped. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you'd like to book a personal reading, there is a link in the description box below. Please have a good day and a good rest of your week, and I will talk to you soon. Love y'all. Bye, Pisces.